Harry Potter, the Invincible Academic Master. Chapter 1 Time Travel, modified, typos have been corrected. Alan silently put down the memorandum of magic in the past 100 years in his hand. He didn't know whether to lament that he had arrived in a world of war, or to be happy that he had the opportunity to learn magic. Yes, Alan is not a native British person, but a Chinese who has traveled to the world of Harry Potter. Alan, male, was born in a wealthy family in a fourth-tier city in 1987. He has strong academic ability, but due to his playfulness since childhood, his grades have not improved. In my senior year of high school, I worked hard for a year and set a record for the fastest performance improvement in the history of the school, from being ranked in the top 100 to the top 30. Admitted to the School of Mathematics at a national key normal university. After graduation, I successfully became a high school mathematics teacher with an iron rice bowl. In his 7th year of teaching, he relied on his clever talent and 7 years of experience to sum up the learning methods, so that the final score of the senior high school pants class he led in the college entrance examination far exceeded the parallel class and almost tied the sharp knife class. Alan's glorious life stopped on the way to buy a house. Driving a Toyota Corolla sponsored by his parents in his first year of work, he hummed a ditty, and even the loud music could not express the excitement in his heart at this moment. The wind and snow outside can't stop the excitement of owning a house. Unexpectedly, sitting in a car behind closed doors, disaster comes from the sky. A huge dump truck suddenly, he crossed from the left and rode on Alan's silver Corolla. Alan was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Alan was no longer the same Alan. Alan should be thankful that when the school and the bank cooperated to apply for the Teacher Respect Card, he followed the crowd and applied for personal accident insurance, with his parents as the beneficiaries. Alan should be thankful that he has a brother from the same mother, so his parents will not be left alone after their grief. Alan should be thankful that he still has a chance to survive. The past is gone with the wind, and we should pay attention to the present. The student Ding Alan traveled through is also called Alan, but his name is Aaron Harris, Alan Harris. Alan's original body was very naughty. He threw away his children's flying broom and secretly rode his brother's flying broom. As a result, he fell from a high altitude and lost his life. As a result, his soul was merged with the current Alan. Alan returned home in a daze and spent a period of time in a daze. Fortunately, his parents in this world thought he was embarrassed because he had hurt his head and did not pay too much attention to his abnormality. After all, there are still so many things to do, so many children to take care of. Alan, come down to eat. A gentle female voice sounded. Alan put down the book, concealed his inner shock, and cheered himself up. Come on, most teachers are good at acting, although they usually face students. After integrating the soul of his previous life, he obtained all the memories and emotions of the little Alan, and he was sure to successfully cover up. With the creaking sound of the stairs shaking, the voice sounded again, Alan, go wash your hands. Your father should be back soon. Alan's father, Owen Harris, works in the Magical Accidents and Disasters Department of the Ministry of Magic. The Disasters Department is divided into 3 departments, namely, Reversal of Occasional Events Team, Memory Cancellation Command, and Muggle Issues Adjustment Committee. Owen has always wanted to go to the Memory Cancellation Command, and he thinks he is particularly good at forgetting magic. But the reality is that he is in the Muggle Issues Adjustment Committee, and he doesn't think his eloquence can successfully persuade Muggles to accept their incredible magical accidents, such as the incident of Sirius blowing up an entire street 8 years ago. Over time, Owen's forgetfulness spell became more and more perfect, but it was a headache for him to write a report to the Memory Cancellation Command every time he used the spell. I'm back. The weather is terrible. We had to explain to a Muggle old woman in a snowstorm why her new teapot suddenly jumped up and tap danced when boiling water, and the boiling water was scattered everywhere. Oh! Thank you, Daisy. Owen took the big brush handed over by his eldest daughter Daisy and patted the snowflakes on his body. I need to communicate with Arthur again. I think he should be able to take over this matter. He must want to catch Mundungus more than I do. A wizard reported that he appeared on the street where the incident occurred. Owen, drink some hot tea quickly. Mrs. Harris directed her wand, and a cup of hot black tea fell accurately on the dining table with the sound. As a staff member at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, Mrs. Harris's magic is obviously great, although she only works in the waiting room. Mom, there's no need to use a loud voice to call Alan downstairs for dinner. The second son, Len Harris, knocked the parchment in his hand on the table in dissatisfaction. Len is currently in the 6th grade at Hogwarts and is preparing for the N.E.W.Ts, Ultimate Wizard Level Test, in the 7th grade. Oh, sorry, dear, I've developed a habit in the hospital. I can't help but use magic when I call people. The fat witch shook her golden hair and said gently to her most satisfied son. Alan, go wash your hands first. Turning her head, Mrs. Harris saw Alan, who was already sitting in the chair. Not daring to argue, Alan immediately ran to the sink and turned on the faucet. Suddenly, a harsh voice sounded in his ears, "Sloppy, sloppy." Looking up suddenly, Alan found that it was the mirror on the wall that was screaming. Alan tried his best to smooth out the wrinkles on his body, and thought in a trance, maybe the magic mirror is a standard feature of ordinary families in the magic world. Back to the seat, all 7 members of the family were already seated, which was not common at this table. Thanks to Christmas, we can be reunited as a family today, it's really worth being happy. Mr. Harris raised his glass and said kindly. The eldest son Albert also raised his glass and clinked glasses with his father. He was the only younger generation who could drink. Albert currently works at the Auror Command of the Ministry of Magic. He has a calm personality and is very reliable. The second son Lun drank a sip of sea buckthorn juice seriously, as if he was tasting top-grade red wine. Eldest sister Daisy smiled at her younger sister Emily, who was greedily looking at the plump roast chicken on the table. What a loving family! Alan was happy that he could live in such a family. He was the 4th child in the family. He was not as valued as his elder brother and sister, nor was he as spoiled by the whole family as his younger sister Emily. He was also different from his second brother, who was serious about everything and wanted to show that he was important. Alan is usually very low-key, neither naughty nor smart, just ordinary, and a good listener. This is probably the important reason why Alan's vest is still stable. Tomorrow we will go to Diagon Alley to replenish some daily necessities, Mrs. Harris said. The second brother Lun immediately stopped the knife and fork in his hand. Mom, I need to replenish a crucible and some potions. Ren, your crucible is suddenly it exploded. Mrs. Harris looked at her second son, who had always been excellent in disbelief. Ren pursed his lips and said nothing. Mom, Ren secretly prepared the 7th grade potion, and the crucible exploded and was criticized by Professor Snape. Daisy couldn't help but complain to her mother. Ren's eyebrows were frowned. I'm done. Alan interrupted his mother's roar. Alan, please don't leave yet. Today is a reunion day. We finally get together. Why don't we talk about happy things, such as what are your New Year's wishes? Mr. Harris hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Daisy looked at her father with interest. Mrs. Harris raised her eyebrows and cut the sausage for her little daughter. Little sister Emily stuffed her mouth with sausage and ate it happily, and didn't notice the little farce at all. I hope I can pass the Auror test in the new year. The eldest brother Albert took the lead in responding to his father's call. I hope I can have a decent robe before work. Daisy was unwilling to lag behind. I hope I can have a doll that can talk, sing, and sleep. Emily said immediately. My dear, your wish will come true. How about you, Lun? Mr. Harris asked gently. No doubt, he must want to pass N.E.W.Ts with full marks. Daisy said first. No, my wish is to pass N.E.W.Ts with full marks and work in the Ministry of Magic. Lone retorted to his sister. What about you, Alan? Dad looked at Alan. His wish is probably that when he rides a broom in the flying class, the height will stop his head from rubbing against the ground. Lone couldn't help but joked with his brother. No, Alan, Mom hopes you can be safe. Mrs. Harris quickly comforted. I know, Mom, I hope everyone can be safe and everything goes well. Alan felt warm in his heart. He felt that Alan was not ignored, but he was just too sensible. After dinner, Alan lay on the bed and thought dazedly, whatever the future Demon King wants to do, there is still a savior, right? I want to improve my strength and protect my family in the future turmoil. With the expectation of going to Diagon Alley tomorrow, Alan fell asleep. Chapter 2 Gringotts, modified, typos corrected. One night the north wind was strong. In the quiet night, Alan felt that a huge figure stood at the head of the bed in the haze. A figure holding a sickle and wearing a black cloak grabbed his heart from a distance. Alan struggled to open his eyes, sat up from the bed, and sighed. It turned out to be just a dream. Drank a sip of water, calmed his heartbeat, and fell asleep again. In the early morning, the sky cleared after the snow. The sky was blue, and the air was fresh. After washing, Alan played with his sister in the hall, waiting for others to get ready and have breakfast. Alan, you and your sister eat first, don't wait. Mrs. Harris happily directed the ketchup, soybeans and croissants to fly to his plate, and after pouring a cup of Ceylon tea for herself, she served milk to the children. Okay, Mom. Being able to taste the only authentic English breakfast that is slightly good in British cuisine still makes Alan feel much better. Although their family is not very wealthy, they are not as tight as the Weasleys with the savings left by her husband's family. Therefore, Mrs. Harris never skimps on the children's diet. As a nurse at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Sicknesses, she knows too well the importance of a healthy body to humans. Not only that, she personally takes care of diet and clothing, trying to maintain the dignity of a pure-blood family. Good morning, Mother. Ron was already dressed very neatly. Dear, I smell the aroma of food. Mr. Harris also followed. Daisy and Albert came down last. Albert ate breakfast leisurely. When Mrs. Harris urged him, he said that he would not go shopping today. He had to report some things back to the department. Since he received the task of protecting Harry Potter half a year ago, under the instruction of Mr. Harris, he transferred Alan, who was the same age as Harry, to Harry's school, so as to get close to the famous Harry, hoping that his children could become friends with him before Harry returned to the wizarding world. Before Alan got into trouble, he used the confusion spell to deal with the school principal and successfully became the new teacher of Harry and his brother. However, Alan before crossing over did not understand this matter at all. These adults never explained their purpose to him, but now Alan probably knew what Mr. Harris and his friends were thinking. The Harris couple packed up their belongings very competently and tacitly. Alan was looking forward to leaving. He didn't know whether it was the magic carpet or the magic broom, the door key, the apparition or the use of the Fluo powder to connect to the Fluo network. Alan, come quickly. Mrs. Harris was already outside the door greeting him. Now, after walking about 200 meters, the family of 6 came to a street lamp on the street. This street lamp was no different from an ordinary street lamp in Alan's eyes. Harris Diagon Alley Westota. With the gleam of Mr. Harris's magic wand, the street lamp lit up, and the purple light was clearly visible in such clear sunlight, forming an outline on the ground that was about the same width as an ordinary shopping mall elevator. The family walked into the light circle hand in hand. Mrs. Harris gently pressed the groove of the lamp post, and a long, lime-colored stone box appeared, and she put 6 copper sodiums in it, and pressed the groove again, and the stone box was quickly retracted. The purple light flashed brightly for a few times. Alan felt that there seemed to be wind and laughter in his ears, but there seemed to be nothing, just the sound of blood flowing in his veins. It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like just a moment. After a few staggering steps, he was already in a Kowalski bakery chain with a moving portrait of a beautiful witch with golden curly hair as a sign. The street at the corner was bustling and lively. It's really great space magic. These mysterious Luchu elves, a kind of magical creature, have made great contributions to the magic world. The second brother Lun exclaimed. Okay, children, we can experience space magic again on the way back. Now we need to go to Gringotts to get some flowers, and then you can get this month's pocket money. Mr. Harris blinked at Alan and watched the children cheer happily. Maybe I can buy myself a new robe. The beauty-loving Daisy was looking forward to it. Then you have to be very frugal this month. After saying that, Mrs. Harris lovingly touched her little daughter's soft golden hair. Emily was still young, and buying a sweet ice cream was enough to satisfy her. The family walked and talked until they came to a towering white building, Gringotts. The first thing that caught their eyes was the shiny bronze door, which had witnessed the rise and fall of so many wizard families. At the door stood a goblin guard in a scarlet and gold uniform. When the Allen family entered the door, they bowed and saluted, and stretched out their wrinkled, hairy hands to show the way for the family. After walking for a while, they saw a silver door with poems engraved on it warning people not to be greedy. Indeed, wealth gained with one's own hands is the most reliable. Don't dream of getting something for nothing. Seeing his youngest son observing, Mr. Harris lost no time to educate him. So Harry Potter successfully broke in and took away the Hufflepuff Gold Cup with his own hands. He worked hard and won't get bad results. Alan thought wildly. Passing through the second silver door, he entered the spacious marble hall. A huge conical chandelier was hung in the center of the hall, and huge marble columns supported this magnificent hall. About 100 goblins sat behind the long counter, some of them recorded in the big account book, some weighed the coins with a scale, and some used an eyepiece to detect gems. Vault No. 625. Mr. Harris handed the key to a goblin who looked like an old man in a suit behind the counter. Please follow me. The goblin bowed and pointed the way. Oh, dear, I'll wait for you here. Do any of the children want to stay here with me? Mrs. Harris thought she didn't need to go through a bumpy ride. Mom, Emily and I will accompany you. This was just what Daisy wanted. She was afraid that the fast passage through the corridor would mess up her carefully styled hair this morning. Alan and Lun followed their father and got on a tin cart under the guidance of the goblin. The cart quickly passed through the maze-like winding corridor. During the fast driving, Alan saw an underground lake. The cave walls and the top of the cave were covered with huge, bizarre stalactites and stalagmites. The cart stopped in front of the giant stone door marked with the number 625. The goblin opened the stone door with a key. Unlike the miserable scene that Alan had guessed in his heart, more than a dozen piles of gold galleons and several piles of silver sickles emitted an attractive halo in the stone chamber. There were also some very old stone and iron tools of unknown purpose placed in an orderly manner on the shelves against the wall. Perhaps there is some magic protecting them. Although they look like they have a history of vicissitudes, they are obviously carefully protected. Compared to money, Alan is more interested in these artifacts. The number is still considerable. Lun sighed with satisfaction. Diligence and thrift are a virtue. Mr. Harris quickly grabbed a few gold galleons and put a lot of silver sickles in a leather bag. It should be enough. Mr. Harris patted the leather bag with satisfaction and walked towards the cart with the children. After leaving Gringotts, Mr. Harris handed the leather bag to Mrs. Harris. 5 gold galleons, 10 silver sickles. Daisy, this is yours. I think it should be enough to buy a new robe. Oh. Thank you, Mom, I'm so happy, love you. Daisy happily took the coins and expressed her gratitude. Mrs. Harris took the same amount of coins and handed them to Lun. Thank you, Mom. Lun took the coins and quickly put them into the backpack. Alan looked at Mrs. Harris eagerly. Okay, Len and Daisy can move freely. Remember to gather in front of the Moon Palace restaurant at 12 o'clock. Don't go to the alley. Mrs. Harris said. Mom, where is my pocket money? For money, Alan did not hesitate to act cute. Good boy, you stay with us. Let's go to Tom's shop first and buy you a big ice cream, how about that? Mrs. Harris comforted her son. Okay. Although Alan also wanted money, it was really uncomfortable to ask for money, and he hadn't decided what to buy yet. Dear, how about giving Alan a few silver sickles first? Seeing his son's frustrated look, Mr. Harris couldn't help but plead. Okay, don't lose it. Mrs. Harris was she often loves Mr. Harris and is willing to follow his instructions. She handed 10 silver sickles to Alan, looked at her little daughter, and put 10 copper nat in Emily's pocket. Okay, let's go. Mr. Harris waved his hand and took his family shopping in high spirits. The coins in his pocket seemed to be loudly asking to spend them. It feels so good to have money in my pocket. Alan looked at the dazzling array of shops on the street, touched the coins in his pocket, and couldn't help sighing. Chapter 3 The University Bully System appears, modified, typos have been corrected. When he came to Old Tom's shop, Mr. Harris greeted Tom enthusiastically, Mr. Tom, business is booming. Please bring me a glass of fish-flavored green beer and a glass of pumpkin juice for each child. Okay, Mr. Harris, please wait. Old Tom bowed, as if to thank the guests for coming. Really dedicated. Alan still has a good impression of Old Tom. Owen Harris. An enthusiastic call came from the right rear side of the window. Arthur, so nice to see you. Mr. Harris changed his disdain for the Weasley family at home and hugged Arthur Weasley warmly, just like hugging a long-lost brother. It's rare to get together at leisure, so why don't we go for a drink? Mr. Harris felt that he had found an opportunity, and Arthur would definitely be willing to accept the task of handling Muggle magic items. Okay. Looking at his wife Jasmine, who was happily talking to Mrs. Harris, Arthur Weasley agreed without hesitation. Ron can play with your boy, but be careful not to run away. As soon as he finished speaking, a red-haired boy with freckles on both sides of his nose came out from behind him and looked at Alan nervously. This is a rare opportunity for a free tour. Alan patted the gold galleons in his bag. Ron is a very talkative person, and he seems to have rarely seen such a cooperative audience. As an excellent teacher, Alan was very good at listening. Moreover, during the conversation, Alan learned a lot of interesting information. After listening to Ron talking about his family, Alan couldn't help thinking, speaking of which, the surname Weasley itself comes from a variant of the word weasel, which is a weasel. This animal has a bad reputation in many countries, including the United Kingdom. The fur of this animal is golden red. Ron's father's name is Arthur, and the patroness of his patroness charm is a weasel. Arthur's name is the same as King Arthur, and one of the main enemy is a Roman politician named Lucius Tiberius. Percy Weasley, a son of Arthur Weasley, is the abbreviation of Percival, the name of one of the Knights of the Round Table. Arthur's daughter Ginny is a nickname. Her full spelling should be Ginevra, and Ginevra is a variant of King Arthur's wife Guinevere's name, so the daughter is her father's lover in the previous life? Alan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Under the silent encouragement and rhetoric, Alan matched the memories that did not belong to him bit by bit, and integrated the common sense about the magic world left by his predecessor. Alan, look, it's so lively over there. Ron, who was talking about the Quidditch Chudley Cannon team, suddenly changed the subject. Alan followed Ron's gaze and saw a group of people squeezed next to the Quidditch boutique, cheering and cheering one after another. Ron immediately stopped entering the Quidditch boutique and pulled Alan into the crowd. Wow, the Malfoy kid is awesome. He has already received 5 medals of honor, which can be exchanged for a poster of Lawrence. A voice of envy and jealousy sounded in his ears, and there were many such voices. Who is Lawrence? Alan asked Ron. He is the seeker of the Irish team. He turned the tide in the recent Quidditch match and won the victory for the Irish team. Ron did not hide his fanatical admiration for Lawrence, and his eyes were very fiery when he looked at the poster. Ha, Alan, why don't we also participate? We will definitely surpass the Malfoy kid. As long as you answer 10 questions correctly, you can get 2 posters. Ron looked at Alan expectantly. Red-haired boy, if you want to surpass me, try it if you have the ability. Malfoy looked Ron and Alan up and down, and all his expressions and body language showed disdain. Ron felt that these so-called superior people all have such a skill. Without too many words, they can make you uncomfortable with their eyes and make him understand his poverty and humbleness. Malfoy's platinum blonde hair sparkled in the sunlight, but his cute face was ruined by his raised eyebrows, making him look too arrogant and annoying. We will definitely surpass you. Alan, let's go answer the questions. Ron waved his fist at Malfoy. Malfoy squinted at Alan, a boy with platinum blonde hair like him. His appearance and dress were much more elegant than the Weasley next to him. If he hadn't been mixed up with the traitorous Weasley family, he would have been more suitable to be his follower than Goyle and Crabbe. My name is Draco, from the Malfoy family. Your name is Alan? Is this hair a child from the Harris family? If you can answer 3 questions correctly, I will allow you to follow me as a friend. What a proud boy! Alan thought. As a head teacher who has been teaching for 7 years, Alan knows too well the true desires of these teenagers in their hearts. The boy in front of him, in his memory, had a grudge with Harry Potter before the start of school because of his annoying words and arrogant attitude. His original purpose was just to make friends with Harry Potter. But when it comes to answering questions, Alan really has no confidence. After all, as an outsider, he has only read the original book and some related materials, but he really doesn't understand the knowledge system of this world. Ron has already pulled Alan to line up. Alan came back to his senses and carefully observed the answers of the contestants in front of him. At present, no one has answered more than 4 questions correctly. Ron was stunned. Alan, it's terrible, it's embarrassing, I can't answer any questions, how about you? On the contrary, Alan's heart has been half relieved. These are just some brain teasers and logical guessing puzzles. It seems that they are just using the blind spots of wizards' knowledge to make them unable to answer the questions. As a math teacher, his hobby is to play Sudoku or solve some logical puzzles. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Alan, who has gained confidence, patted Ron and comforted him. Soon the line came to Alan and Ron. The Quidditch clerk waved his wand, and the question was quickly displayed on the giant parchment of 10 inches long and wide, 5 silver sickles of the same size. They are required to touch each other. How should they be placed? Oh, I have never touched a silver sickle before. Ron desperately put his hands into his hair and pulled them down tightly. This has nothing to do with whether you have a silver sickle. Don't worry, I can solve it. Alan's confident look successfully stopped Ron's hands from turning himself into extremely smart. Put a silver sickle at the bottom, and then put the second and third on the first, and the other fourth and fifth stand up on the first. Alan took out the silver sickle to demonstrate while speaking. No one can solve the problem so quickly, not even Malfoy. Unless the contestant has seen the solution to the previous problem in advance, but this little wizard is obviously not old enough to go shopping by himself. He accepted the 5-pointed star-shaped Medal of Honor handed over by the clerk, and also received many admiring eyes. The second question is also about coins. The clerk seemed to be very optimistic about Alan and winked at Alan. Only one person can do the next question. Who will do it? Ron looked at Alan eagerly, which made Alan feel that he should take the responsibility and have no choice but to do it. Let me do it. Alan looked at the clerk. Please close your eyes. The clerk covered Alan's eyes with a thick red cloth. Then, the clerk brought out a pile of copper nitrates and placed them on the table, waved his wand, and said, "Here are 23 copper nitrates lying flat on the table, 10 of which are facing up. Please use the best method to divide these copper nitrates into 2 piles, and the number of copper nitrates facing up in each pile must be the same. This is too difficult. The front and back of copper nitrates feel almost the same. You can't feel them without seeing them. This may require the use of prophecy, which can be seen even without opening your eyes. Even if divination can be useful, you still have to cover your eyes now. You can't look at crystal balls or tea leaves." Ron looked at Alan worriedly. "It's over." Alan said before that he can't do spells. Not affected by the crowd at all, Alan calmly selected 13 copper nitrates and placed them on one side without changing the direction, and then selected 10 more and placed them on the other side without changing the direction, and then turned all 10 copper nitrates over. "That's right. It's amazing for your age. Are you born into a pure-blood family?" The clerk was obviously surprised that such a young child could have such an ability. He quickly untied the red cloth covering Alan's eyes. As expected, Alan solved all the following problems smoothly. The clerk handed Alan the poster of Lawrence. Alan, who had not yet changed his Muggle mindset, noticed that this was not an ordinary poster. It could move. A man with a physique like a bodybuilder sat on a flying broom, tore the clothes on his chest, and shouted "Rua!" to celebrate his victory. Although Alan did not think it was surprising, after all, the world he lived in his previous life could preserve much longer images than this. He handed the poster to Ron casually. Ron's ears were red. He did not make any contribution in the game, but he really couldn't stand the temptation of Lawrence. "I will post it on my bedside, thank you, Alan." Ron stuttered to thank him, and pressed the poster tightly against his chest. "Don't do that." Alan glanced at Lawrence, who was screaming on Ron's chest, "Then you will not be able to sleep at night. Do you want to continue the challenge?" The clerk was kind, and he also enjoyed the feeling of Alan's super-fast speed torturing the onlookers. Such a speed of answering questions made the onlookers doubt their lives. Even if they were born Muggles, the British mathematics education made these people wonder whether they were born without brains. "Of course. You saw my friend's performance, he must be able to do it." Ron has become Alan's fanboy, although he usually doesn't like to think that Alan can do everything like him. "Okay." The clerk waved his wand excitedly, without giving Alan a chance to refuse. He also looks forward to how far Alan can go. What is the spell of the floating spell? It is indeed difficult for children because in addition to the advanced preparation, this can only be learned in magic school, and only then can you really get in touch with the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. This is not difficult for Alan. He has read the original book and the movie and has a deep impression of this scene. But at the same time, he also feels that his challenge may soon end. After all, the spells he remembers are really limited. Ding! The university bully system is at your service. Just as Alan accepted the reality that he might fail in the challenge, an ethereal female voice sounded out of thin air in his mind. Chapter 4: The University Bully System. Small test, modified, typos have been corrected. This voice made Alan stunned for a moment. Please note, now the first task is released. Please get the super prize in the Quidditch Boutique event. Come on, I'm counting on you. This system voice is also a benefit. The ethereal voice makes people feel particularly relaxed, easing Alan's nervous mood. But if the task fails, what will be the punishment? There will be no punishment, but if the first task fails, the system will no longer serve the host. Is there any off-site support? This threat without any fireworks effectively made Alan nervous instantly. In order to make the host better adapt to the university bully system, we have prepared a novice gift package. It is in the storage compartment, please don't be careless and cheer up. How do I open the storage compartment? Just when he thought of the storage compartment, a different space similar to the traceless telescopic spell appeared in Alan's consciousness. There were only 3 items in the space. One was a roll of ancient parchment tied with a red rope, one was a wizard robe, and the other was a book. Alan first chose to open the parchment, the red rope fell off automatically, and the roll of paper opened, and it was written Invincible Aura 15 minutes. Function: it can intercept time or be used once. Within the time range covered by the aura, the host can obtain a stronger good luck effect and magic amplification effect than the Felixer, and temporarily obtain the wisdom and knowledge of ancient wizards. There is always a way out. This function is simply tailor-made for completing the first mission. Use the aura for 3 minutes. Without a doubt, Alan chose to use it. A stream of clear water flowed out of the storage compartment, and Alan felt an unprecedented clear mind, and a wonderful feeling that the world was under control. "Excuse me, are you ready?" the clerk urged. "You can start." Alan couldn't wait any longer. What is the spell for the fire spell? What does it mean when Jupiter and Venus meet? What is the habit of the devil's snare? All 30 questions on the history of magic, astronomy, arithmetic and divination were answered successfully by Alan within 3 minutes. This smooth rhythm of answering questions has already stunned the onlookers. Ron was so excited that he couldn't help but feel that not only his hair was red, but also his cheeks with a few naughty freckles and his ears were all red. "Congratulations, you have won our super prize, the special edition flying broom, Neptune." The clerk brought out a noble and mysterious, starry silver broom. Although Alan had never touched a flying broom, he could see that it was an extremely excellent broom. The curvature of the broom's tail plate looked comfortable, the smooth lines ensured the speed of the broom, and the very soft tanned lambskin at the handle was calling for the owner's caress. "This is the top broom in the wizarding world, and it performs better than the mass-produced Nimbus series." "Alan, can I touch it?" Ron was so excited that he was incoherent. "Of course." Alan handed the broom to Ron without hesitation. Ron seemed to be so excited that he could hardly breathe, holding Neptune like a rare treasure. "Excuse me, can I go to the Leaky Cauldron to find Mr. Owen Harris, my father? Ask him to come here." In this situation, an adult must come forward. "At your service." It seems that the clerk has been completely impressed by Alan's strength. He gave a few instructions to a thin and nimble clerk, who was as agile as a monkey and ran towards the Leaky Cauldron. When Ron stroked Neptune for the 10th time in ecstasy, Mr. Harris interrupted his endless praise. "Oh my God, I can't believe it." Mr. Harris looked at his son in disbelief. "Dad, why don't we go back and talk later?" Alan suddenly had a headache. How should he explain to his family? Chapter 5 Photographic Memory, Modified, Typos have been corrected. After meeting up with Ron and Daisy, Mr. Harris took his family to say goodbye to the Weasleys. "Alan, we should keep in touch." Ron was reluctant to leave the little friend he had just made. This new friend was really cool. "Okay, Ron." Alan was also very happy to meet such an enthusiastic little guy. Passing the magic lamppost again, Alan's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, he was very excited. Yes, he was more excited than when he went to Diagon Alley. He was looking forward to the functions of the Swiba system, just like buying a new toy, he couldn't help but play with it for a long time. What's more, this Swiba system will definitely add a lot of excitement to his future life. When they returned home, the first thing the Harris couple did was not to place the expensive flying broom, but to look at their little son with concern. "Alan, I know you like reading books, but I didn't expect you to be silent. It's so loud," Mr. Harris said in admiration. "Alan, I've never seen you so good before. How do you know all that knowledge when you haven't even been to school? Did you know the answer in advance?" Lun was stunned. Lun never thought that his brother would be a top student. "Alan, how did you do it?" Mrs. Harris touched her youngest son's hair. "Mom, Alan likes reading very much. I think he can do it." This is Emily, who believes in her brother unconditionally. "I don't think Alan will know the answer in advance. After all, he can't go to Diagon Alley by himself, and this time the question is not recorded in ordinary wizard books. Is it taught in Muggle schools? Mr. Harris said and patted Alan's face with his hand. But we are very curious, Alan, when did you become so good? Eldest sister Daisy couldn't help asking. Why was Alan silent? Because he had just arrived home when he heard the notification sound of the university system. It was that ethereal and pleasant voice. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the novice trial task and successfully won the super prize. The system rewards you with a lottery and a copy of Basic Spell Application Strategy. Excuse me, host, do you want to draw the lottery now? Of course. Alan couldn't wait. A giant wheel appeared in his mind, with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The size of the area corresponding to the 7 colors decreased in sequence, and the bronze pointer was facing the middle position at the top of the wheel. Start the lottery. The pointer rotated quickly. Stop. The pointer stopped at the purple position with the smallest area. What good luck! Alan was excited. The purple area was the smallest, and the reward must be the most generous. A purple treasure box popped out. Open, a line of golden text slowly appeared above. Never forget. Alan asked the system in surprise, does it mean that everything you have seen will be remembered? Of course, but the host now has the primary version of photographic memory, which is only for text. Any text? Yes, any text. This is really a surprise. Alan knows very well how much time this ability can save in the learning process. Maybe we pay too little attention to you, and we don't know that my son is much better than we know. Mr. Harris held Alan's hand. Dad, I like reading books because my memory is very good. I can remember the written text completely after reading it several times. Alan said the explanation he had been brewing for a long time. Wow, it's incredible. Emily ran back to the room excitedly, and ran out again with a thump-thump. Brother Alan, try this book and prove it to them. Emily struggled to carry a book over. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Alan, who had heard of this book before, opened the cover with interest. It's the legend of the 3 brothers. Emily turned to the longest story in the book. Alan quickly browsed the story, feeling that each word was scanned into his mind. Alan handed the book to Emily. Once upon a time, there were 3 brothers traveling on a secluded path. It was almost dusk, and they walked and walked until they came to a river. The water was too deep to wade through, and it was too dangerous to swim across. However, the 3 brothers were proficient in magic, and with a wave of their wands, a bridge appeared on the dangerous water. When they reached the middle of the bridge, a hooded figure blocked their way. Alan's relatives were simply stunned. From Emily's excited and joyful expression and movements, it can be seen that Alan must have recited all the words. Never expected that the most promising one in the family was Alan. The 3rd child lived until he was very old, and finally took off the invisible cloak, handed it to his son, and then greeted the god of death like an old friend, and happily left the world with him as an equal. Alan successfully recited the story, looked at the excited Mrs. Harris and said, "Mom, I'm thirsty." "Oh, of course." "Oh, dear, you talked for so long." Even if Mrs. Harris was excited, she could skillfully cast silent spells with her wand. The kettle automatically flew to the sink, and the spring water in the water pipe gurgled into the kettle. The kettle automatically flew to the stove, and the blazing flames automatically burned under the stove. "Oh, Alan, you really make your mother proud." Mrs. Harris touched Alan's head lovingly. "It's so late, you must be hungry. Daisy, come and help. I think we should make something rich, make a beef kidney pie, sheep tripe, and offal pudding." Mrs. Harris walked to the kitchen neatly and dragged away Daisy, who was watching Alan's recitation with great interest. Mr. Harris and Loon had surrounded the flying broom Neptune and talked about the maintenance methods of the flying broom. Which pure-blood wizard can resist the charm of the top flying broom? Even Alan, who has integrated his memory, is excited about this sport. Little sister Emily is still asking Alan questions. She thinks her brother is more magical than magic. After eating and drinking, lying on the bed, before falling asleep, Alan couldn't help thinking, what a beautiful day. In addition, my sister is really a great assist. Chapter 6 Items in the storage compartment, modified, typos corrected. On the second day at the dining table, Alan saw his elder brother Albert. After greeting each other, his elder brother Albert asked first, Alan, I heard that you won a Neptune? Can I take a look later? Yes, of course, Albert. Alan did a great job. This morning's Daily Prophet also reported the process of Alan's winning the award. It's amazing. Mr. Harris flicked the newspaper in his hand. Dad, I want to see it. Len said. I want to see it, too. Emily has turned into a little fan of her brother, running to her father and vying to see it. Emily, can you understand it? Len teased his sister mischievously. I don't understand it, but there is a photo of brother Alan on it. Emily answered confidently. Mr. Harris handed the newspaper to Len, and Alan read it with him. It described how he won the award, and attached a big photo. In the photo, Alan was holding Neptune and smiling, and the freckles on Ron's face next to him were clearly visible. Let's eat, let's eat. Mrs. Harris was in a good mood and directed breakfast to everyone. Roasted tomatoes, bacon, Danish rolls, oatmeal porridge, very rich. Little sister Emily sighed with satisfaction. Alan took a bite of the roasted tomato fiercely, and his heart was full of despair about his future diet. After breakfast, Alan returned to his room on the pretext of doing homework, locked the door and called the system. The university bully system is at your service. The ethereal voice sounded in his mind. Open the storage space. The storage space appeared in front of Alan, and there were 4 items in it. A roll of parchment tied with red silk, a wizard robe, and 2 books. Alan already knew that the parchment was the Invincible halo. So Alan chose the wizard robe. There is no doubt that this is a gorgeous wizard robe. The black velvet fabric is very smooth, the mysterious black light is looming, and it is inlaid with a 3-finger-wide silver border, and the border is engraved with runes that Alan cannot understand. What is the function of this robe? Just when I thought of this, the function introduction appeared under the storage compartment corresponding to the robe. Meow meow wizard robe. As soon as he saw the name, Alan couldn't help but complain. This is such a cute name. Meow meow wizard robe, it can be transformed into any clothing you want, with automatic decontamination magic, invisibility magic, invisibility 3 times a day, half an hour each time, not cumulative, deformation magic, defense magic, can rebound ordinary evil spells. Alan immediately took off his clothes and put on the wizard robe. The smooth touch comforted the skin, and it was so light that it seemed as if he was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Alan thought about it and changed the meow meow wizard robe into the clothes he had just worn. He casually poured a cup of black tea on his body. The water stains were very clear, and the robe was dripping wetly, but the magical thing was that he didn't feel any dampness or discomfort on his body, as if there was a thin film to isolate it. The thought of cleaning turned, and the robe that was just wet was instantly dry, without any water stains. The whole outfit became clean and tidy, as if the collar of an ironed shirt stood upright on the neck, and the clothes were properly worn on the body. Alan chose another book. This book was very thick. The vermilion cover was decorated with a compass-like decoration. This was a code disc that could set a 7-digit code. Alan thought that the number 7 was special in the Harry Potter world, so he set it to. Opening the cover, a row of large gilded characters encyclopedia of spells were written on the pale yellow parchment. The catalogue was divided into 6 categories: common, defensive, offensive, black magic, unforgivable spells, and other aspects. Alan casually turned a page, which showed, common spells, Alohomora, unlocking spell Alohomora. There were also spell points written on it. On the page next to it, a man in 17th century British aristocratic costumes demonstrated the movements of the magic wand over and over again, tirelessly. When you touched him with your hand, it actually made a sound, which made it easier for the viewer to master the pronunciation of the spell. This is really useful. Alan suppressed the surprise in his heart and turned over the book Strategies for the Application of Spells that he got yesterday. Blue leather cover, golden text, the table of contents indicates the page number of various simple spells. Interestingly, the page number is not fixed, and a new spell will pop up occasionally. The introduction contains information such as what book the spell comes from and who the author is. Alan guessed, maybe someone published a new spell book, and this book will automatically enter it. Turning over a page casually, sonorous. Application strategy, it can be used in public places that need to attract attention, so that your voice can resound throughout the venue. The following also marks the use of spells and the waving of the wand. Examples are also given to tell readers in what occasions someone has used this spell. While reading the cases, Alan has a deeper understanding of the magic world. Not only spells, but also social customs and local customs. In this way, Alan spent the rest of the holiday reading these two books eagerly. The text has been firmly remembered in Alan's mind, but Alan still needs to digest and understand the audio and video materials. Alan, can you help me dictate some words? Emily knocked on Alan's door. Of course, dear Emily. As an excellent teacher, Alan was also happy to tutor this little sister who was very close to him. In dictation after learning the words, Alan also gave Emily the associative memory method to train the little guy's memory ability. After sending off his enthusiastic sister, Alan also had to prepare for the start of school, and the first thing was homework. After flipping through all of Alan's textbooks, it was a simple matter to complete all the homework by checking the homework registration book. It should be a simple thing to be a top student among these students. After completing all the homework, Alan devoted his energy to the study of spells. Little did he know that he would get a surprise tomorrow. Chapter 7 Harry Potter, modified, typos corrected. The holidays seemed to pass in a flash, and Alan was immersed in the study of books, and time slipped away quickly. Compared with the performance of the first-year wizards in the original plot, Alan estimated that his theoretical knowledge of spells should be far better than almost all of them. He has not yet been able to buy his own wand, and the law stipulates that young wizards cannot cast spells at will, otherwise they will be found by the traces. It was too difficult to cast spells silently and accurately without a wand like Voldemort's daughter, and it was far beyond the ability of a little wizard like him who had never held a wand. Alan, hurry up, come down for breakfast, don't be late. After quickly packing his textbooks, changing his clothes from underwear to the uniform of the public school in Little Whinging, and cleaning himself up, Alan quickly tidied himself and ran down the stairs. After finishing a glass of milk, Alan took a sandwich in the mist, and prepared to go out with his school bag. Wait, Alan, I'll go with you today. Albert stopped Alan holding his little sister Emily. Hey, why didn't Dad send Emily today? Alan raised his eyebrows. Dad has something to do, I'll send her today. Albert took Alan and Emily to the magic lamp post with a mysterious smile. Okay, Alan, go to the classroom by yourself. I'll send Emily first. Albert said to Alan holding Emily's hand. Comma, 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 comma. I think you don't want to go into the office on the first day of school. A serious female voice sounded behind Dudley. Oh, Mrs. Kelly, let's go in now. Students of this age still love and fear teachers, especially such serious teachers. Mrs. Kelly wore a woolen long skirt and a black woolen windbreaker. The crisp wool showed the owner's exquisiteness and meticulousness. The gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose made Mrs. Kelly more dignified. Alan, why are you still standing there? Why don't you catch up? Mrs. Kelly stared at Alan with a serious look. Alan quickly caught up with Dudley and his group. It is undeniable that facing the teacher's stern eyes, even though he was a teacher, he still felt uncomfortable. This is natural suppression. There is nothing strange about students being afraid of teachers, just like mice are afraid of cats. Thinking wildly, Alan entered the classroom. This classroom is completely different from Alan's previous school. The green walls are covered with colorful drawing paper, which are the students' works. The purple bulletin board has various information such as the roster and curriculum. There were all kinds of books scattered around the classroom, some were neatly arranged, and some were opened and placed randomly, and these books were obviously left for students to read. Alan, here. Fledger, Alan's best friend and his desk mate. Great, there was no need to bother looking for the location. Alan walked towards Fledger. Alan, Dudley bought new boxing gloves, and they went to bully Harry Potter again. Although Harry Potter is a weirdo, Dudley and his friends are indeed a bit too much. I received a new basketball as a gift at Christmas, how about we go play during class? Why are all my friends like this? Do I have the physique to attract chatterboxes? Even though Alan is a good listener, he questioned his ability to make friends. A thin boy wearing an ill-fitting pullover walked into the classroom while Fledger was chattering. It was Harry Potter, a thin face, protruding kneecaps, black hair, and a pair of emerald green eyes, wearing a pair of round frame glasses held together with a lot of transparent tape. Even though the messy black hair covered his forehead, Alan could still recognize him based on these typical features. What a mess! Alan couldn't help but feel pity. What a coincidence, Potter's seat was right in front of Alan, there's always a chance to meet him. Alan thought. Potter, how did you get rid of Dudley and the others? Asked the inquisitive Flegg. Oh, I just got rid of them. You know, I'm very clever. Harry Potter always has a way to get rid of Dudley and the others, although he himself doesn't know how he does it. Potter, play with us after class, so that Dudley won't bother you. Alan saw Harry's troubles at a glance and took the initiative to show his goodwill. Okay, okay. Harry agreed without hesitation. No one in the school wants to be a good friend of the weirdo Harry. Harry naturally has to seize such an opportunity. Suddenly the classroom became quiet. And the saying "I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet" is very reasonable. It was Mrs. Kelly who came in. She stood on the podium and swept her sharp eyes around the classroom, and all the students became quiet. This is the charm of an experienced head teacher. Among a group of students who were as anxious as quails, Mrs. Kelly saw Alan at a glance, and she seemed to see appreciation and relief in his eyes. The new semester has begun. First of all, I want to talk about your school uniforms. What do you look like? Dudley, put on your coat and put your boxing gloves in your desk. The big Dudley put away his gloves at a speed that was completely different from his physique, put on his clothes, and sat down obediently. Mary, take off the exaggerated red flower on your head. Roger, tuck your underwear into your pants. Alan saw Harry in front of him trying hard to smooth his stubborn hair. It's useless. Alan secretly gave himself a fresh clean. Look, the wonderful wizard robe is so useful. It is really a must-have for home travel and class. Alan, please stand up. Mrs. Kelly called. Alan stood up in response. Look at Alan, this is a model of student dress. Look at him, and then look at you. Why don't you tidy up according to it? In Mrs. Kelly's stern voice, Alan heard the praise for himself. Porter looked at Alan with envy. His soft light golden hair was obediently attached to his scalp, fluffy but not messy, and he could tell at a glance that it felt very good. The light blue school uniform was as neat as a new one on him, and it seemed that there was not even a wrinkle. He looked refreshed. Will such a good student become my friend? Harry was very unconfident and suddenly froze. Alan gave him a gentle smile. Potter felt warm in his heart and was full of expectations for the break. After Mrs. Kelly talked about a lot of things to pay attention to in school, the students were obviously listless. Next, I want to introduce the new science teacher to you. Everyone applaud and welcome him. The students' curiosity was aroused. What kind of teacher will it be? This thought came to most students' minds. Chapter 8 New Teacher, Modified, Typos Corrected. In the early morning, a drop of dew slid down from the tender leaves, casting thousands of golden rays of light. Alan stood up and finished the third move of the elementary body training technique. Finally, I have mastered the third move. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me. Alan is full of expectations. Alan's thoughts turned to a year and a half ago. After getting the elementary body refining technique, Alan immersed himself in the book the whole afternoon, chewing every word that appeared in the book, tracing the pictures in the book thousands of times in his mind, and demonstrating the specific movements in his mind. Fortunately, there were no main courses in the afternoon classes, which allowed Alan to spend the time smoothly. In the past year and a half, during the second class time every day, Alan tutored Harry and Fleg's homework in the knowledge corner of the campus. While their grades improved by leaps and bounds, their friendship also grew day by day amid the repeated provocations of Dudley and others. There is no doubt that the perverted test paper of the devil math teacher did not stump these three people. In the final of the campus talent show, the performance of Alan and the other two was a great success. With applause and praise. The whole hall. In the final exam, Alan topped the grade with an incredible score of full marks in every subject, which made Mrs. Kelly very happy. Of course, what made Alan happy and interested was nothing more than the study of spells and the practice of elementary body refining. Practicing elementary body refining can allow Alan to control the muscles in different areas of the body more accurately. In the future, he will need precise trajectories when using the wand, and he doesn't have to worry about hand shaking when handling those medicinal materials when making potions. Alan returned to the room, took a shower and changed clothes, and went downstairs. Except for Daisy, the family members had not yet gotten up. Considerately, he made a pot of steaming and milky breakfast tea for his family, and Alan brought it to Daisy's table. "Sister, I have an appointment with Fleg to go to Harry today. Please tell my mother for me." "Okay, go and play, and remember to come back before dinner." The fragrant milk tea made Daisy very happy. In the misty fragrance, Daisy did not forget to remind her brother. "Don't worry." The door closed gently, and Alan left home. Chapter 9 Rescue Harry Potter, Modified, Typos Corrected. Alan and Fledger agreed to meet at the school gate and then go to find Harry together. "Alan, I'm here." In front of a fried chicken shop at the school gate, Fledger waved to Alan happily, holding a sandwich in one hand. Fledger, who graduated with excellent grades, received a large amount of pocket money as a reward from his parents. When he heard that he was going out with Alan, the little teacher who voluntarily tutored him, the best student in the grade, and a mentor and friend, the Fledgers were very happy to let him go. "Alan, have you had breakfast? Do you want some fried chicken steak?" "Okay, although I've already had breakfast. But it's also good to have another piece of chicken steak. I'll buy a few cups of milk tea and pack it up one for Harry," Alan said, taking out £2. The two first went to the Baccarat boutique toy store to buy a birthday present for Harry, and then took the bus to the neighborhood where Harry Potter lived. "Number 4 Privet Drive, that's it." Fledger looked at the road sign and turned to Alan. Alan was looking at a cat squatting on the wall. There are no glasses around the cat's eyes. It should be just an ordinary cat. Professor McGonagall, the deputy dean of Hogwarts, would not stay at the door of a Muggle house for no reason, even if it was Harry Potter's foster home. Alan laughed at his own wild thoughts. Fledger had already rang the doorbell. A sturdy male voice came from inside. "Dudley, go open the door. Call Harry, I want to watch cartoons." Dudley's voice was very impatient. Then, there were footsteps, and a middle-aged blonde man with a double chin opened the door. He looked greasy and asked in a rough voice, "Boy, who are you looking for?" "Hello, we are Harry Potter's classmates. Is Harry here?" Fledger asked politely. "Harry? There is no Harry Potter here." Vernon Disley looked impatient and was about to close the door. Alan stepped forward and held the door. "Sir, is Dudley here?" "I am Alan Harris, Dudley's classmate." "Are you Alan Harris? The first in the whole grade?" Your classmate Alan Harris is looking for you." Mr. Disley looked at Alan suspiciously and shouted to the room. "Please come in." Vernon Disley stepped aside. "It seems that learn math, physics, and chemistry well, and you will not be afraid of going anywhere in the world should be replaced with work hard to be a top student, and you will have friends all over the world." Vernon was also willing to let his son interact more with the top students in the grade. "Alan, Flegg, yes, Dudley, we came to you to exchange boxing experience." Before Dudley, who looked like he had seen a ghost, finished speaking, Alan walked up, put his arm around Dudley's shoulders, and walked to the living room without letting him break free. The living room was very clean and tidy. The boys in the photos on the mantelpiece were strong. They were either riding bicycles, standing by the flower beds at the exhibition, or playing computer games with their father, and kissing and hugging their mother. There was no sign in these photos that another boy lived in the same house. Although Harry did live here, Alan looked at the cupboard inconspicuously. He knew that Harry was there at the moment. Bang, bang, bang. Harry knocked desperately in the cupboard. "Alan, Flegg, I'm here." Harry wanted to attract his friend's attention. "It's Harry's voice, Mr. Disley, you are not illegally imprisoning Harry, are you?" Alan glanced at Mr. Disley and said deliberately. "Yes, we haven't seen Harry for a long time, he even missed the final exam." Flegg also heard the voice and was very worried about Harry. "Of course not, how could it be, we worked hard to raise him." "Oh, damn." Mr. Disley was embarrassed. "You know, he just wanted to hide Harry's existence." Alan was not interested in listening to Disley's explanation. He quietly pulled off his cufflinks, used his wrist to make a clever move, flicked his fingertips lightly, and the cuffs hit the latch of the cabinet, and the door opened. Before Disley locked the door again, Harry had already crawled out of the cabinet. Behind Harry, the cabinet door was open weakly, and the dark cabinet was like a big mouth, swallowing Harry's childhood that should have been bright and happy. Alan was just obeying his father's wishes and deliberately befriending Harry Potter, but he didn't expect that the actual situation of Harry's abuse was much more serious than the description in the novel in his memory. No wonder Harry was so thin and always wore baggy old clothes. This was naked abuse. Children with parents are treasures in the palm of their hands, while children without parents are roadside grass, which can be trampled by anyone at will. Harry did not grow up to be another Dark Lord, but was still so upright, brave, and pure, thanks to Mrs. Kelly's patient teaching and the justice and kindness in his nature. It must be said that not developing a selfish and lazy character like Dudley is also another great fortune. When reading, Alan could still watch coldly, but now Harry is his good friend. Harry was abused like this, which really made Alan indignant and furious. "Mr. Disley, I suspect that you have kept Harry in a dark cupboard for a long time. I have reason to believe that Harry was illegally imprisoned and abused by you some time ago. Flegg and I have seen it with our own eyes and can be regarded as witnesses. If you can't improve Harry's situation, I need to seek legal assistance for Harry." Restraining his anger, Alan warned Mr. Disley and tried to improve Harry's situation. "Yes, my sister is a lawyer. If Harry needs it, our whole family will help him without hesitation." Fledger was not to be outdone. Harry looked at his friends gratefully. When he was in darkness and helpless, it was Alan and Fledger who brought him light and made him feel love and hope. Okay, Harry, I wanted to take you to the amusement park, but now please take your friends and get out of my house." It can be seen that Mr. Dursley was already angry. Alan, Harry, and Fledger looked at each other and didn't say anything to anger Mr. Dursley. After all, Harry had to stay in the Dursleys' house until he became an adult. "You are so nice. Last time Dudley had his birthday, I actually released a python in the zoo." "Dursley never, I was so angry that I was locked up." Harry, like a caged bird that has regained its freedom, told his two friends about his previous adventures. "Harry, don't leave in a hurry. The postman seems to be coming to your house. I sent you a birthday card." Seeing the postman riding a motorcycle in the distance, Alan remembered the plot and stopped Harry, who was sharing fried chicken with Flag. Chapter 10 Letter from Hogwarts, modified, typos have been corrected, you sent me a card. Harry stopped what he was doing and looked at Alan in shock. You know, no one has ever written a letter to Harry in his life. Alan was also surprised by Harry's excitement. He just sent a greeting card casually to deal with it. Let's not talk about how Alan and the other two ran wild in the neighborhood and celebrated Harry's birthday. Let's not talk about how Harry went back to fight with Dursley to get the letter, how he met Hagrid, and how surprised and happy he was to learn that he was a little wizard. Let's take a look at what happened when Alan received the letter after returning home. "Alan, congratulations!" Alan pushed open the door, and was greeted by a spray of ribbons. The room was decorated with colorful decorations. The fireworks and colorful bubbles sprayed by the wand made the room dazzling and dreamy. Alan's family members smiled widely behind the door to welcome Alan. Mrs. Harris and Daisy came out of the kitchen pushing a huge cake. This scene made Alan feel extremely warm and happy. His eyes seemed to be soaked in tears of joy, shining, reflecting this happy scene, and looking more radiant. Emily took Alan's bag and put it away. Mr. Harris came over and handed Alan a letter. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink without a stamp. Alan turned the envelope over and saw a wax seal and a shield emblem on it. The capital H was surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. "Congratulations, Alan! You have received the admission notice from Hogwarts. Open it and take a look," Mrs. Harris said lovingly. The letter informed the little wizard of what to bring and what to pay attention to when school starts. After reading it, Alan handed the letter to Mrs. Harris. Although everyone had seen such letters many times, they couldn't help but pass them around. Mr. Harris immediately said that he would seal the letter and keep it forever. The family sat happily at the dining table, eating delicious dishes such as roasted mushrooms, fried sausages, and butter cakes carefully prepared by Mrs. Harris and Daisy, while talking about all kinds of strange and interesting things in Hogwarts. "I wonder which college my brother will enter?" Emily asked expectantly. "No matter which college you are in, it is worth your careful experience and study hard. You should know that you don't have only the advantages of a certain college when you are assigned to it. I was reluctantly assigned to Slytherin, which is known for its ambition and desire for power. Now I have the bravery of Gryffindor, the perseverance and honesty of Hufflepuff, and the wisdom and erudition of Ravenclaw." Listening to Mr. Harris's nonsense, Alan's nervousness about the sorting was relieved a lot. "But how do you determine which college you will be sorted into?" little sister Emily asked curiously. All the people in the family looked at her with a smile. Mrs. Harris touched her little daughter's soft blonde hair and said, "You will know when the time comes. Growing up is always entrusted with a lot of expectations and blessings." With the witness of the whole family, Alan sent the letter to Hogwarts through Edward, the owl at home, with the expectation of a new life. "Alan, don't forget to write a letter to Harry. He doesn't know you are also a wizard, right? Don't let the negligence of such a small place make our previous efforts go to waste," Mr. Harris then exhorted. At the same time, Harry also received a birthday cake from Hagrid and learned about his life experience. He put on Hagrid's coat and ate the fragrant and greasy sausages. He felt like he was in a dream. He was a little wizard and was going to study at a top wizard school instead of Stonewall Middle School. He could leave this home that made him feel depressed. While he was full of joy, he thought of his good friends Alan and Flegg. He was going to separate from them. They were not in the same school, let alone the same city. They would make new friends. Yes, Alan was so outstanding and Flegg was so cheerful. They were luminous in the crowd and so lovable. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help feeling a little sad. At this moment, the window of the shabby hut standing on the reef opened. The door made a dong-dong sound. Harry looked over and saw an owl. After the bombardment of magic letters during the day, Harry already knew that this animal was a lovely messenger. He rolled over, ran over, and stretched out his hand to open the window. A strong sea breeze immediately blew in his face. The owl was blown by the strong wind and staggered, but still struggled tenaciously to fly to the armrest of the broken sofa, tilted its head and looked at Harry, as if asking Harry why he didn't come to open the letter. This is a very strong owl. It is wet all over. It is not difficult to imagine how many winds and waves it has fought to deliver the letter in such bad weather. Although it is exhausted, it still stubbornly stands up and stares at Harry with sharp eyes before completing its mission. Go and untie the letter on its leg. It's not easy to fly over in this weather. What a loyal messenger! Hagrid was full of praise and urged Harry to open the letter. Harry hurried over and the owl stretched out its left leg, which was covered with red cloth. The rope was tied with a small roll of parchment. Miraculously, in such a stormy weather, the rope and parchment were very dry without a trace of water. Whose letter is this? Who is it sent to? Chapter 11 The Wand, modified, typos corrected. Harry untied the red rope and unfolded the parchment, only to see the words written on it. Dear Harry. It is as good as seeing you. You must have received a surprise tonight, right? Do you know? The first time I saw you at school, I recognized you as the famous Harry Potter in the magic world. Children in the magic world have grown up hearing your name, and I am no exception. But due to the request of the Ministry of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts, please forgive me for not telling you in advance that I am from a wizard family. I hope our friendship will not be affected by my kind concealment. You have received the admission letter from Hogwarts, right? I have received it too. We need to go to Diagon Alley to buy the things on the list. I will go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. If you need to go with us, you can ask my owl Edward to bring me a letter. If you are not free tomorrow, please tell me when you will go to Diagon Alley, and I will go on that day. Your loyal friend, Alan. Harry felt complicated at this moment. On the one hand, he was surprised that he could continue to study in the same school with Alan, and on the other hand, he felt sad that his good friend, who he regarded as a brother, had concealed such a big secret from him. But as Alan said, people can feel whether they are sincere in their interactions, and Harry is more sensitive. Harry borrowed a pen from Hagrid and wrote directly on the back of the parchment. Dear Alan. I am very happy to continue to study in the same school with you, and our friendship will not change because of this. Hagrid, the keykeeper of Hogwarts, will take me to Diagon Alley to buy items tomorrow. We will meet tomorrow to talk in detail. Your best friend, Harry. After writing the letter, Harry found that Hagrid had already cleaned the owl very well and was feeding it sausage meat mixed with extra corn kernels. I am very good at taking care of animals. I raise many animals in Hogwarts. Dumbledore trusts me very much. Hagrid pretended to be calm when he found Harry looking at him, but the pride in his expression betrayed him. Harry walked over and held out the parchment. The owl Edward immediately stretched out his left leg and signaled Harry to tie the letter. Hagrid opened the window. It was calm and there were even a few stars in the sky. Edward flapped his wings and flew into the night with Harry's joy. The next day, Mrs. Harris deliberately got up early to prepare breakfast and urged her family to get up. Hurry up, Ren, Daisy, there are a lot of things to buy today. Women are always very active in shopping. After finishing breakfast at the urging of his mother, he went to Gringotts in Diagon Alley again with the portkey he had applied for in advance. After taking the gold coins, Mrs. Harris assigned tasks to the older children. Wren, you go buy all the herbs, Daisy and your father go buy books and cauldrons, Alan, I will take you to buy a wand first. And then everyone will meet at Madame Malkin's robe shop. You all need to buy new school uniforms. Madame Malkin is the best. He ran straight to Ollivander. Alan had reason to suspect that Mrs. Harris wanted to save time so that she could spend more time in Madame Malkin's shop. Garrick Ollivander's wand shop was small and shabby. The golden sign on the door had peeled off, and it read, Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand was placed alone on the faded purple cushion. When they entered the store, a series of jingling bells came from somewhere behind the store. The shop was very small, with nothing but a bench. Thousands of narrow long boxes were almost piled up to the top of the ceiling, which should all be wands. Because it was still early, although it was still the beginning of the school year, there were obviously no other customers inside, and the shop was very quiet. Alan couldn't help but breathe lightly. Good morning, you are the first customers to arrive today. I am Garrick Ollivander. A soft voice said. An old man suddenly slid out from behind a counter and looked at Alan with his big light-colored eyes in front of Alan. He seemed very happy. Seemingly seeing Alan's confusion, in most cases, people tend to go to other stores first and then come to choose wands. It's so strange. I can't understand their ideas. For wizards, wands are the most important companions. Ollivander complained. Dark purple-brown walnut, 10¼ inches long, it is a particularly beautiful wand and a good wand for casting spells. Am I right, Mrs. Harris? Long time no see. Ollivander suddenly turned to Mrs. Harris and asked. Oh, of course, your memory is still as good as before. Although she had answered the same question 3 times, Mrs. Harris was willing to cooperate with Ollivander to show her respect for the wand-making master. Remember, wax it regularly. Ollivander's eyes suddenly became sharp. Of course, I love it very much. This is my youngest son, Alan. I brought him to choose a wand today. Mrs. Harris pushed Alan forward and quickly diverted Ollivander's attention. Oh, okay, Alan, let me see. He took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his pocket. Which arm do you use to wield the wand? I am used to using my hand to hold the wand. Right hand. Alan said, Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, does your last name mean that your ancestor used an olive wood wand? Ollivander sounds a bit like Oilva, olive tree, wind, magic wand. Ah, sharp little wizard, the sorting hat will sort you into our raven claw, but please raise your arm. Okay. Fortunately, the tape measure is automatically operated, and does not need to be touched by Ollivander, an old man. The ruler first measures from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, the shoulder to the floor, the knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. Although Alan did not know how this measurement would be of great use to his choice of wand during the rapid growth period of his body, he was still very cooperative. Perhaps this would narrow down the range of Ollivander's recommendations a little? Alan was ready for a protracted battle. He had the impression that at this time, the protagonist would be particularly picky when choosing a wand. Ollivander shuttled between the shelves, busy selecting some long boxes to move down, and the tape measure slipped to the ground and rolled up. Well, Alan, try this one. Made of beechwood and snake nerves. 9 inches long. Beechwood wands can show their exquisite and artistic skills, and this is why it can create a glorious reputation that few other woods can match, but beechwood wands will be very powerless in the face of narrow-minded and intolerant people. You try to wave it. Alan waved it in his hand, and there was an explosion. Looking at the broken window, Alan thought to himself, fortunately, it seems that I am not a narrow-minded person who does not understand tolerance. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction, Good luck, this one, 9 gold galleons. Wait. Mr. Ollivander. Can I try it again? I feel that it is not completely smooth. Alan was a little unwilling to end the selection of the wand so simply. He wanted to make it more ceremonial, or he would feel a little sorry for himself. Hey? Why? Well, since you insist. But it's okay, do you want to learn more about wands? Then try this one again. Apple wood is matched with unicorn hair. There are not many wands made of apple wood. They are powerful and especially suitable for those with lofty ideals and pursuits. Applewood is not suitable for black magic. It is said that the holder of the applewood wand will be loved and live a long life. I find that the guests who are suitable for applewood are always very charismatic. Although Ollivander didn't understand Alan's thoughts, he obviously introduced the wand to Alan in much more detail than to other young wizards. He paused and handed the wand to Alan, and began to introduce the wand core. Unicorn hair is the most compatible when casting magic, and it is least susceptible to fluctuations and obstacles from other magic. Wands with unicorn hair as the core are the least suitable for casting black magic. They are the most loyal of all wands, and usually maintain a strong connection with their first owner, regardless of whether he or she is a skilled wizard or not. Although wands made of unicorn hair have a small disadvantage, that is, they cannot be used to make very powerful wands, so I used powerful applewood as compensation. In addition, if used improperly, they will have severe depression, which means that unicorn hair will die faster and need to replace the wand core. Alan's fingers just touched the wand, and Ollivander took it back. No, don't touch it, not this one, and then looked at Alan with a strange look. Alan felt a little uncomfortable with this look, thinking to himself, is this guy trying to hint that I will become a dark wizard? Ollivander asked Alan to try one wand after another. The wand cores were obviously biased towards dark magic or could cast powerful spells, but Alan could use them smoothly and make a lot of noise with each one, but it seemed that none of them could match perfectly, or let Ollivander think that the wand was a perfect match. Ollivander, who was a little excited about Alan's performance at first, had beads of sweat on his forehead. I really don't know whether to say that you are picky or accept everything, but at least you can use other people's wands temporarily when necessary, child. He thought again and again, and went back to the back hall to hold out a box wrapped in silky satin. Try this wand, mahogany, phoenix feathers. Ollivander carefully took out the wand, which was made of rhino horn and had a purple-red luster. Alan held the wand in his hand. And a wonderful feeling rose in his heart. The wand seemed to have become a part of his body. Alan's thoughts turned, and the top of the wand burst into fireworks, as if cheering for his encounter with Alan. Mahogany is suitable for deformation, strong and durable, and highly protective. Phoenix feathers are the rarest wand core. Phoenix feather wands can cast the largest range of magic, although they may take longer than unicorn hair and dragon heart tendons to reflect this feature. It has the strongest initiative of all wand cores, and sometimes even shows its own will, although this feature is not liked by many wizards. When phoenix feather wands meet potential masters, they are always picky, because the phoenix, the producer of phoenix feathers, is the most independent and isolated creature in the world. Wands made of phoenix feathers are the most difficult to tame and the most difficult to make them fit with their own personality, and their loyalty is usually difficult to win. Ollivander stared at Alan with pale eyes, very surprised. While matching the wand maintenance equipment for Alan, Ollivander couldn't help but he kept turning his head to look at Alan. It's amazing, you will definitely achieve great success. The wood of this wand comes from the German Mughal royal family in the early 20th century. Since the right core was found and it was made, it has been here for almost a century. You are the first one who can use this wand so skillfully. Alan decided not to come to this store unless necessary. I heard that Ollivander's children had died. He was so enthusiastic about him. Could it be that he wanted me to be his wand-making apprentice and heir in the future? Paid Mr. Ollivander 13 gold galleons to buy the wand, and Mr. Ollivander bowed and sent them out of the store. Warm tips from the Invincible Academic Master System. Want to make a unique, growable wand by yourself? As long as you complete the limited time emergency task, you can own the alchemy manual of the ancient alchemist Jepper. Chapter 12 Borgen and Burke Shop, modified, typos have been corrected. Emergency task? Growable wand? What task is it? Alan is really looking forward to it. The system's rewards are real good things. Task content: remove the curse on the lizard man and gain the gratitude of the lizard man. Due to the increased difficulty of the task, the host can use the wand. The system can also provide map navigation services to facilitate the host to find the lizard man. There are still 15 hours left before the task deadline, please cheer up. As soon as the system finished speaking, a black map showing the route appeared in Alan's mind. The yellow icon represented Alan's current location. Alan kept moving the map up in his mind and found a red icon. This red icon represented the lizard man that Alan was looking for. The strange thing is that this icon actually moved quickly on the map. Alan, stop being in a daze, hurry up, we are going to Madame Malkin's shop now. Mrs. Harris urged. After leaving Ollivander, Mrs. Harris couldn't wait to pull Alan to Madame Malkin's shop. Madame Malkin was a short and fat witch, wearing a purple dress, smiling. Good morning, Mrs. Harris, how can I help you? First, make 2 sets of school uniforms for my little son Alan. Mrs. Harris pointed to Alan, who seemed to be wandering in the sky, but was actually studying the map. Do you want to buy Hogwarts school uniforms, dear? Without waiting for Alan to speak, she continued, we are the best choice for Hogwarts students to buy uniforms. To be honest, the uniforms I make are cheap, beautiful, and durable. Alan couldn't see any beauty in the uniform black wizard robes with different edges. After all, he already had the best wizard robes in the world, the wonderful wizard robes that can be invisible, defensive, and deformed. Madame Malkin asked Alan to stand on a footstool, put a black robe on him, and pinned it to the right length for him. After measuring the size, Madame Malkin took out a ready-made robe, waved her wand to thread the needle, and the needle, thread, and scissors kept interweaving on the robe, modifying the width and length of the robe. Mrs. Harris was selecting wizard costumes of different styles and colors in the ladies' area. Mom, I have an appointment with Harry to go shopping together. Can I go find him? This is the disadvantage of not graduating. You are not so free to move. Of course, for real minors, it is understandable to report your whereabouts to your parents. Your classmate Harry? He is also a little wizard. Mrs. Harris did not know Harry's identity and thought he was an ordinary classmate. It won't be Harry Potter, right? Calculate it, his grade is also the time for school. Madame Malkin said with a smile, but she didn't think that Alan was going to meet the famous Harry Potter, and she didn't expect that she would personally tailor Harry Potter's clothes soon. Yes, he also received the admission letter. Go, remember to rush back to the Leaky Cauldron before dark, we will have dinner there before going home. Mrs. Harris took out 5 gold galleons and stuffed a handful of silver natto into Alan's bag. You can't go out without money. This sentence applies to any country or world. Of course, Alan didn't really go to find Harry. After all, time is limited, and he has too many secrets to share with Harry. Warm reminder, if you want to remove the curse on the lizard man, please go to Nocturne Alley first and find the magic ball of the goddess of luck fowls. This is a serial task. Alan didn't have time to sigh too much, and immediately got up and went to Nocturne Alley along the map. Before entering Nocturne Alley, Alan turned on the stealth function of the Meow Meow wizard robe on a secluded street. Nocturne Alley is not a place suitable for young wizards who have not graduated. It is a mixed bag, full of black wizards of different personalities, and all kinds of incredible, terrifying and cruel black magic items can be found here. Carefully passing the old witch who was boiling an unknown potion with a strange color, passing the burly wizard with a large scar on his face, and passing through the dark and narrow alley, Alan followed the map to the door of a shop with a dusty window. A dark red plaque like blood was hung on the eaves, Bogan and Burke's shop, and a few large black characters were twisted on the plaque, indicating that this was definitely not an ordinary shop. Alan didn't dare to go in easily. You know, even if it's a small muggle shop, there will be an electronic synthesized voice welcome when you walk in, not to mention that this is definitely a shop full of darkness that can never appear openly. Alan waited quietly for a while, and luckily, a tall and thin man with a skull mask soon came in. The wizard appeared in the alley and walked towards the store. A few seconds later, Alan was extremely glad for his cautious decision. Alan followed the masked wizard and slipped into the store. As they entered, a bell rang inside the store. The wizard quickly looked around the store, then walked straight to the counter and rang the bell. A hunched man appeared behind the counter, stroking his greasy hair with his hands. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" Mr. Borgin said in a tone as greasy as his hair. "I have a cursed necklace here that has taken the lives of 19 muggles. Are you interested in seeing it?" The masked man's muffled voice was a disguise. Hearing this, Mr. Borgin took out a pair of rusty leather gloves from under the counter and put them on his hands. He also took out 2 silver tweezers, picked up the 2 ends of the necklace, and placed it on a tray covered with red velvet for careful observation. Then, he took off his gloves and muttered to himself, "Now let me see your secret." He pulled out a magic wand from his robe sleeve and pointed it at the necklace, saying, "Show yourself quickly." Every opal in the necklace was flashing silver fluorescence. Mr. Borgin seemed to have made a judgment and said to the masked man, "The necklace cursed by Eris does have a fatal effect. I need to do other tests to determine its specific power. 20 gold galleons, okay. Don't joke, Borgin, I know the market. Items cursed by Eris are very rare, and muggle detection methods have no effect on them. 200 galleons. The masked man pointed out Mr. Borgin's price-cutting behavior without hesitation and stated that he knew the market. "You know, these black magic items are now strictly investigated." Alan saw that it was not the magic ball he was looking for, so he didn't want to listen to their bargaining. Instead, he started to look around. This was a spacious and dim shop, with hideous masks glaring down on the wall, various human bones on the counters, and rusty sharp-toothed instruments hanging from the ceiling. Alan looked at the counters one by one and found 2 spherical objects, but the content displayed on the labels was not the magic ball that Alan was looking for, and the SWIBA Invincible system did not give any prompts for successful discovery. At this time, Mr. Borgin successfully traded with the masked man at a price of 160 gold galleons. The masked man refused other black magic items promoted by Mr. Borgin and left quickly. Mr. Borgin was in a good mood and pushed open a hidden door on the right side of the lobby with a tray in one hand. The door was dark inside. Alan immediately followed it with an idea. Chapter 13, Snatching the Magic Ball, Modified, Typos have been corrected. After entering the door, Alan was surprised to find that this was not a room, but a spiral staircase passage. The murals hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor made various sounds, probably like painful groans, horrible wails, like being tortured by hell, and the sharp sound of nails scratching on blackboards. All kinds of sounds merged together, combined with the dim green light. It was really frightening. Alan tried his best to lighten his steps and followed Mr. Borgin up the creaky old wooden stairs and saw a heavy vermilion wooden door. Mr. Borgin, who was hunched over, pushed the door open. Before Alan had time to observe carefully, he heard a click, and everything in front of him was bright, and everything was clearly visible. The white and miserable light coldly filled the whole room. This was a storage room with no windows. Facing the door, Alan saw all kinds of strange biological specimens, mummies, and bottles and jars of animal and plant organs soaked in formalin. The left wall was full of storage grids all the way to the ceiling. Some large bronze boxes were neatly stacked in the right corner. Next to the box was a long silver table. On the mat in a glass box on the table, there was a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards and a motionless glass eyeball. There were also some potions of various colors and glassware on the table placed on an iron shelf. Alan's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at a corner of the table. A cream-colored round ball was casually placed on the wooden shelf with a pile of prophecy balls. The Invincible academic system sounded a prompt in his mind. Alan knew that the unremarkable round ball was the magic ball of the goddess of luck fowls that he was looking for on this trip. After turning on the light, Mr. Borgin sat down at the long table, gently placed the tray on the table, opened the drawer, took out the gloves and put them on, and picked a bottle of purple potion on the shelf. It seemed that he wanted to carefully study the power of the necklace. Alan's brain was working frantically. How could he get the magic ball? Disguise as a customer to buy it and take it away secretly when he was not prepared, or be safer and wait for Mr. Borgin to finish his research before stealing it. Just when Alan was desperately thinking about these things, the worst thing happened. The magic robe can only make one invisible for half an hour at a time, 3 times a day. Now, half an hour is up. Alan's figure suddenly appeared in the storage room without any cover. Mr. Borgin immediately found something unusual. He drew out his wand and turned to point at Alan. Alan only had time to conjure up a mask to cover his face. Faint, Mr. Borgin quickly cast a spell, which was dodged by Alan with a neat move. The spell hit the shelf behind Alan, and the bottles and jars broke into pieces, and the liquid inside splashed everywhere. A skull rolled to the ground, and its big mouth opened and closed. Alan pounced on Mr. Borgin at lightning speed. Mr. Borgin was horrified and rolled to avoid it. Alan did not want to hurt anyone, and his target was not Mr. Borgin, but the magic ball on the table. Alan grabbed the magic ball on the shelf and rushed to the door. Mr. Borgin stretched out his wand and fired spells desperately from behind. Obstacles, obstacles, fainting. In the narrow spiral corridor, Alan was as flexible as a monkey, jumping up and down to avoid the attack of the spell. People make mistakes, and horses stumble. Alan did not notice the vines that suddenly sprang out of the stair railing. Even if he jumped in time and avoided the entanglement of the vines, he was hit by the coma spell from behind. Fortunately, Alan's wonderful wizard bounced back Mr. Borgin's coma spell, and Mr. Borgin had to use the armor spell to protect himself. At this time, Alan seized the opportunity and instantly activated the invisibility function of the wonderful wizard robe and escaped. I actually forgot this, otherwise the battle would have been resolved long ago. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human instinct. Alan smiled, activated the invisibility skill again, and left the store. Quickly left Nocturne Alley, and the dazzling sunlight sprinkled on Alan, warm. Alan happily basked in the sunshine, leaving the dark Diagon Alley behind, and walked away. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic ball of the goddess of luck fowls. The magic ball can remove all negative states and has a miraculous effect on curses. There are 13 hours and 43 minutes left before the end of the mission. Time was running out, and Alan checked the map in his mind and was surprised to find that the location of the lizard man was actually in the Muggle world, and in the City of London Baker Street station. Alan made a prompt decision and took a taxi to the nearest subway station, and then transferred to Baker Street station. There is a poster-sized copper nameplate here, which reads, "This platform is part of the world's first subway in 1863, hereby certified." Generally speaking, there are advertisements on both sides of the London subway platform, but Baker Street station is different. There is space for promotional posters above each platform seat. These posters vividly depict the scene when this platform was just opened in 1863, which can be called a museum of London subway history. But Alan had no time to watch these posters. Because he found that the icon that just showed the lizard man here quickly moved to other places. Alan was a little at a loss. Should he keep chasing its trail? Just when he was at a loss, Alan saw the subway map he had just received. In London, passengers can get a small subway map that is longer than B5 paper for free at every subway station, and compared it with the movement trajectory of the lizard man in his mind. Alan was surprised to find that the movement trajectory of the lizard man actually overlapped with the subway route perfectly. Chapter 14 Lizard Man, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Alan took the subway map and repeatedly compared it with the movement trajectory of the lizard man. He had to accept the fact that the lizard man he was looking for might be a subway. If my guess is correct, I just need to wait here and I can wait for the lizard man. Alan thought. For the next time, Alan sat on the waiting bench, seemingly closing his eyes to rest, but actually tracking the icon representing the lizard man on the map. The subway came and went, and the flowing crowd walked hurriedly up and down. Here we go, Alan opened his glasses instantly, and walked forward with a determined momentum. Let me see what's going on. Alan boarded the subway with the crowd, the alarm sounded, and the subway door slowly closed. At this moment, the scene in Alan's eyes changed completely, and this change shocked Alan. All the people seemed to be frozen in time and space. The middle-aged man who was talking freely had not put down his raised hands, the beautiful girl who was laughing had not changed the arc of her mouth, the young man with headphones had an indifferent face, but his body did not move at all. Even the handrails and seats changed. The handrails at the top of the subway were replaced by green fiber-like objects. The seats were even stranger, with dark green backs and shapes very similar to huge scales of fish. On each scale seat sat a green little man who looked like Avatar, but their lower bodies turned into cushions of the chairs. The arms of these little green men stretched straight and turned into the armrests of the seats. The most frightening thing is that each little green man has a needle-shaped straw behind his head connected to the giant scales on his back. People with seats sit on these little green men, and gases of various colors drill out from the top of their heads, are sucked into the mouths of the little green men, and then drill into the needles behind the little green men's heads and enter the scales. System, what's going on? Why am I seeing such a horrible scene? The terrified Alan desperately called the system in his mind. God has mercy on him, he has never seen such a weird scene in his 2 lives. Host, please don't panic. The magic ball of fowls you carry with you can remove all negative states, including confusion. The familiar system voice successfully calmed Alan down. The crisp sound of clapping broke the silence in the subway. In an instant, all the little green men opened their eyes, and their bright yellow eyeballs stared at Alan. Alan's heart was horrified, and the hair on his back stood up. After calming down, Alan asked, "Hello, do you understand what I say?" The little green people were still staring at him. Could it be that you don't understand English? Alan suddenly remembered the magic ball he had worked so hard to get, and quickly summoned it from the system's storage space. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Alan felt that the brightness in the eyes of the little green people staring at him was a bit scorching. "Dear magician, hello, we won't get tired if we don't blink, please forgive our rudeness just now." A pale the old voice sounded in the carriage behind Alan. Alan turned around quickly and saw a little green man with a white beard and a golden crown inlaid with red gems, leading a little green man in the carriage behind Alan. Unlike the little green men on the seats, they have a long needle on their backs connected to the carriage, but the length is enough for them to move around at will and hide themselves. "Hello, my name is Alan, who are you?" Alan hurriedly bowed and introduced himself. "Hello, we are the elves of the goddess of luck, Furs, the lucky elves. My name is Fornus, and this is my grandson and my heir, Fordle." Fornus pointed to the little green man next to him. "Mr. Fornus, as the king of the lucky elf clan, do you know the news of the lizard man?" Alan asked Fornus. "Lizard man, is this what the outside world calls us now? Who still remembers the help and happiness that the lucky elves bring to people?" Fornus' voice was full of heaviness and grief. "So, the lucky elves are the lizard-bodied people." Alan's guess was confirmed. "Yes, the lucky elves are the lizard-bodied people you mentioned. At the beginning, the goddess of luck, Fowls, and the goddess of misfortune, Eris, made a bet. The goddess of luck believed that human nature is good, while the goddess of misfortune believed that human nature is evil. They chose a kind family favored by the goddess of luck as the object of the bet. As a result, the goddess of misfortune won, so as the elves of the goddess of luck, we are cursed forever, while the evil pets of the goddess of misfortune can appear in the world openly. However, the goddess of luck left an oracle that when someone appears with her magic ball, it is the time for our clan to be liberated. Speaking of this, Fowls became excited. We have waited for many years, and finally you are here. After saying that, Fowls looked eagerly at the magic ball in Alan's hand. What should I do? Alan also wanted to help these victims of the bet. As long as you sincerely want to save us, recite this spell to activate the magic ball. Fornes slid to Alan in an instant and handed him a roll of parchment. Alan took the parchment, looked at it, and asked the system in his mind to help identify it, while saying, "Mr. Fornes, please forgive me for asking a question. Why are you called Lucky Elves?" "It's nothing, Mr. Magician. In addition to being the elves of the goddess of luck, we use the 7 emotions and 6 desires emitted by humans as food, and at the same time feed back happiness and joy to humans," Fornes said proudly, "but now the happiness and joy we produce have been sucked away by these straws." "Okay, I'm ready." Alan said so after being recognized by the system. Chapter 15 Gratitude of the Lizard Man, modified, typos have been corrected. The spell provided by Fornes was detected by the system and was correct. Alan held up the magic ball and said to the little green people, "Then I'll start." "Please." Fornes took his grandson and bowed deeply to Alan. After closing his eyes and arranging his mood, with sincere prayers, Alan held the magic ball of the goddess of luck, Fowls, in both hands and chanted the spell loudly. Waves of magic power emanated from Alan's body and flowed into the magic ball. The magic ball was shining silver, and the soft light gradually spread. The lucky elves who came into contact with the light broke free from the shackles and stroked their hands and feet with joy. Fowls and Fort also gained complete freedom. They walked hand in hand behind Alan, stretched out their hands and put them on Alan's back. "Let us help you." The huge power of prayer made the light of the magic ball spread rapidly, and the sound of chanting spells echoed throughout the subway, so solemn and so solemn. Alan's heart was filled with a sense of sacredness. Being able to save a race is more meaningful than gaining any honor. The lucky elves spontaneously formed a pattern of leaves and chanted a spell that Alan could not understand at all. The whole carriage vibrated regularly with the rhythm of the spell. Fort stretched out his hands to Alan and motioned Alan to hold them. Alan quickly grabbed Fort. In an instant, the whole carriage seemed to break out of the ground, and the dazzling sunlight instantly caused the cheers of the lucky elves. Alan looked down and broke free from the shackles of the lizard subway and the shackles of the confusing curse. The crowd in the subway resumed the hustle and bustle. The lucky elves rode on the lizard and flew to the blue sky and the warm sunlight. Alan and the lucky elves hid in the scales of the lizard. The scales opened and closed, the sun and darkness alternated, the wind whistled past his ears, and Ford shouted happily, "This is the feeling of freedom." Finally, they stopped on a quiet lawn with no one around. Alan jumped off the lizard, and Fornes also led the elves to jump off. "Alan, thank you for helping our lucky elves. You will always be our good friend." Fornes looked at Alan gratefully. "Thank you, may our friendship last forever," Alan said. "This is the potion we got from the goddess of luck for wizards to increase their magic potential. It is different from the quick effect of the magic potion. It mainly increases your magic growth potential by a large margin. Please accept our gift." Fornes looked at Alan and smiled sincerely. "Take it, Alan. It's really useful. You won't have to work so hard when you cast spells in the future." As soon as Forte finished speaking, the elves' kind laughter rang out on the lawn. "Okay, I'll take it. Thank you." Alan also smiled and accepted the elves' friend's it's getting late, I have to go. Looking at the sky, Alan hurriedly said goodbye. Where are you going, Alan? We can take you there. Ford asked. I need to go to Diagon Alley. Alan looked around the deserted area and did not refuse Ford's kindness. Fornes said to Ford, Ford, you take your people to rest, I'll take Alan there and I'll be back soon. Fornes motioned for Alan to grab his arm, and Alan quickly hugged it, and in an instant they appeared at the door of the leaky cauldron. It turned out to be Apparition. Fornes was an elf with abundant magic power, and it was not a problem for him to apparition with Alan. The two hugged and said goodbye again, and Fornes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Alan walked into the leaky cauldron easily. Alan walked around the leaky cauldron, and Mrs. Harris and the others had not arrived yet. For ladies, an accessory can be discussed for a long time, not to mention that they have to buy so many clothes. Great, I still have time to contact Harry. Alan walked quickly to the owl contact station, wanting to hire a qualified owl to contact Harry. I hope Harry hasn't left Diagon Alley yet. With a hint of apology, Alan tied the written parchment to the owl's leg. Chapter 16 Preparations before school starts, modified, typos corrected. Alan watched the owl go away, hoping that Harry hadn't left Diagon Alley yet. Quickly rushed back to the leaky cauldron, and before he finished eating an ice cream sundae, Harry's reply arrived. The letter was very brief, with only a few words, Hagrid and I are rushing to the leaky cauldron. Now, Alan can eat ice cream with more peace of mind. Alan, I'm here. Harry waved to Alan excitedly. Next to him stood a burly giant, his face almost completely covered by messy long hair and tangled thick beard, but you can still see his pair of black beetle-like eyes shining under his hair. The two of them were carrying packages of different sizes and shapes, and Harry was holding a sleeping snowy owl in his arms. Fortunately, there were almost no people in the leaky cauldron now, otherwise such a large giant would definitely attract a lot of attention. Alan, this is Hagrid, the keykeeper of Hogwarts. Harry happily introduced Hagrid to his friend. Hagrid. This is my best friend Alan. It can be seen that Harry was much more lively after seeing Alan. Nice to meet you, Hagrid. Alan stretched out his hand like an adult. Hagrid blinked, put the things on the table, rubbed his hand on his oversized moleskin coat, and held Alan's hand. Nice to meet you, Alan. Mr. Tom brought up the food Alan had just ordered, and Alan ordered a glass of fish-flavored green beer for Hagrid that his father had drunk. With the food, the atmosphere was really different. The three of them feasted on it. After a busy day, everyone was hungry. Alan, everyone thinks I'm special. Harry put down his fork and the burden in his heart. The people in the leaky cauldron, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander, but I know nothing about magic. How can they expect me to achieve great things? I am famous, but I don't even remember the things that made me famous. Inval, I am sorry, I mean, on the night my parents died, I didn't know what happened at all. Before Alan could speak, Hagrid touched Harry's head, and a kind smile appeared under his shaggy beard and eyebrows. Don't worry, Harry. You will learn it soon. At Hogwarts, everyone starts from the basics. You will be fine. Cheer up. You will be happy at Hogwarts, just like me. To be honest, I was and am happy now. Alan nodded, agreeing with Hagrid's words. Harry, you see, I go to the same school as you, right? Students living in wizard families don't know much more than you. Believe me, you will be very good. But you are so good and learn everything very quickly. Compared with you, I am really bad. Harry was not comforted. If all the little wizards were like Alan, he would definitely be the last one, and then the school would probably think it was a mistake and let him drop out. Alan looked at Harry, who seemed to be more terrified, and said quickly, You know, not all little wizards are as good as me. After that, Alan deliberately shook his golden hair back. I will often visit you during this holiday. I will tell you everything I know about the wizarding world, and we can also preview our lessons together. Perhaps, you can come to my house and stay for a while, and then we can go to school together." Alan's strategy of changing the subject was very successful, and Harry was indeed excited. "Great, then I can leave the Dursleys earlier." After enjoying the food, Hagrid said he would send Harry to the train, and Alan would continue to wait for his family at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry was much happier when he said goodbye. "Don't forget to come and see me, Alan." "Don't worry." Alan nodded affirmatively and watched Harry and Hagrid leave. Finally, the family returned with big and small bags, and Alan and his family returned home to sort out their belongings. Alan returned to the bedroom with his belongings. Now he had time to check the rewards given by the system. The magic ball of the Goddess of Luck Fowls was quietly placed in the system storage space, emitting warm fluorescence. With it, Alan did not have to fear any curses and confusions, and did not have to worry about any Watt poison. There is also the alchemy experience of the ancient alchemist Jepper. A thick stack of parchments was neatly stacked in a storage space. Alan summoned the top one and observed it carefully. The ancient and majestic atmosphere came over him, full of the vicissitudes of history. After flipping through a few of them, the seemingly concise text contained not simple content, including the techniques, spells, materials, etc. for making magic objects. Alan put down Jabber's experience. "This is definitely not something that can be studied and thoroughly understood casually. Not to mention the principle, even those strange herbs such as Migu and Jujube require time and luck to obtain." Looking at the bottle of potion that increases magic potential, Alan thought of Dumbledore, Snape, and other wizards with abundant magic power. School is about to start, and the most urgent thing is to learn brain occlusion. Not only that, but also to take this potion. Only in this way can I ensure that my origins will never be known to others. If Voldemort knew about his experience, he would probably not be obsessed with Harry anymore, but would catch me at all costs to study. Although he has a system for academic masters, his strength is not enough compared to them, so he must be careful. Thinking of this, Alan turned out the Encyclopedia of Spells and studied it carefully. Brain occlusion is a magical art that resists the infiltration of external spirits, which can seal the brain to resist magical invasion and influence. The opposite magic is legilimency. People who are proficient in brain occlumency are called brain occlumency masters. Seeing this, Alan suddenly thought that Severus Snape was an extremely successful brain occlumency master because he was able to act as a spy among the Death Eaters under the nose of Voldemort. Voldemort was a skilled legilimency master and had good reasons to doubt Snape's loyalty. Dumbledore was also proficient in brain occlumency. If he wanted, he could teach Harry. But Harry only learned some basic theories and made no progress in resisting attacks. The main reason may be the pressure of O.W.Ls exams and lack of proper practice. It can be seen that only what is in your own hands is the most reliable. Alan made up his mind to study harder and master more skills. Chapter 17 Invite Harry to be my guest, modified, typos have been corrected. Time passed as Alan studied hard. During this period, Alan studied the brain block technique seriously. Although he had no sparring partner, he was able to practice attentively every day. After taking the potion to increase magic potential, Alan's magic power increased incredibly fast, and there was no danger of any magic riot. Of course, it is very important to combine work and rest. It is wonderful to occasionally appreciate the wonders of the world while practicing hard. When Alan proposed to invite Harry Potter to play at home, the whole family agreed unanimously. In order to welcome Harry, Mrs. Harris even did a thorough cleaning and commissioned Daisy to buy a lot of ingredients. This child is really not easy. Everyone only remembers that he defeated the big devil, but it must be uncomfortable to live under someone else's roof. Mrs. Harris sighed, waving her wand to remove a stain on the wall. Indeed, due to a series of disturbances caused by the admission letter, the relationship between Harry and his aunt's family has reached a freezing point. His aunt's family completely ignored Harry. In addition to Harry's curiosity about the magical world, except for Alan's visit to him, Harry stayed in the room most of the time to study his school textbooks. Under the influence of Alan and the guidance of his interests, Harry became very diligent. While Harry was reading seriously, a mighty and strong owl flew in from the window. Harry jumped out of the bed and quickly ran to the table. The owl Edward had already stretched out his left leg proudly. Harry showed opening the parchment. It was written. Dear Harry, I will pick you up at my house at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone in the family is eagerly looking forward to your arrival. Ellen Harris. Harry immediately sat down at the table, dipped his ink, and replied to Ellen that he was also looking forward to tomorrow's trip. The next morning, Harry packed his things neatly and looked forward to it. I don't know how Ellen will pick him up. I hope it will be in a normal way, such as taking a public bus. The pointer moved by 1 second, and Harry couldn't help but hold Ellen's letter tightly. Uncle Vernon tightened his tie, looked in the mirror, and glanced at Harry. Harry, are you sure someone will pick you up at 10 o'clock? Without waiting for Harry to respond, he seemed to regret asking this question and said quickly, we are going to Aunt Fengji's house. I hope your weird friends can arrive on time. Harry wanted to retort that Alan was not a weirdo, but you were. But for the freedom that was within his reach, Harry endured it. The pointer finally pointed to 10, and the doorbell rang at the same time. Harry didn't wait for Uncle Vernon to speak, and rushed to the door in 2 or 3 steps and opened it. Alan Harris looked at him with a smile. Mr. Harris was standing outside the door with 2 boxes of black tea in his hands, nodding politely to Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon narrowed his eyes, looked up and down at Mr. Harris, and instantly smiled warmly. It's not difficult to guess the reason. The big logo of the Mercedes car behind Mr. Harris was shining in the sun. No matter how strict a person is, he can't find fault with Mr. Harris's decent dress. Uncle Vernon warmly invited Mr. Harris in, and Alan winked at Harry. After so many interactions, Alan certainly knew Uncle Vernon's character. It's nothing to respect the clothes first and then the person. It's so strange, most people are like this. But Alan definitely doesn't want his father to be despised, and Mr. Harris doesn't want Harry to be embarrassed. Harry and Alan ran upstairs, and then ran downstairs, as fast as a tornado. Harry held Hedwig's cage, and Alan packed all the other bags by himself. Such a great strength made Harry dumbfounded. Alan had to hurry up, because the Muggle Q&A he popularized to Mr. Harris would probably not last long. When Alan's car went away, Uncle Vernon kept waving. No wonder Alan is so outstanding, growing up in an elite family, he will definitely succeed. Vernon firmly believes that people who talk so well cannot be wizards. Chapter 18 Platform 9, Modified, typos have been corrected. After returning the rental car, Alan and his group came to the magic lamp post. It was Harry's first time to ride the magic lamp post. He watched Mr. Harris's every move with interest. Like Alan, he felt it was amazing. Although it was not the first time for Alan to ride, he also had his own feelings. Although the science and technology of the Muggle world is developing rapidly and changing with each passing day, the research of time and space in the wizarding world is far beyond that of Muggles. If the transmission technology of this magic lamp post can be popularized in the Muggle world, the housing prices in the previous life would not be so outrageous. Soon, a small villa with red bricks and white windows appeared in Harry's eyes. The yard was shaded by green trees, and several huge horizontal beams were sawed into several sections and scattered in the garden. They were probably enchanted to prevent moisture and insects, and were used as seats by Alan's family. There was also a simple swing fixed between 2 big trees, and the swing frame was entangled with green vines and beautiful flowers. The whole yard was simple, natural, and full of vitality. Harry fell in love with it at first sight. There was a feeling of freedom and unrestrainedness here. Mrs. Harris took a special leave today to welcome Harry's arrival. The little daughter Emily hid behind her mother and peeked out. As soon as she saw Harry, Mrs. Harris gave Harry a big hug. "Harry, welcome." The second brother Lun stretched out his hand seriously. The warm welcome was not over yet. The eldest sister Daisy brought out steaming hot black tea, and Mrs. Harris directed the sausages to fly to the corresponding plates. After dinner, Harry followed Alan to the bedroom. The first thing that caught his eye was a bunk bed. This bed was obviously made up of two beds spliced together. The upper bed was made up of some smooth wooden boards and tree rings. Harry counted in his mind, the trees were older than him. The splicing of the two beds was slightly crooked, but it looked strangely harmonious. Facing the window was a huge desk, on which were placed some books, ink, and a stack of parchment. Next, Alan helped Harry put things in order. Before going to bed at night, Harry was very satisfied. What a warm and friendly family. The following days were calm, but every day was full of fun for Harry. He liked to get up early and follow Alan to do those movements that he couldn't understand. His irregular postures often made Alan laugh. He liked to watch all kinds of magic kitchen utensils flying around and cooking delicious dishes. He liked the gentle Mr. Harris, the meticulous Mrs. Harris, the beautiful elder sister Daisy, the serious Lun, the naughty and lovely Emily who always pestered him to tell stories, not to mention the teacher Albert who had been admired by him early. Happy time always flies, and it's time to go to school in a blink of an eye. On this lively and serious morning, the family packed all the luggage to be taken away early. Mr. Harris used his position to borrow one of the only two magic cars left in the Ministry of Magic. Harry stared at Mr. Harris stuffing a pile of luggage on it one by one. It's obviously a sedan, but the interior space is like a small van. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Harry looked around for a long time while Mr. Harris and his team were unloading the luggage, but he really couldn't find platform 9 3/4. Harry looked carefully for a long time, and it was true. There was a big plastic sign with the number 9 on one platform, and a big plastic sign with the number 10 on the other platform, and there was nothing in between. "Are you looking for platform 9 3/4? Alan was carrying two big suitcases and a huge backpack on his back. Although Alan was very strong, this burden really affected his movements, and the backpack was 2 heads over him. Almost the moment Alan picked up the backpack, Alan decided to study the traceless extension spell as soon as he was allowed to use the wand. He had a small Kipling backpack that was very suitable. Harry nodded. "I can't find platform 9 3/4. "Don't worry," Alan said, "just go straight to the ticket gate between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid, just go straight in, this is very important. If you are nervous, just run. Let's go. I'll go first, you can follow me." Alan has heard Len tell him countless times how to get to the platform. Alan pushed his suitcase and rushed to the railing of the ticket gate. In Harry's eyes, he looked like he was going to commit suicide. But what Harry was worried about did not happen. In a blink of an eye, Alan disappeared. Harry pushed his glasses, made up his mind, and ran in the direction of Alan. When Alan passed through the wall, a crimson steam locomotive stopped beside the platform full of passengers. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Alan looked back and saw that the original ticket gate had now become a wrought iron archway with the words, "Platform 9 3/4. After a while, Harry also came to his side, with a shocked look on his face. Chapter 19 Friends, Modified, Typos have been corrected. When Harry recovered from the shock, Alan picked up the box and said concisely, "Let's go, Harry. What is it like to experience a train full of students?" Alan had only one thought, it was too noisy. The sound of saying goodbye to parents, the sound of friends playing and joking, the sound of people rushing to put down their luggage. "Alan, Harry." A crisp, extremely surprised voice. It was Flag. "Flag." Harry waved his hands with great joy. "Make way, please make way." "Thank you." Fledger dragged the box through the crowd. I didn't expect that we all received the admission letter from Hogwarts. When my parents and I were traveling in France, we thought it was a bad guy's prank. It was not until Madame Hooch came to inform my parents in person that they believed it. Madame Hooch is the flying teacher of Hogwarts, she is very cool. Fledger was still as eloquent as ever. Me too, Vernon tried every means to prevent me from getting the letter, but fortunately Hagrid came to pick me up. Harry was also very excited to reunite with his friends. Why don't we find an empty carriage to sit down and talk in detail? Alan gestured to the two friends to look at the big box he was carrying. The three of them walked all the way to the back half of the train before they found an empty carriage. Several people helped each other to put away their luggage. Fledger couldn't help asking, "When did you know you were a wizard?" "When my parents saw Madame Hooch, they thought she was a liar. It wasn't until Madame Hooch flew around in front of my parents on a broom and my dad looked around to see if there was any device that they believed I was a wizard. After accepting it, they were very surprised that there was a wizard in the family. My sister was very envious. She thought being a wizard was much cooler than being a lawyer. I also knew I was a wizard during the summer vacation, but Alan grew up in a wizard family." Harry and Fledger shared the happy life in Alan's house. "Wow, Alan, it's so cool. Can I also visit your house next summer vacation?" Fledger was very envious. "Of course, Harry, I will invite you too." Looking at the two pairs of bright and expectant eyes, Alan agreed without hesitation. Next, Fledger talked about what he saw in France. "My favorite food is the flame mussels. Fresh mussels are placed on a wooden tray with 4 nails in the center. The mussels are arranged in an orderly manner around the nails in concentric circles that gradually spread outward, like dominoes. Then cover the mussels with pine needles. Pine needles are flammable, and the burning pine needles give the mussels a unique pine aroma and a unique smoky flavor. Wait until it burns out, remove the pine needle ashes covering the surface of the roasted mussels, and add some butter to enjoy." Alan felt that Fledger was particularly talented in describing food, and he, who had travelled in the kingdom of food, also felt very yearning when he heard it. Harry's face was nakedly written, "I want to eat." As he talked, Fledger himself was hungry. It was noon at this time, and the three people looked at each other, and the topic could not go on. "I'm hungry." The frank Fledger was the first to say hungry. "Me too." Harry covered his stomach pitifully. Although Mrs. Harris had given him 3 meals in the morning, he felt empty now. "I'll go out and see. There should be food for sale on the train." Alan stood up. He was a practical man. "Okay, okay." Harry and Fledger nodded in unison. As soon as he opened the door, Alan was bumped into by a tall, thin boy with red hair. "Ron." Alan quickly straightened Ron. "Alan, great, I'm looking for you. You know, I heard that Harry Potter is on this train. I really hope to meet him." Ron was still so talkative. "Come in first." Alan made way and placed Ron next to Fledger. Two equally talkative people, with the same red hair, but one is tall and the other is short. The scene of the two of them looking at each other and smiling at each other was full of joy in Alan's eyes. "Ron, the one next to you is Flag, you will become very good friends. The one next to me is the Harry Potter you have been thinking about." Alan introduced the two friends to Ron. "Hello, Flag. I am Ron Weasley." Ron stretched out his hand and introduced himself like an adult. The two were like old friends when they met. Perhaps the same hair color helped deepen their feelings? Alan was not sure. "Are you really Harry Potter? If you are serious, you know." Ron pointed to Harry's forehead. Harry brushed away a strand of hair on his forehead, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. Ron's eyes widened. "Is this what the mysterious man did?" "Yes," Harry said, "but I don't remember it anymore." "Don't remember it at all?" Ron asked anxiously. "Well, I only remember that there were a lot of green lights, and I don't remember anything else." Ron sat there after staring at Harry for a long time. He seemed to suddenly realize what he was doing, and quickly turned his eyes to the window. "What are you talking about? What happened to Harry's scar?" Fletcher's curiosity was completely aroused. "Aren't you hungry?" Alan didn't want Harry to recall it anymore, so he interrupted. "Just when I came here, I saw a food seller pushing a cart to sell from car to car. He should be here soon," Ron said very honestly. "That's great." As he was talking, a loud noise of clicking came from the aisle. A smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, "Dear, do you want to buy any food on the car?" Alan stood up immediately, and Ron's ears turned red, muttering that he brought a sandwich. Seeing this, Harry also jumped up immediately, came to the aisle, and stopped Alan's hand that was about to pay. "Alan, I ate a lot of food from you and Flegg before. How about I treat you this time?" Afraid that Alan would not believe him, he quickly added, "My parents left me a large sum of gold in Gringotts." As he said that, Harry took out a handful of gold and silver coins from his pocket. "Okay." Alan smiled and blinked. On the cart were BB multi-flavor beans, blowing super bubble gum, chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, pot cake, licorice wand, and some strange foods that Harry had never seen before. Harry bought a little of each and paid the saleswoman 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Ron stared at Harry and Alan as they carried the food they bought into the compartment and fell on the empty seats. "Are you hungry?" "Very hungry," Harry said after taking a big bite of pumpkin pie. "Flegg, try it quickly, this is Harry's heart." Alan stopped Flegg, who wanted to go out to buy. The three of them shared food and chatted. It felt so good. Chapter 20 Arrival at Hogwarts, modified, typos corrected. With food, Flegg's attention was completely diverted. He tasted these foods that were not available in the Muggle world and squinted his eyes with satisfaction. The fields passing by the car window seemed even more desolate, and a neat farmland had disappeared. What followed was a forest, a winding river and dark green hills. It was not until the sky was completely dark that Ron and Flegg stopped talking endlessly about Quidditch and football. In this regard, Harry is definitely a good listener, as long as you ignore his hands that kept fiddling with the chocolate frog cards. "Hurry up and put on your robes," I asked the experienced seniors, "and we're almost there." Alan pushed open the door of the carriage and urged the few people who hit it off at first sight. Alan couldn't stand the power of two chatterboxes together, and was curious about the train, so he went out for a walk. During this period, he met Hermione, who was helping Neville find a Toad, and Malfoy, who wanted to find Harry. Alan used the summoning charm to find Neville's Toad. As for Malfoy, Alan avoided him directly. He had not been a teacher for many years and didn't want to have too much contact with the arrogant Malfoy. "Alan, you're back. It's a pity that you were not here just now. We had a fight with Malfoy. If you were here, we would definitely beat them to a pulp," Ron complained. Harry and Flegg, who knew Alan's strength well, nodded and agreed deeply. Alan's strength was even praised by the physical education teacher. Alan didn't comment on this. If Malfoy really provoked him, he didn't mind teaching the ignorant teenager a lesson. Several people quickly took off their coats and put on black robes. Ron's robe was a little short, revealing his pair of sneakers underneath. Alan thought Ron's robes were pretty good, and convenient for movement. "The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will take you to school." The voice echoed in the train. "We are almost there, Alan, the magical world. I am a little nervous," Flegg said dryly, completely losing the spirit of excitement and high spirits when discussing food. He was not the only one who was nervous. Harry covered his stomach, looking very uncomfortable, and Ron's face under the freckles turned pale. Alan stuffed the remaining candies into his pockets, stuffed the clothes he took off into the suitcase, and rushed forward with the flow of people in the aisle. The train slowed down and finally stopped. The passengers pushed and shoved, and rushed to the door and went down to a dark and small platform. The cold at night made Harry shiver, who was close to Alan. Then a light swayed above the students' heads, and Alan heard a rough voice shouting, "First-year students! First-year students, come here! Harry, come here, how are you?" Above the crowd of people, Hagrid's bearded face smiled. "Come on, follow me, are there any first-year students? Watch your feet, all right. First-year students, follow me." The freshmen followed Hagrid, slipping and stumbling, as if walking downhill along a steep and narrow path. Alan adapted well, and had enough energy to help Harry and pull Flag. At this time, Ron's slightly shorter robes are obviously an advantage. He looks much more stable than other freshmen. Alan thought wildly. The path was dark on both sides, and everyone was silent, very scared, the atmosphere of a horror movie. "Turn this corner and you'll see Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid shouted back. Then there was a loud "oh," and a black lake suddenly opened at the end of the narrow path. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stood a towering castle, with spires and windows flickering under the starry sky. "No more than 4 people per boat," Hagrid said loudly, pointing to a team of small boats moored on the shore. Alan quickly occupied a boat, followed by Ron and Harry, and Flag climbed onto the boat with each other's support. "Are you all on board?" Hagrid shouted, and he took a boat by himself. "Well, let's go." A team of small boats immediately crossed the mirror-like lake and sailed forward. Everyone was silent, staring at the huge castle that reached into the sky. When they approached the cliff where the castle was located, the castle seemed to tower over their heads. "Bow!" Hagrid shouted as the first boats approached the cliff. Everyone bowed their heads. The boats carried them through the ivy curtain covering the front of the cliff and came to the hidden open entrance. The young wizards found that it was actually only Hagrid himself who really needed to bow his head. They seemed to come to the base of the castle along a dark tunnel, and finally arrived at a place similar to an underground dock, and then climbed up a ground of gravel and pebbles. Then Hagrid knocked on the door of the castle with his huge fist, and the dignified and serious Professor McGonagall took the freshmen to a very small room at the other end of the castle hall. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 colleges of Hogwarts and notified them that the sorting ceremony would be held in a while. It can be seen that the young wizards are very nervous. The young wizards from the Muggle world are confused and don't know what challenges they will face. The freshmen from wizard families don't seem to get any information from their relatives at home. Everyone seems to not want to destroy this mental journey, which is also a rare growth experience. "How can they accurately assign us to which college?" Harry asked. Fledger also wanted to know the answer, so he turned his head and looked at Alan. "Don't worry, they won't let us drop out." Alan comforted him. "It's probably a test. Fred said it would hurt us a lot, but I think he was joking." Ron looked horrified. Alan didn't explain too much. Anyway, they would know in a while. It was not difficult for them, but it was difficult for Alan. He was about to face the hat that could see through people's thoughts and potential. He didn't know if it would discover the system, or if it would be powerful enough to see through his secrets. For this, he had practiced for a summer vacation, focusing on practicing brain occlusion. A master of brain occlusion can make people see only the part he wants people to see. Alan still needs to consider what can be seen by the college hat. Just when Alan was immersed in his thoughts, Harry beside him suddenly jumped 3 feet high, and there were several people screaming loudly behind him. It turned out to be a ghost. Alan should have been surprised and curious. After all, he had never seen a ghost, but he was immersed in the brain block technique and just looked at it for a few times, then continued to close his eyes and concentrate calmly. As the ghosts floated through the wall, Professor McGonagall came back. "Now, line up in a single line," Professor McGonagall said to the first-year students, "follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Chapter 21 Sorting Hat, Modified, typos have been corrected. A line of nervous little wizards followed Professor McGonagall's footsteps and walked into the hall one by one. This is really a magical, magnificent place. Students from other classes in the college have already sat around 4 long tables, and thousands of candles floating in the air above the tables illuminate the restaurant. The 4 tables are placed with glittering golden plates and high-footed wine glasses. There is another long table on the table at the top of the restaurant, which is the seat for teachers. The most surprising and magical thing is the roof. There are twinkling stars on the velvety black ceiling, which looks exactly like the quiet night sky. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year students, and then placed a pointed wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn and dirty. Suddenly, the hat started to sing a ballad, and all the freshmen were stunned. Professor McGonagall held a roll of parchment and called a name. The corresponding child sat on the 4-legged stool. The hat called out the college they were assigned to quickly or slowly, and applause broke out from time to time on the long table in the auditorium. Alan Harris. Not long after Hermione Granger was assigned to Gryffindor, Alan walked towards the 4-legged stool calmly. He was confident that he could deceive this hat that claimed to have ideas. When the dirty hat was buckled on Alan's soft blonde hair, Alan adjusted the hat a little uncomfortably, trying not to let the hat touch the skin on his face. "Well, you are very talented. I feel the gushing magic, which is very rare for a young wizard of your age. You are very calm and not impetuous. You are not anxious to know the college you will be assigned to, nor are you eager to express your opinions. You are not eager to control power. Which college should I assign you to? Hey, you are keen on accumulating knowledge, pursuing wisdom, and eager to explore the unknown world and wander in the ocean of knowledge. Then you should be assigned to Ravenclaw." There was polite applause in the auditorium. When Alan walked to the long table belonging to his college, feeling relieved that he had successfully deceived the Sorting Hat and did not let the Sorting Hat detect the secret of his rebirth. Flegg was sorted into Gryffindor, which did not surprise Alan. Flegg might not be smart enough, but he never lacked courage and justice. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin and looked particularly satisfied. Until Harry. The hall was full of whispers and people were crowded, all wanting to see the legendary Harry Potter who defeated the mysterious man. Harry looked very nervous. He sat on the stool with his eyes closed, his hands tightly clasped the edge of the stool, and his mouth kept muttering. He stayed on the stool for a long time before the hat shouted, "Gryffindor!" The cheers on the Gryffindor long table resounded throughout the hall. They all rushed to shake hands with Harry and were proud of it. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, and his brothers were particularly happy and clapped wildly. Alan looked at the long table next to him. Harry and Fledger looked at him with regret. Alan felt a little touched. People are always sad because of separation, but they will be particularly happy when they reunite. If they stay together for a long time, they are prone to stumbling and quarreling. This is the beauty of distance. "Do you know Harry Potter over there?" A lazy voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Yes." Alan did not explain too much. He retracted his gaze from Harry and the others and turned to look over. The owner of the voice was a boy with brown hair, fair skin, a few naughty freckles on both sides of his cheeks, and heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night?" It was really strange that such heavy dark circles appeared on an energetic teenager. Alan asked unconsciously. "Yes, I always don't get enough sleep." The boy's brown eyes were full of fatigue and sincerity. "My name is Alan Harris. Nice to meet you." Alan stretched out his hand. "My name is Edward, Edward Fox." Edward looked like he really needed a bed, and his voice was erratic. At this time, Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face, and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing could make him happier than seeing the students gathered together. "Welcome," he said, "welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying nose. Residue. Twist. Thank you everyone. He sat down again. Everyone applauded and cheered. Unlike other colleges whispering in private, the students of Ravenclaw seemed to understand. Alan couldn't help but sigh that although there were few people who could enter this college, it seemed that everyone had their own strengths and broad knowledge. At this time, Alan found that Edward suddenly widened his eyes. It turned out that the long table in front of them was full of delicious food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire puddings, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some strange reason, mint candy. The large amount of food immediately livened up the atmosphere, and everyone was toasting and enjoying themselves. Perhaps the relaxation after the tension would increase appetite, and Alan ate far more than usual. Finally, the pudding disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The restaurant returned to silence. Oh, now that everyone is full and drunk, I have a few more words to say to everyone. At the beginning of the semester, I want to give you a few points of attention. Finally, everyone finished singing the school song and lined up to leave the hall. I hope that Ravenclaw's dormitory will be very comfortable. Alan, who has eaten and drunk well, is looking forward to it. Chapter 22 Rescue, Modified, typos have been corrected. Under the leadership of the class leader Penelope Clearwater, the little wizards of Ravenclaw filed out. Be careful of those spiral staircases, don't go in the wrong direction, otherwise you will be late. Penelope kindly reminded. Our common room and dormitory are on the west side of the castle. There is still a way to go. Watch your feet. It is indeed necessary to be very careful. Some of the stairs in the castle are large and wide, while others are narrow and small, and shaky. Ah! A scream stopped the students from moving forward. Alan looked back and saw a little witch with long black hair at the back desperately grasping the edge of the stairs with both hands. Oh, this damn staircase, I forgot to say that the step under her feet will suddenly disappear, remember to jump over it next time. Penelope rolled up her wizard robe angrily and planned to go to save people herself. But the little witch was about to give up, and the little wizards around her immediately tried to pull her, but it was too late. After all, she was young and her arm strength was insufficient. She fell down in less than 2 seconds. At this critical moment, only an extremely steady voice sounded, Wingardim Leviosa. The little witch immediately floated in the air, and a nimble figure jumped to the bottom of the stairs in 3 or 2 steps. The little witch's floating spell was lifted and was just caught steadily by this agile person. Wow, did you see it? Did you see it? He knows spells. He's very skilled, and his movements are very fast. His reaction is so fast that even Penelope didn't react in time. Yes, yes. There was a burst of praise, and the little wizards looked at Alan with admiration. Yes, to be able to react so quickly, to have enough magic to support a little girl floating for so long, and to be so agile, who else can do it except Alan? Look what I saw! A young wizard who just entered school can actually cast spells and has such magic power to catch a peer. Flitwick, if I were you, I would definitely check it out. A sarcastic voice sounded. Professor Snape, I am the headmaster of Ravenclaw. The wizards of our academy have always been famous for their wisdom, erudition, and talents. I think it is a great thing that a genius like Alan has appeared. Moreover, Ravenclaw gives you a 10-point bonus for your clever performance. You successfully rescued Anisu. Professor Flitwick, who is short and has a shrill voice, has an extremely strong aura. This is a particularly reliable headmaster. Not only can he protect his students, but he can also remember the students' names in such a short time. It's amazing. Alan admired in his heart. Okay, please continue to follow me. Penelope said after receiving Professor Flitwick's signal. Alan, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. It should be done. While talking, they arrived at the entrance of the common room. The entrance is at the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. You can see an old, smooth wooden board with a huge eagle-shaped bronze knocker on it. Penelope knocked the knocker 3 times gently, and the knocker made a mysterious and magnetic sound. If you want your dream to come true, what should you do first? Wake up. Penelope's mind turned quickly. Other colleges have fixed passwords, but we don't. As long as you can answer the questions of the magic knocker, you can come in. Alan thought it was interesting to set up the common room like this, but it would be better if the dormitory was safer. Walking in, it was a large round room with elegant arched windows on the wall, hung with blue and bronze silk, and through the window, you can see the beautiful scenery outside. The ceiling is a dome with stars on it, and the dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars, which looks deep, mysterious, and unpredictable. There are large tables and chairs and rows of bookshelves in the room. In the niche opposite the door is a white marble bust of a woman who is both beautiful and wise, Rowena Ravenclaw. A door next to the statue leads to the dormitory above. Your luggage has been placed at the head of the bed. Please find it by yourself. Have a good dream. Penelope said, and went into the girls' dormitory first. Alan quickly found his bed. He was actually sharing a dormitory with Edward Fox. Edward was also surprised, but he was too sleepy. After saying good night, he fell asleep quickly. This is not surprising. Their 4-legged bed was covered with a sky blue silk quilt, which looked very comfortable. Alan quickly washed up in the bathroom, threw his body completely on the bed, sank into the soft bed, closed his eyes, and the sound of the wind blowing in front of the window made him feel very comfortable. Have a good night. Chapter 23 The Room of Requirement, modified, typos have been corrected. The next morning, Alan, with his eyes half open, almost didn't want to get up. It was too comfortable. The 4-legged bed was covered with a sky blue silk quilt, and the sound of the wind blowing in front of the window made people feel very comfortable. Finally, the habit he had insisted on for a long time made Alan reluctantly get up. He suddenly found a letter at the head of the bed. He quickly opened it and found that it was the first-year class schedule. This letter could appear on his bedside without anyone noticing. Alan felt that he could not relax his physical training. Alan glanced at Edward, who was still sleeping, and gently opened the letter. This semester, there were 8 courses including astronomy, herbology, and spells. Basically, there was 1 class in the morning and 2 classes in the afternoon. Only astronomy had classes in the evening, and the other courses were in the daytime. The course time was about 2 hours per class. It was different from what he remembered. For some reason, some courses that Ravenclaw should have taken with Hufflepuff became with Gryffindor. Very good, there are no classes on Friday afternoon, and there are 2 consecutive days off on Saturday and Sunday. You can do your own things during these times. Alan was very satisfied with the course setting, especially the first class started at 9 o'clock. He had enough time to practice physical training, and plenty of time to take a shower and then enjoy a delicious breakfast. Then the urgent problem to be solved now is to find a place where it is convenient for me to practice the wizard's physical training. Alan put on his clothes quietly, ran to the bathroom to clean up, took the books he needed for class, and left the Ravenclaw Tower. Alan remembered that there was a room of requirement when he was reading. This room helped Harry many times. If he could find it, he would have a relatively private room and would not have to worry too much about other people's inquiring eyes. He did it right away. After confirming that Edward was sleeping soundly again, Alan took the books he would use in the morning, walked behind Edward, who was lying on his side, and activated the disillusionment function of the wizard robe. This is to avoid trouble. After all, it is not yet 6 o'clock. In order to avoid meeting Filch and ghosts, he would not be caught and waste time explaining. Then, relying on his memory, Alan looked for the tapestry of the troll beating the stupid Barnabas in Hogwarts Castle. The room of requirement was just opposite it. Finally, on the 8th floor of the castle, Alan found the tapestry. Alan held his breath, cleared his mind, and only thought, I need a place to exercise. Then, Alan walked in front of the tapestry 3 times, and a door suddenly appeared in front of Alan. Alan quickly opened the door and slipped in. This is a room similar to a gym, very spacious, but the equipment inside looks weird and some of them looked old and worn out, but fortunately Alan didn't need to use them. However, there was even a bathroom in the room to facilitate cleaning after exercise. Alan calmed his mind and exercised in an orderly manner according to his usual habits. After exercising and washing, he felt refreshed. Alan looked at the time and was glad that he brought the books he needed today when he went out, otherwise he would have to run back. When he came to the restaurant, many people were already eating. It seemed that everyone was very enthusiastic about the first day of class. Alan, come here to eat. Flegg was so reckless. Didn't he see that your table was full of Gryffindors? Alan smiled and pointed to the Ravenclaw logo on his robe, rejected Flegg, and walked to the long table belonging to Ravenclaw. Flegg also suddenly realized his mistake, scratched his head, and sat down. The first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. We have to hurry up and must not be late. When talking about this, Alan had already eaten 2 bowls of cereal and 5 slices of buttered toast. He felt like he had forgotten something. Edward? He hasn't come to breakfast yet. Could this guy not have gotten up yet? Alan hurriedly grabbed a few sandwiches, picked up a bottle of yogurt, and ran to the Ravenclaw Tower, complaining in his heart that he still had to run back. It was a pity that he didn't take Edward with him when he went to training. According to his sleepiness, he wouldn't wake up after training. He hurriedly ran to the tower, and someone just came out of the common room. Alan didn't even have to answer the questions, and entered the common room and ran back to the dormitory smoothly. Edward was still sleeping soundly. Wake up, Edward, you're going to be late. Alan found it useless, and finally had to use a clear spring of water to shoot his roommate in the face. Oh, Alan, good morning. Edward, who had just woken up, still looked lazy and didn't care about the liquid on his face at all. Alan didn't know what could cheer him up. When the 2 finally arrived at the Transfiguration class, they found that they were not too late, but some students in the classroom had already sat down. They were talking and laughing, playing and joking, and no one paid attention to the cat on the podium. Alan, let's sit in the back, so that the chance of being called by the professor will be less. Edward suggested. Alan noticed that the cat on the podium glanced at Edward. Alan saluted the cat, then pulled Edward to sit quietly in the back. Edward wondered why Alan saluted a cat, and then found that his companion was unusually quiet. He looked at the cat on the podium again and asked, "Is there something wrong with that cat? I'm so glad that my little friend is a very smart person. It's Professor McGonagall. There are only 7 animagus registered in the 20th century, and she is one of them. You can see that the pattern of her eyes is exactly the same as Professor McGonagall's glasses." Alan answered softly. Edward immediately sat down with bated breath after hearing this, a little annoyed that his suggestion was heard by the professor, but looking at those students who were fighting and making loud noises, he showed a gloating look. Alan noticed that Hermione even wanted to touch the cat's head after coming in, but Professor McGonagall dodged it nimbly. Poor cat-loving girl, Alan couldn't help but feel pity, and the original plot was somewhat changed. "Harry, that's great. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet," Ron shouted happily. Fledger and Harry looked at each other and smiled happily. At this time, the cat on the podium jumped off the desk and turned into a human form at the same time. "Professor McGonagall!" Ron was shocked. "It should be Professor McGonagall, good morning. Weasley, Potter, Brown, you are late, and each of you will be deducted 5 points for this," Professor McGonagall said seriously, but she obviously spared poor Hermione Granger, who was still in a state of stunnedness, and the big front teeth in her slightly opened mouth were looming. It was really horrible to be deducted points on the first day of school. Go back to your seats. The three people followed Professor McGonagall's instructions in a gloomy manner and sat down obediently. Alan Harris, excellent observation skills. It seems that you have prepared for many courses. You are the only student among the freshmen this year who recognized my true identity. Therefore, Ravenclaw will get 10 points. Professor McGonagall nodded to Alan, and then walked to the center of the podium. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who makes trouble in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to come in again. I have warned you. Then, she turned her desk into a pig, and then changed back. All the students were attracted and wanted to start learning immediately, but they soon realized that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. After they wrote down a lot of complicated and difficult notes, she gave each of them a match and asked them to try to turn it into a needle. Alan, who had done the pre-study, completed the task almost instantly. Unlike the little wizards born in Muggles, as long as there are adult wizards present, the trace is not a big problem for the children of pure-blood wizard families as long as they are willing. It's really good. Few little wizards can achieve this level in the first class. Ravenclaw will add another 10 points for this. Professor McGonagall was very surprised. Why don't you show everyone, Alan? The freshmen of the 4 colleges stared at Alan with their eyes, and Alan was calm and composed. Thinking back to the past as a teacher, he has to teach students every day except during holidays. When the get-out of class was over, besides Alan, only Hermione Granger had her matches changed. Not only in Transfiguration class, Alan could score points for Ravenclaw in almost all classes, and he was soon known by the freshmen of Hogwarts. Chapter 24 Academic Master Alan, modified, typos corrected. During lunch, Ravenclaw students kept introducing themselves to Alan. Smart Ravenclaws knew that Alan must be very strong to complete Transfiguration in such a short time. After a short lunch break, Alan and his friends stepped onto the 4th floor. The Charms classroom was in the corridor on the left side of the 4th floor. They saw the school administrator Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, without any surprise. Because the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is a restricted area, Alan still remembers what Dumbledore mentioned at the opening banquet: I must tell everyone, anyone who does not want to encounter an accident, painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. No one wanted to be put in solitary confinement, so they all turned left obediently and waited for Professor Flitwick to come to teach. Professor Flitwick was surprisingly short. During class, he had to stand on a pile of books to reach the desk. He took out the roster and called the roll. When he read Harry's name, he screamed excitedly and fell to the ground and disappeared. Alan didn't think there was anything to laugh at. He thought that Professor Flitwick was so excited that it was definitely not because Harry Potter defeated Voldemort and was a savior. You have to know that Professor Flitwick has been studying spells for so many years, and Harry is the only person in history who survived the unforgivable curse of Avada Kedavra. Such a mysterious and powerful spell failed on Harry and even rebounded to the person who cast the spell. This phenomenon is the reason why Professor Flitwick lost his composure. Although Alan already had the Encyclopedia of Spells, he still listened to Professor Flitwick's explanation very carefully and took notes. It is important to know how to cast a spell, but it is even more fascinating if you can understand the principle behind it. 10 points for Alan, for your precise casting action. Even for simple basic spells, Alan still finished the fastest and best. Professor Flitwick looked at Alan with an incredibly kind expression. Ravenclaw has been suppressed by Slytherin and Gryffindor for too long, and this year, Alan's excellence far exceeds that of other young wizards. In the next herbology class, Alan relied on his photographic memory and the ability to memorize the textbooks, and perfectly answered the questions raised by Professor Sprout, earning another 10 points for Ravenclaw. In this regard, the Ravenclaw students quickly adapted and were proud of it. They secretly gave Alan a nickname, Score Controller. Alan's later performance also proved this title. He was absolutely worthy of it, perhaps due to his powerful magic. Even in the flying class, he was the first person to successfully summon a broom. It is said that only Harry from Gryffindor can compare with him among the freshmen. Although Alan felt that flying in the sky on a broom was not as comfortable as flying in his previous life, it was equivalent to a private plane, and it could take off at any time and sprint and hover as he pleased. This kind of excitement could not be experienced by flying. Even in the most terrifying potion class, Alan's answer was impeccable to Professor Snape. When brewing potions, Alan's precise knife skills were beyond the reach of other students. Even Professor Snape could not do it faster or with better quality than Alan. There was only one thing: Alan completed the task accurately according to the textbook, and the time it took to brew the potion and the quality of the potion after completion were naturally not as good as those of Professor Snape, the potion master. "Alan, your bruise healing ointment took so long to make. By the time you finish, the wounds will probably have healed on their own. Adding some mint will help improve the comfort of the ointment and make it smell better. Use the handle of your silver knife to press it, and it will be easier to produce juice." Professor Snape, with a stern face, scolded Alan, who was the first to finish the bruise healing ointment. Why doesn't Snape think about it? Who would make ointment when injured? They are all spare, okay. Edward couldn't help but mutter. "Edward, it's Professor Snape. The professor is a good man." Alan helped Edward cut the medicinal materials. "You did such a good job, but he didn't give you a penny." Edward was still indignant. "Look, I did it according to what he said. Isn't your ointment of better quality?" Alan threw the cut medicinal materials into the crucible, and the ointment suddenly turned into a bright green color, and exuded the fragrance of mint. "This shows that I do have room for improvement. Professor Snape is an excellent teacher who can impart skills diligently and conscientiously. He deserves our respect." Alan looked at the stunned Edward and explained softly. "What you said makes sense." Edward looked at Alan with admiration. "Not all people can see the essence through the surface. I am glad to see that the host is not proud. Time-limited task, limited to 3 months. The host must read all the potion books in the library except the forbidden book area. After the task is completed, a reward of the potion master's experience is given. 3 months seems to be a long time, but apart from eating, sleeping, and attending classes, Alan feels that there is really not much time. Because it is not to find all the potion books, but to read them all. However, if the potion master's experience can be obtained and thoroughly understood, then the door to potion science will be open to Alan." "Alan, what are you thinking about? Get out of class is over." Edward hurriedly packed up his things and woke up Alan, who was thinking. "Alan, although what you said makes sense, I still don't want to stay here for long. And dinner is about to start. I must sit next to the milk pudding tonight. I only had 3 pieces yesterday." As a boy, Edward actually likes sweets, which is incredible. But Alan immediately responded to Edward's call and quickened his pace. Not only for the desire of the stomach, but more importantly, he could go to the library to read books after finishing his meal early. After finishing dinner quickly, Alan was the first student to arrive at the library. Madame Pants looked at him kindly. Good students are always lovable, and students who are smart, talented, and willing to study hard are even more impressive. In less than an hour, Alan was very glad of his decision. The library soon flooded with a large group of students who were busy doing homework and looking up information. The hidden and quiet single seat like the one Alan chose was occupied early. Alan first quickly finished his homework, then brought a large stack of potion books, and used his photographic memory to quickly flip through them. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, the important thing is to finish reading it first. Alan was surprised to find that the SWIBA system actually opened the bookshelf function. All the books that Alan had read completely would appear on the bookshelf. Haha, My eyes have become a scanner. Is this the rhythm of building a library in the sea of consciousness, or a library that I carry with me? Alan patted the book with satisfaction and continued to immerse himself in the sea of books. Chapter 25 Midnight Duel, modified, typos have been corrected. In this way, Alan's life rhythm became extremely regular. Except for class, if you want to find Alan, you either go to the restaurant or the library. Until this day. Alan, I knew you were here. Flag, Ron, and Harry came to the library together and found Alan. Hey, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Alan said with a smile. We can't usually take classes together. Except for the first transfiguration class, we have never been together again. As for you, the library has become your residence. Everyone knows that the score controller of Ravenclaw is a book maniac. You can't forget us. Flegg complained aggrievedly. How could that be? I often hear about your deeds. For example, Harry did a good thing today, helping Neville to take the memory ball from Malfoy. Alan smiled and comforted. Yes, you don't know how great Harry was today. He swooped down from a height of about 50 feet and grabbed the memory ball. Flegg was beaming with joy, as if he was the one who grabbed the memory ball. Hey, be quiet, this is the library. The librarian, Mrs. Pants, waved a feather duster and warned Flegg. But Malfoy asked us for a wizard duel. But Alan, you know me, I know too little magic. Harry looked embarrassed. He always let down his guard in front of Alan, and he felt that Alan could solve all difficulties. Malfoy's assistants are Goyle and Crabbe. I originally planned to become Harry's assistant with Flegg, but they both agreed that you have a better chance of winning as an assistant. Ron added beside him. Alan really wanted to tell them that Malfoy would not participate in this ridiculous duel. He did the same. Didn't you think that Malfoy might not show up? Anyway, a wizard can't avoid a duel that has already been initiated. That's so embarrassing. Ron said nonchalantly. He didn't think it was a problem. The only thing was how to beat Malfoy to a pulp. Alan had to admit that what Ron said made a lot of sense. Under normal circumstances, wizards wouldn't avoid a duel. Although Malfoy had successfully tricked Harry and the others, I'm afraid that even in his own college, everyone would look down on him for such behavior. Even though he was a wealthy Malfoy. Alan, you can be my assistant. Harry looked expectant. Okay, as you wish, my friend. Alan felt that it was not good to refuse anymore, and by the way, he could also see the legendary three-headed dog that loved to listen to music. Great! Flegg and Harry jumped up excitedly. Get out, all of you, get out, it's too noisy. Madame Pants waved the feather duster angrily. Then Alan, see you in the trophy display room at 11:30 p.m. Harry and the other two quickly ran out of the library. Are you going to duel with Malfoy and the others? That would violate the school rules. Edward came out from the shadow of the bookshelf and asked worriedly. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Alan thought he would never be caught. That's right, for little wizards of our age, a duel is not just about spraying sparks at each other. Edward laughed as if he had figured something out. And if you get caught, the worst that can happen is that your points will be deducted, and you can get them back in one day. If this little episode is not counted, Alan's day is very successful. He successfully finished reading 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and felt like he was full and very satisfied. At 11:30 p.m., Alan tiptoed out of bed, and Edward was already asleep. Turning on the invisibility function of the magic wizard robe, Alan quickly came to the trophy display room. He hid behind a huge display cabinet. After waiting for a while, he saw Harry and the others. Why so late? Alan asked, aren't you looking forward to the duel tonight? Hey, there's one more person. Well, Alan, she's Hermione, she must follow us, there's nothing we can do. Ron complained to Alan angrily. You are violating the school rules by doing this, I want. Hermione was also angry. Calm down, Hermione, you are violating the school rules now. Alan pointed out this fact calmly. Oh, Alan, I have heard of you, you have been praised by almost all professors, except Professor Snape. Don't you think this ridiculous duel is right? Hermione tried to win Alan's approval. Yes, it is indeed a ridiculous duel, but since you have agreed to a duel, you should fulfill your promise. This is about dignity. Okay, Harry, do you agree to duel here? Yes, it will be 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Malfoy and others should be here soon. Harry looked at the luminous watch Alan had given him. Under the moonlight, the crystal glass cabinet displaying the trophies sparkled. In the dark, the trophies, shields, medals and statues shone with silver and gold light. The 5 men moved along the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room, Harry taking out his wand in case Malfoy suddenly rushed in and challenged him. The seconds passed. He's late, maybe he's too scared to come, Ron whispered. At this moment, a voice came from the next room, and they jumped. Harry had just raised his wand when he heard someone speak, not Malfoy. Sniff around, my dear, they may be hiding in a corner. Filch was talking to Mrs. Norris. Harry was terrified and waved his wand wildly at the other 4 people, telling them to follow him as quickly as possible. They walked quietly towards the door away from Filch's voice. Soon, they heard Filch enter the trophy display room. They are somewhere here, they heard him mutter, probably hiding. This way. Harry said to everyone silently. Except for Alan, they were almost all scared silly. They walked quietly along a corridor full of armor. They could hear Filch getting closer and closer to them. Clang, clang. Flosh accidentally hit a piece of armor. The sound of the armor rolling around was particularly harsh in the silent night. Run! Alan took the lead and ran wildly. The 5 people immediately ran along the corridor at full speed. They didn't dare to look back to see if Filch was following them. They bypassed the doorpost and ran through corridors one after another. Finally, they came out near the classroom where the spells class was held. Alan knew clearly that the forbidden area with the 3-headed dog was on this floor. Chapter 26 The 3-headed dog, modified, typos have been corrected. Where did we run to? Flosh asked in horror, bending over and panting. 4th floor, near the spells classroom. Alan answered calmly. Although he was also running wildly, his physical fitness was much better, and he didn't worry about being caught because he had a wizard robe and could cast the disillusionment charm. I think we've gotten rid of him. Harry panted. He leaned against the cold wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Malfoy lied to you, Hermione said to Harry, do you understand? He didn't intend to meet you there at all. Filch knew someone was going to the trophy display room, and Malfoy must have tipped him off. Harry had to admit that Hermione was right, but he didn't want to say anything more to her at the moment. Despicable Malfoy, I'll make him pay tomorrow. Fleg's face flushed red. Even Dudley only had some physical advantages, which was too childish compared to Malfoy's despicable means. Hateful freshman, wandering around in the middle of the night. Tisk, 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 naughty, naughty, you will be caught. Peeves screamed happily and giggled. Hurry up, don't waste your time. Alan stopped Hermione, who wanted to plead, grabbed her and ran forward. Students don't sleep. Peeves yelled, students don't sleep, in the corridor of the charms class. They seemed to hear Filch's footsteps, and they didn't bother to cover their steps, and ran forward desperately until they reached the end of the corridor. The door is locked. Ron whimpered desperately, and Fledger pushed the door desperately, hoping to knock it open with great force. Get out of the way. Hermione shook off Alan's hand and yelled at Fledger, not noticing that she also staggered Alan, who was about to cast the locking spell. She drew out her wand, knocked on the door lock, and whispered, Alaho, open. The lock clicked, and the door suddenly opened, they rushed in, quickly closed the door, and put their ears to it to listen to the movement behind the door, but they didn't notice that Alan's mind was no longer on Filch. Peeves was worthy of being Peeves, never doing his job. He ignored Filch's request. Filch was so angry that he stamped his feet, and finally left helplessly. "We should be safe." Harry sighed for a long time, slid down from the door, and sat down. Alan, Alan." Fledger turned his head and knocked his teeth lightly and quickly, trembling all over, and kept pulling Alan's sleeves. "Hey!" Hermione let out a thin, short, but not loud scream. When people are extremely frightened, they often cannot make any sound. The three-headed dog flew away with the blood of hell creatures appeared in front of them. They were facing a monster like Big Dog's eyes. The dog was so big that it filled everything from the ceiling to the floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of vicious eyes that rolled around, 3 noses, twitching and trembling in their direction, and 3 mouths drooling. The saliva was like sticky the rope hung from the yellowed dog teeth. It stood there motionless, with 6 eyes staring at them. Alan knew that music would make the ferocious monster fall asleep. Although the hell blood in the 3-headed dog was very thin, it still made him feel a considerable degree of deterrence. Under the 3-headed dog was the wooden board leading to the Philosopher's Stone, but he thought it was a test that Dumbledore deliberately gave Harry. Otherwise, Dumbledore could just destroy the Philosopher's Stone. Why bother to protect it? Alan did not intend to disrupt Dumbledore's arrangement. He did not have the strength to challenge them. Although he had eaten the main plot with Harry, who had not seen him for a long time, tonight, the number of participants was much larger than in the original book. Alan also felt that if he completely distanced himself from Harry, it would be too conspicuous. After all, the old bee must know his relationship with Harry in the Muggle world. It would be better to participate in it according to his mood like now, otherwise it would be too deliberate and give people the feeling of having something to hide. Father really found trouble for himself. With a click, Hermione turned the doorknob and opened the door. Several people fled quickly. Fortunately, the 3-headed dog was chained and could only bark wildly behind them. Harry and the other 4 ran desperately, and they didn't stop until they ran to the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor. "Where is Alan? Have you seen Alan's trace?" Harry suddenly asked. Several people looked at each other, unable to tell when Alan left. "Don't worry, I'm sure he was still there when I left the 4th floor. With his skills, he will never be caught." Fledger caught Harry, who was about to turn back to look for him. Alan, who had already cast the disillusionment charm and left, knew that they would have no more twists and turns tonight. After seeing the mighty 3-headed dog, he suddenly became very interested in magical creatures. "After completing the tasks assigned by the system, I have to learn the knowledge of these strange creatures well." Smoothly returned to Ravenclaw Tower. On the way Alan also saw Filch, who was strolling around and patrolling. "Damn, even with the advance warning of Slytherin students, I couldn't catch Potter. Damn Peeves, he didn't tell me where they were hiding, and there were so many armors to restore." Looking at the hunched back of the old squib, who could only use Muggle tools to clean in a magic castle, Alan couldn't help but feel a little pitiful for him. It is indeed sad that a person who longs for magic is a natural squib. Maybe he would be happier if he didn't know anything. Harry's Aunt Petunia was jealous of Lily because she knew magic but couldn't have it. The distortion of human nature must have its fundamental reasons. Argus Filch's harsh criticism of young wizards is nothing more than jealousy, but he never dares to do so to professors. Once he meets a professor, he will shrink back. For example, when Professor McGonagall calls him idiot, he shuts his mouth and dares not say another word. Ironically, his name Argus actually means the gatekeeper of the goddess Hela in Greek mythology, a 100-eyed giant who can monitor all directions. Thinking of this, Alan walked back to the trophy display room, restored as before. The wand emitted a gentle orange light, and the scattered armor instantly returned to its original position. The broken spear also reassembled, and there was no trace of the previous breakage. It's perfect, kid, not only your magic, but also your character is more worthy of praise. An old voice came from behind Alan. I knew you wouldn't let Harry wander around the castle at will. Everything is under your control, right, Dumbledore? Alan was frightened by the sudden voice behind him, and then hurriedly started the brain closure technique, secretly complaining in his heart. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. Alan greeted him openly without any embarrassment of being caught. Good evening, kid. If I hadn't heard about your naughty behavior tonight from the portrait, I wouldn't have seen the legendary robe you wore 1,000 years ago. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon glasses. The sharp and bright blue eyes behind the glasses were extremely penetrating. Yes, Professor, it is indeed wonderful. It is my treasure. Alan did not hide it. Invisible clothes are not strange in the magic world. It seems that Dumbledore knows the origin of the robe. However, the invisibility cloak like Harry's that can be invisible forever and has no time limit is the most precious. The invisibility cloak made of invisible animal skin will cause the invisibility function to fade over time. His own wizard robe only has the function of casting the disillusionment charm 3 times a day. In my opinion, your behavior is even more admirable. Helping the weak without losing your compassion is a rare quality. There is no doubt that Professor Dumbledore is a gifted, insightful, and wise man. He saw the motives of Alan's behavior. Chapter 27 Ghosts and Statues, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Thank you for your praise. It's actually not worth mentioning. It's just to make up for our mistakes. Mr. Filch's workload has increased. Alan remained humble and vigilant. A pure and kind heart is precious. Such a quality is really shining. Well, child, such a lively night, I believe you must be tired, hurry back to your comfortable bed, wish you a good dream, good night. Dumbledore didn't punish him for violating the rules of night travel. Alan was a little incredible, but he thought it was natural. The professor has always had the Gryffindor spirit of bravery and love of adventure. Moreover, although Alan is not afraid of punishment, he can be less. A little twist is the best. Alan bowed to Dumbledore and said goodbye, then turned and left. Returning to Ravenclaw Tower again, he still had to face the question of the magic door knocker. You can destroy it by calling its name. What is it? Although it was late at night and Alan felt very tired, he still gave the answer after a little thought: silence. The door opened silently, and Alan immediately slipped in. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, Alan suddenly stopped. He felt as if someone was staring at him. Looking around, there was no one, not even a ghost. Alan was not in a hurry to return to the dormitory. Our brother Albert often said at home, always be vigilant. This sentence was not Albert's original, but a catchphrase of a senior in the Auror office. At this moment, Alan felt that it made a lot of sense. He believed that it was not an illusion, so Alan did not rush back to the dormitory, but drew out his wand. Fortunately, the magic long candle in the common room was not extinguished all night, so Alan could clearly see the situation around him. The blue and bronze curtains blew in the wind, and it was obvious that there was no one behind. The star-studded ceiling and carpet were clearly visible, and no one was there. Alan gently walked around the rows of bookshelves and scanned all the wide seats, but there was no trace of anyone. The quiet night was accompanied by the calls of unknown insects and the cool breeze, which should have been a comfortable and beautiful feeling, but Alan's hair stood on end. This feeling of being stared at never disappeared. All places have been checked, so there is only. Alan quickly walked to the niche opposite the door and carefully observed the white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. This is a particularly beautiful face. Her facial features are three-dimensional, as if carved by a knife and an axe. The tightly closed lips, half-closed eyes, and frowning brows all reveal that she is not only beautiful, but also a very strict person. One of her hands held the wand, wrapped around her chest, and placed it above her left heart. The other hand seemed to fall naturally, but the palm made a gesture that seemed to invite or explain. The whole statue looks like it is urging students to study, explaining magic knowledge, and analyzing her life experience earnestly. The most interesting thing is that no matter where you are, Rowena Ravenclaw's eyes seem to be staring at you. Alan did not find anything unusual in the statue, but with the keen five senses brought by the body refining technique, he confirmed that the feeling of being observed came from the statue. "I know you are hiding in the statue, come out." Alan pointed his wand at the statue. "If you don't come out, I will smash the statue." Alan gently tapped the statue with his wand. 4 points. The tip of Alan's wand emitted a bright blue light. "Stop, how dare you!" An extremely beautiful ghost quickly floated out of the statue. "Oh, it turned out to be you. Mrs. Grey." Mrs. Grey is the ghost of Ravenclaw. Like her mother, she is very beautiful, with long hair like a waterfall to her waist and a white robe to the ground, but it can't cover her beautiful figure. But unlike her mother's majesty, she also seemed very arrogant and looked down on everyone. "Alan Harris, I know you, an excellent student of Ravenclaw, and many professors admire you. But I know that you have to go out incognito very early every day, and your behavior is very strange." Mrs. Grey stuck close to the statue, as if she would hide in it if something went wrong. "So you always see me in the statue?" "Dear madam, everyone has a little secret, but my morning exercise is not a secret. I just get up early and go out to exercise. I am invisible just to avoid trouble. The school inspection is still very strict." Alan shrugged. He had concluded that Mrs. Grey had no ill intentions. As for observation, Peeves is much worse than Mrs. Grey. "But what I'm curious about is that this is the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. How can you live in her statue?" Alan pointed out the key to the problem. Staring at Mrs. Grey without missing a single mistake, Alan did not miss the panic that flashed in her eyes. "Rowena Ravenclaw is my biological mother. As her only descendant, I can certainly live in her statue," Mrs. Grey explained. "There is a problem." Alan did not believe such an explanation. It is common for people in portraits to move around, but it is rare for ghosts to live in other people's statues. "Wait, Moaning Myrtle can live in a flush toilet because the toilet has pipes and there is space inside to live. Ghosts cannot live in entities, such as thick walls. Ghosts can pass through, but they cannot hide in walls. In this way, the statue must be empty." In just a few moments, Alan saw that Mrs. Grey was lying, so the question was, why did she lie? What was she hiding? Extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind. Your mother is beautiful and wise. As her only descendant, you are lucky to have such a great mother. Alan complimented. In terms of modesty and courtesy, no one can compare to the people of my celestial empire. Lucky? Boy, when you experience more, you will know that extraordinary intelligence may not be the greatest wealth, and it may also bring great disasters. Having a great mother with countless halos may not be a good thing. Mrs. Grey seemed to be touched by the sad things, and her tone was very sad. "Madam, you seem to be very sad. Is there anything I can help you with? After all, I am a thorough Ravenclaw through and through." Alan tried to persuade. "Maybe, after all, you are a Ravenclaw, a student selected according to her standards. There was once a boy who was very similar to you, just as excellent and elegant. He also tried to persuade me, but he lied to me." Mrs. Grey became angry. "What's his name?" Alan tried to empathize and asked. Chapter 28 Ravenclaw's Crown, modified, typos have been corrected. "His name?" Mrs. Grey showed a fearful expression. "He gave himself a name that no one else dared to call, and his trophy is in the trophy display room." It seems that Mrs. Grey did not intend to say the man's name. But Alan already knew it, a name that the entire magic world dared not say out loud, and the most famous one was the Dark Lord. Alan felt very wronged. Although he was indeed very excellent, how could he be like the ambitious Voldemort? "You think I am very similar to him? But I didn't lie to you. I don't, no, he's flattering. He looks like he knows to sympathize. Mrs. Gray closed her eyes, as if she was recalling, and as if she was regretting. Did he take something important from you? Alan asked softly. It is indeed important, but it does not belong to me. Mrs. Gray's voice was full of bitterness. If you can, please describe it in detail, maybe I can help you get it back. Alan was very sincere. He was able and willing to help Mrs. Gray. You? Generation after generation of students forced me to tell you where it went. No one could resist its attraction. Following Mrs. Gray's gaze, Alan saw Rowena Ravenclaw's head, where she wore the crown of Ravenclaw. Although it was just a statue, the crown was gorgeous and exquisite. So what you were cheated of was the crown of Ravenclaw. No one can resist the temptation of increasing wisdom, but the wise know that true strength always comes from oneself. Alan's tone was calm, but this hurt Mrs. Gray. You don't know, this crown is not only to increase people's intelligence, but more importantly, knowledge to increase wealth. Mrs. Gray seemed to be irritated, looking at Alan with contempt, as if looking at an extremely ignorant person. There is indeed a mystery in this. Alan further confirmed this. When you can find the crown of Ravenclaw, come and talk to me. Mrs. Gray seemed to think that it was useless to say more, and turned and flashed into the statue. Crown. Alan smiled and shook his head, and returned to the dormitory. Edward was sleeping soundly, as if he knew nothing about Alan's departure. Alan quickly washed up and fell asleep. The next day, although Alan slept very late last night, he still got up early to prepare for morning exercises. The more he practiced elementary body refining technique, the more he could feel his agility and strength. Alan was immersed in the growth of this power and was also fascinated by the magic of the magic world. But today, he also studied Master Jeber's alchemy experience, because some things may need to be prepared in advance, such as a crown. Giving the crown the function of increasing wisdom is simply amazing. At breakfast, when the owls crowded into the dining room as usual, everyone's attention was carried by 6 long-eared owls. The owl flew to the long table of Gryffindor and landed in front of Harry. Alan saw the unconcealed joy on Harry's face from afar, and guessed the content of the letter at once. Harry should have got his first flying broom, Nimbus 2000. But there is nothing to be jealous of, Alan himself has the Neptune with excellent performance. Quickly pouring the oatmeal porridge in the bowl into his mouth, Alan was going to find Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick just sent Alan a note through the owl, asking him to find him after breakfast. Alan, I am very happy to see another extremely outstanding wizard born in our college. You have performed very well in all subjects, and even Professor Snape has to admit this. But in addition to books and learning, there are many beautiful scenery and interesting things waiting for you to explore, try, and experience in life. I heard from Madame Pants that you spend almost all your spare time in the library. I think it will not be good for your health in the long run. Professor Flitwick said earnestly. It must be said that Professor Flitwick is a responsible dean and a reliable teacher. He not only pays attention to students' academic performance, but also pays attention to their lives and thoughts. This is really rare. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I will pay attention to adjusting my time in the future and combining work and rest. In fact, reading is a kind of enjoyment for me. Alan was shocked and looked at Professor Flitwick sincerely. Oh, it's amazing. You are so studious at such a young age. This may be the reason why you are far better than other little wizards. Studying students are always easy to get the teacher's favor. But are you interested in Quidditch? Professor Flitwick asked. Quidditch? Professor, first-year freshmen are not allowed to bring flying brooms or join the Quidditch team. Alan looked at Professor Flitwick in confusion, but he had some guesses in his mind. Could it be what he thought? Yes, the rules are indeed like that, but I just learned that Harry Potter from Gryffindor was specially recruited and became the youngest seeker in a century. According to Madam Hooch, your talent is not worse than Potter's. Your brother Albert, you were a great seeker when you were in school. I think Ravenclaw can recruit you as a seeker. We haven't won the Quidditch Championship trophy for a long time, so long that I almost can't remember the last time we won the championship. Professor Flitwick really wants to recruit Alan to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Recalling the feeling of flying in the sky on a broomstick in the flying class, Alan agreed without hesitation. Professor Flitwick was very happy. Alan was so steady, much taller than other students, and his agile skills seemed to make winning possible. This is not an old flying broom, this is a Nimbus 2000. What did you say you had at home, Malfoy? Comet 260. Comets are quite dazzling, but they are not at the same level as Nimbus. How do you know, Weasley, you can't even get half a broomstick? I guess you and your brothers have to save twigs one by one. It was Ron and Malfoy, who seemed to be arguing over a broomstick. I hope you're not arguing, kids. Professor Flitwick asked in a shrill voice. Chapter 29 Quidditch Training, Modified, Typos Corrected. Someone brought Potter a broomstick, Professor. Malfoy said hurriedly. Yes, that's right. Professor Flitwick said, smiling at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me the peculiarities of the situation, Potter. What model is it? Nimbus 2000, sir. Harry said. Seeing the horrified expression on Malfoy's face, he tried hard not to laugh. I was able to get it thanks to this Malfoy, he added. Alan couldn't help laughing. Malfoy's expression at the moment was really wonderful, with a look of disbelief on his face. Alan, come to the Quidditch training ground after school this afternoon. Roger Davis will be waiting for you there. Professor Flitwick said kindly and smilingly. Okay, Professor. Alan bowed and said goodbye to Professor Flitwick. Harry and Ron were waving at him vigorously behind the pillar in front. Alan hurried to catch up. Ron said as he walked, looking relieved, look at Malfoy's expression. He never expected that we would get a blessing in disguise. Alan, Harry got a Nimbus 2000 and became a formal member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It's so cool. Great, I have good news for you too. Thanks to Harry, I also became a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Maybe we will have a chance to play against each other in the future. Alan was also very happy. This is not because of me. If Malfoy hadn't thrown away Neville's memory ball, I wouldn't have been able to join the team. Harry laughed. So you think this is a reward for your violation of school rules? An angry voice came from behind them. Hermione came upstairs with a thump, looking at the package in Harry's hand with dissatisfaction. I thought you wouldn't talk to us anymore. Harry said. Yeah, don't talk now, Ron said, it makes us feel very comfortable. Hermione strode away, her nose raised high. It's really inexplicable, where does she feel superior? Harry scratched his head in confusion. Probably due to the title of know-it-all. Oh, Alan, I don't mean you. Ron looked at Alan apologetically. Alan would not argue with the angry teenager, and smiled and shook his head. Alan was still very calm throughout the afternoon class, listening and taking notes patiently. Although he was also looking forward to the Quidditch training after class, he knew the importance of grasping the present. He was like a sapling planted in unfamiliar soil, desperately taking root, absorbing nutrients and water, and striving to grow into a towering tree as soon as possible to resist the wind and rain from the outside world. When attention is focused, time slips away unknowingly. After class, Alan packed his bag quickly, contrary to his usual behavior, and went straight to the Quidditch training ground instead of going to the library. Roger Davis was already waiting for Alan on the field. His slender torso and strong limbs showed that he was an athlete. The soft sunlight passed through the green branches and leaves of the trees, and modeled the ground with gentle circles of light of varying sizes. In this situation, Roger looked particularly charming, and Alan actually felt a little jealous. "Hi, Alan, here." Roger waved at Alan in the sun. Alan took 2 steps at a time and quickened his pace. It was obvious that Roger was a little anxious. Roger bent down and opened a large wooden box under his feet, which contained various equipment needed for Quidditch games. Roger introduced the quaffle, bludger and other equipment to Alan one by one. "Alan, do you know the rules of Quidditch?" Roger asked. "Of course, I know a little bit." Seeing Roger's distrustful eyes, Alan paused. "The red ball is the quaffle. Chasers pass the quaffle to each other and try to pass it through the opponent's hoop. Each time they can get 10 points, the goalkeeper is responsible for guarding the hoop of his team." Alan claimed that he knew something, which was too modest. As early as when he won Neptune, he had already understood Quidditch knowledge very thoroughly. His fluent and detailed introduction made Roger's expression change from shock to disbelief, and then to ecstasy. "That's great, you are worthy of being the score controller of Ravenclaw. I can't explain it more detailed and clearer than you. So let me test your strength now." As he said, Roger threw a small wooden stick to Alan, which was a bit like a running post baseball bat. Then, his shiny black bludger was released, struggling desperately in the box. As soon as the bludger got free, it quickly hit Alan's face. Alan swung his hand back, and the bludger was hit high and far, passing through the iron ring standing high above the training ground. "Oh, what did I see? You used the bludger to pass through the iron ring, so fast and." "Oh." Before Roger could finish his words, the swift bludger fell from the sky towards Roger. Roger desperately hugged the bludger and put it back into the box. The bludger twisted reluctantly in the box. "It seems that you are very suitable to be a chaser, Alan," Roger shouted excitedly. Next, they tried to let Alan experience the roles of chaser, goalkeeper, and seeker in turn. Alan was able to successfully perform each of them. His excellent reflexes, agility, and keen observation made Roger amazed and excited. "Alan, you are simply all-round. I think this year's Quidditch Cup is very promising. What role can I play?" Alan was also very excited. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling the whole court and flying against the wind. "I think you can play as a chaser first. We really need the support of strong players in scoring." As for the seeker, it can be seen that Roger was hesitant. He was weighing which position to put Alan in. "We have recruited a very talented seeker this year. She is very acute. Let her try it first." Roger looked dazed. Alan felt that the newly recruited seeker must be a very beautiful and impressive girl. Alan is even busier now. In addition to completing increasingly heavy schoolwork, he also has to study alchemy and elementary physical training. He still has to spend a long time in the library after class, and he also has to deal with Quidditch training 3 times a week. He finally knew who the seeker was, a second-year Asian girl named Chu Zhang. Chapter 30 Charms Class, Modified, Typos have been corrected. "Alan, your performance is really great, but why don't you serve as the seeker? You found that the speed of the golden snitch is much faster than Chu Zhang." Edward paid attention to his roommate's training and was indignant. "Maybe it's a tactical reason." Alan didn't feel sorry. Compared with searching for the golden snitch in the sky, he preferred to take the quaffle and keep attacking and scoring. "Alan, are you going to ride that sweep 7 stars to participate in the competition? I heard that Harry Potter got a Nimbus 2000. Edward was a little worried. Equipment is very important in Quidditch competitions. Of course not. In fact, Professor Flitwick privately expressed his willingness to sponsor me a Nimbus 2000, but I refused. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If others know about it, they will probably want it. What's more, I have a Neptune." "Neptune?" Edward was very surprised. "Is it the special edition broom of the Sweeping Broom Company?" I heard that there are only 10 in total. Each broomstick at the tail has been selected to make its streamlined shape perfect. It is unparalleled in balance and precision. This is not something that ordinary people can get. Edward exclaimed. As soon as he saw Edward's look, Alan knew that he was thinking nonsense. He smiled and patted Edward on the shoulder. Edward, what are you thinking about? I'm just lucky. Then, Alan briefly told Edward how he got Neptune, and Edward was very envious. What a rare opportunity, great, so that our college has a greater chance of winning the Quidditch Cup, plus our college's score has always been far ahead, maybe the college cup will belong to us Ravenclaw. Edward became more and more excited as he thought about it. Alan really couldn't bear to interrupt Edward's daydream. Dumbledore would give Gryffindor a lot of points at the end of the term. Ravenclaw's chance of winning was too small. After talking and laughing, they came to the charms classroom. I heard from Susanna that the professor will teach the levitation spell in this class. Her toad died yesterday and she was in a bad mood. Professor Flitwick invited her to the office and used magic to command the delicious pocket cakes to dance on the table. He also revealed to her what he was going to teach today. Edward looked envious and yearning. If you are in a bad mood, the professor will comfort you. For example, he knows that you copied my homework and was criticized by Professor McGonagall. Alan joked. SHH, don't mention it. He will scold me again. Edward looked around guiltily, fearing that Professor Flitwick would hear it. Although Professor Flitwick was short, he was knowledgeable, mild-tempered, fair and just, and cared deeply for students, so he won the respect and love of the little wizards of Ravenclaw. As expected, Professor Flitwick announced in class that he thought they could start making objects fly. After explaining the standard spell-casting movements and the secrets of magic, Professor Flitwick divided the class into groups of 2 and began training. Edward and Alan sat together and were assigned to a group. Professor Flitwick waved and shook his wand, and countless feathers floated up and automatically flew to the desks of each group of little wizards. This move was so cool. The enthusiasm of the little wizards was immediately mobilized. But soon they realized that even making a feather fly was not an easy task. Alan also admired Professor Flitwick's move. This not only requires powerful magic support, but also precise magic distribution. As a result, Alan's enthusiasm for learning was also mobilized. Alan drew out his wand and pointed at the feather, Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as the voice fell, their feather rose from the table and floated 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done! Professor Flitwick pinched his hands and shouted, Look, Alan has succeeded. Alan is the fastest student to cast a spell since I taught him. Everyone has heard Professor Flitwick say this countless times, but every time the little wizards can't help looking at Alan with envy and admiration. Oh, Alan, you are simply a genius. I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Teach me. Edward was very envious. He thought about how he was also a top student in the Muggle world. Why is it that he is not so good in the magic world? Alan lifted the spell, and the feather fell on the table again. You have to pay attention to the waving and shaking movements, and pay attention to the pronunciation of the spell. It is Ugiadimulavosa. The word Gia should be said long and clearly. Don't worry. Alan explained clearly. Edward trusted his roommate very much. He mastered the trick after a few practices, and the feather floated above the table again. Look, look! Alan is not only excellent himself, he also helped Edward in the same group to complete the spell, so outstanding. Professor Flitwick praised loudly with a shrill voice. It was me who successfully cast the spell, why did the professor praise you? Edward didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the professor simply favored Alan too much. Well, don't forget the subtle wrist movement we have been training. Professor Flitwick stood on his pile of books as usual and said shrilly. Wave and shake, remember, wave and shake. It is also very important to pronounce the spell correctly. Don't forget the wizard Baruffio, who said FST and found himself lying on the floor with a bison standing on his chest. Time passed bit by bit. And the smart Ravenclaw students gradually mastered the trick, and there were more and more feathers floating on the table, and the smile on Professor Flitwick's face became bigger and bigger. The professor privately felt that the students of Ravenclaw were the best of the 4 colleges, at least in the spell class. At this time in the Gryffindor class, only Miss Hermione Granger could successfully cast a spell. At the end of the class, everyone in Ravenclaw had a relaxed and happy look on their faces. Since all the students in the class had successfully cast a spell, Professor Flitwick decided to exempt the written homework for this class and only needed to practice spell casting. This was a pleasant surprise when the homework for other subjects was getting heavier and heavier. We quickly went downstairs to the restaurant. After an afternoon of classes, everyone was hungry, especially when the sweet smell of pumpkins was wafting around in the corridor. Walking into the restaurant, everyone was surprised to find that the restaurant was rendered weird and brilliant by colorful Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 were like low dark clouds, hovering above the dining table, making the candle flames in the pumpkin belly flicker. Delicious food suddenly appeared on a golden plate, just like at the banquet at the beginning of the school year. Alan and Edward looked around while eating the beef pie on the plate. It smelled so good. Chapter 31 Troll, Modified, Typos Corrected. Alan, are you starving? Edward asked in surprise as he watched Alan feasting. Alan, who was struggling with a pie, answered vaguely. Actually, he knew what was going to happen on Halloween and understood that if he didn't enjoy this sumptuous dinner quickly, the news of the troll brought by Professor Quirrell would end the banquet. He didn't want to spend the night hungry. Alan wiped his mouth, glanced at the hall, and looked at the long table of Gryffindor. Hermione Granger was not there, and Harry and Ron were eating. So he stood up, left his seat, and said to Edward beside him, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach, I'm going to the toilet. In the college library in the Ravenclaw common room, there are books about the introduction of trolls and how to fight them. Trolls are magical creatures with amazing strength but very low intelligence. They are very violent and often attack for no reason. In fact, it is precisely because of their very low intelligence that the worst score in the wizard exam is represented by its name. Alan thought this was also a good opportunity to gain points for Ravenclaw, which could enhance his reputation and influence among students, so he decided to get rid of the big fool before Quirrell came in to warn everyone, so as to avoid being deducted points by the professors. He was not Harry Potter, who was called the Savior. Points accumulate little by little, so as to make one thing bigger than the other, as long as the final score leads to a point that Dumbledore would be embarrassed to overtake even if he cheated. The college cup will be our Ravenclaw. Alan, who used the disillusionment charm, walked quickly towards the women's toilet. Alan went to the corridor where the women's toilet was and hid by the wall. There was no trace of the troll in the empty corridor until he saw Professor Quirinus Quirrell appear from a corridor. After the other party quickly passed him and walked towards the auditorium, Alan walked forward along the corridor in the direction where Quirrell came from. He didn't want to wait until the troll came to the women's toilet to take action and give Harry and Ron a chance to get extra points. At this time, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the restaurant, his big scarf tilted on his head, his face full of fear. Everyone stared at him, and he walked to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned on the table, and said breathlessly, "The troll, in the dungeon, I think you should know." After that, he fell to the floor and passed out. The restaurant was in chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to make several harsh fireworks explosions on the end of his wand before everyone quieted down. "Prefect," he said in a low voice, "take the students of your college to the dormitory immediately." Penelope stood up immediately. "Ravenclaw students, follow me." The words were concise and Edward shrank his neck and followed the little eagles to line up automatically. When the team was about to move, he looked around and screamed to the female prefect, "It's bad. Prefect Clearwater, Alan just went to the toilet because of a stomachache. He must not have heard the warning about the troll. At this time, Alan just came out of the corridor and turned in a direction, and a stench entered his nostrils. It was a mixture of stinky socks and public toilets that no one had ever cleaned. Then he heard a low grumble and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. Alan watched the troll slowly approaching. If the other little wizards saw this scene, they would definitely feel terrified. The troll was 12 feet tall, with dull skin, as grey as granite. Its huge and clumsy body was like a pile of huge gravel, with a small head like a cocoa bean on top. Its short legs were as thick as tree stumps, and below were flat, rough, and calloused feet. The smell emanating from it was disgusting. It held a thick wooden stick in its hand, and because its arms were very long, the stick was dragging on the ground. Faint. Alan, who was far away, pulled out his wand and fired a spell at it to test it first, accurately hitting the troll's shoulder. The troll blinked stupidly, turned its ugly big nose to Alan, raised the stick in his hand, roared, and approached Alan. As the book says, the troll's physique and skin give them a certain resistance to magic. Shaking his head, Alan's wand was no longer aimed at the troll, but aimed at a point in front of the troll's feet that was running towards him. Under the effect of the transfiguration, Alan made the ground in front of the troll suddenly bulge. The angry troll obviously did not notice this change, or they did not have the brain capacity to understand it at this time. Suddenly, the troll was tripped and flew forward. Then, Alan controlled the wooden stick that the troll had already lost to move to the ground in front of its falling direction. A shocking explosion was followed by a rumble, shaking the whole room. When the troll fell to the ground, its head just hit the wooden stick that Alan had deliberately controlled and adjusted. The poor skull of the troll had cracked at this time, and its brain and blood flowed out along the cracks. To deal with these creatures that are resistant to spells, we really need to use the environment. It will be easy to deal with them in this way, but it obviously requires a higher psychological quality from the wizard. Alan, who had already put away his wand, summed up his experience in his heart. After a while, loud footsteps came from behind. A moment later, Ravenclaw's Dean Flitwick and McGonagall rushed over first, followed by Snape, and Quirrell was at the end. Quirrell only glanced at the troll, and then he let out a weak sob, clutched his chest tightly, and sat on the ground with an exaggerated wail. Snape bent down to look at the troll. McGonagall looked at Alan, her lips were pale. "Alan Harris, what tricks are you students playing?" McGonagall said, with cold anger in her voice, "You are lucky that you were not killed by it. Why didn't you listen to the warning and stay in the dormitory honestly?" "I didn't hear any warning at all." McGonagall's questioning did not make Alan panic. He pretended to be innocent and met Professor McGonagall's eyes. "I just came out to use the toilet, but I didn't expect to meet a troll in the place known as the safest place in the world. I also want to ask what tricks the school is playing." Snape quickly glanced at Alan with a compelling look, as if judging the truth of Alan's words. And Ravenclaw Dean Flitwick asked with concern in a shrill voice, "Alan, you are not injured, right?" "Professor McGonagall, when Prefect Clearwater reported the news to me just now," he explained Alan's situation. "He went to the toilet before Professor Quirrell warned us. The situation was urgent just now and I didn't have time to explain the situation." "No, I'm fine, Dean Flitwick." Alan's voice eased. "Oh, if that's the case, it's indeed Hogwarts's fault." McGonagall looked a little embarrassed. In fact, she was angry just now because she was worried that the students would be hurt. In addition, she met the Harry Potter trio who had obviously violated the rules when she passed by the women's toilet just now, which made her mistakenly think that Alan Harris in front of her was also looking for the troll to seek adventure because he thought he was too good. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall coughed a few times and said apologetically, "Mr. Harris, because you solved the troll alone, I will add 20 points to Ravenclaw. It must be said that few first-year students can compete with an adult troll. I am very happy to notice that you used the transfiguration that was taught to you not long ago, and put it into practice and joined the battle." Snape's eyes stayed on the wooden stick, and he mocked in his usual yin and yang tone, "Our first-year genius also has such precise control. This wooden stick was deliberately made by him. It seems that this Harry Reese's heart is obviously much more complicated than we thought." Flitwick didn't know if he didn't hear the unfriendly tone in Snape's voice. He just followed the words of the Slytherin Dean and praised, "Beautiful levitation spell. It's amazing that you can control it accurately to this extent in the first year." On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, although they were deducted a lot of points, the Iron Triangle always had smiles on their faces. Hermione was shocked by the troll incident. Harry and Ron came to her regardless of their own safety even though they knew there was a troll. In addition to courage, this made Hermione feel friendship for the first time in Hogwarts, and she felt that she had made friends. "I wonder if the Iron Triangle will still be so strong without the common experience of risking their lives." Alan, who also started to return to the Ravenclaw common room, couldn't help but think a little obscenely on the way. Chapter 32 Statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, modified, typos have been corrected. In the Ravenclaw Tower, Alan went into his room, and Edward fell asleep again, but he squinted his eyes for a while when he lay on the bed, and the head girl Penelope Clearwater came to the door. "Alan Harris. You dare to solve the troll at such a young age. You didn't come to the banquet. When I just called the roll, I heard Edward say that you were not there, which made me look for you everywhere. Later, I heard from the professor that you solved the troll by yourself." Penelope found Alan. As an excellent student who was rarely criticized by the professor, this beautiful girl was obviously a little crazy, and walked towards Alan with her teeth and claws bared. "I just happened to have a stomachache, and I happened to encounter a troll on the way to the banquet. For the sake of me adding 20 points to Ravenclaw, please forgive me. I am also a victim. In addition, Miss Clearwater, you are dressed more beautifully today than usual." Alan raised his hands in surrender and changed the subject very effectively. "You are a Ravenclaw, not a reckless lion. This will not happen again, but I have to say that you impressed me a lot for being able to deal with the troll alone in the first year. In addition, the Dean asked me to inform you that since the troll incident has been resolved, the Halloween Carnival will continue, and we Ravenclaw will hold a masquerade by the Black Lake." Penelope looked pleased. "The other 3 colleges are continuing to hold activities in the common room. I think Ravenclaw needs to be different, so I proposed to hold it by the lake. I didn't expect to get the strong support of Professor Flitwick, who will personally guarantee our safety. You can look out of the window of the common room later. These lights in the sky are all magic cast by Professor Flitwick." The girls liked this proposal very much and contributed a lot of scarves, but unfortunately Professor Dumbledore obviously had something else to do, so he rejected our invitation. Penelope's tone gradually became excited. Alan felt that Penelope in front of him was a little different from her usual performance. There were always countless strange ideas in the minds of young people, even if she seemed difficult to get along with. The regrouped Ravenclaw wizards quickly came to the lakeside. The reflection of the huge castle was reflected in the clear lake water. The trees by the lake were hung with colorful lights, and many colorful lights of various shapes were floating in the air. There were many long tables arranged in a U-shape on the grass by the lake. The tables were covered with light blue long tablecloths. A large number of delicacies were placed on the long tables for the students to use at will. Many white chairs with backrests were decorated with colorful lights. Roman chairs were scattered on the grass, with long ribbons tied on them fluttering in the wind. Some of the young wizards sat on the ground around the blazing bonfire, some walked in groups by the lake, and some set off fireworks in the distance. The bright fireworks illuminated the night sky and their cheerful faces. Obviously they didn't know how the troll was solved yet. And the area by the lake didn't feel cold at all. "I don't know what kind of wonderful magic Professor Flitwick cast." Alan saw Mrs. Gray in the carnival crowd. Although her expression was as cold as ever, she floated among the flying scarves and seemed to be immersed in this wonderful party. Then Rowena. The statue of Ravenclaw was obviously unattended. Thinking of the empty common room he had just seen, Alan's heart moved. Quickly rushing back to the common room, Alan made sure that no one was there, and quickly came to the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Although he had guessed that the statue was hollow, Alan looked left and right and there didn't seem to be any gaps. Alan even lay at Ravenclaw's feet and took a look into her skirt. Alan was confused for a moment, staring carefully at the top of Rowena Ravenclaw's head. Rowena's long curly hair swirled around her head in a beautiful arc, which looked very familiar. Thinking of the last conversation between Ms. Grey and him, the crown on the head of Ravenclaw suddenly came into his mind. Alan clapped his hands. Isn't this arc exactly the shape of the crown? Suppose there is a crown that fits perfectly here, and the two crowns just form a complete crown. So, the next thing to do is to find the real crown. Alan happened to know the trace of the crown. The crown of Ravenclaw is now in the room of requirement and has been made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. I don't know if the contaminated crown can still open this statue. Alan ran to the 8th floor of the castle familiarly, stopped in front of the mural with a troll, held his breath, cleared his mind, and only thought, I need a place to hide things. He walked silently 3 times, and the door of the room of requirement appeared, and Alan walked in. There were bottles and jars hidden densely inside. Tattered textbooks, strange-looking robes and all kinds of strange things. Alan saw a huge cabinet with its door ajar. When Alan walked by, he pulled it open and glimpsed what was hidden inside. Alan's face changed. He didn't know who had made the troll into a specimen in such a short time and soaked it in the potion of corruption. The stick in its hand was also in it. You have to find the crown quickly and leave here. Maybe the person who made the troll into a specimen has not left here yet. Alan sped up the search. He vaguely remembered that the original book wrote a statue of an ugly old wizard. Harry once put a wig and a flattened hat on his head. Soon, Alan found a stone statue of an old wizard with pockmarks. It wore a dirty, shabby curly hair and a crown that looked like an ancient and faded crown. That's it. Alan rushed over quickly, running the brain occlusion technique with all his strength, and threw the crown into the storage space given by the system. A broken soul has been found. Please note that living creatures cannot be put into the system storage space. Are you sure you want to store it? The system has been silent for a long time since the last mission was issued. Excuse me, what will happen if I insist on putting it into the storage space? Alan was curious about the result, and he had a vague guess in his heart that either it could not be put in, or Voldemort's soul fragments were wiped out. Sure enough, if the host insists on putting in a living creature, the system will purify its soul and convert it into pure energy for the system to absorb and use. But the host will not get any reward for the energy obtained in this way. It should be noted that only living creatures that cannot resist can be stored in the storage space. The system's ethereal voice was without a trace of emotion. Chapter 33 Lies and Friendship, modified, typos have been corrected. Alan no longer paid attention to how the system dealt with the crown with Voldemort's soul fragments attached. He quickly left the room of requirement and seized the opportunity to continue exploring the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Before leaving the room of requirement, Alan used the disillusionment charm again. This decision was just right. Just after coming out of the room of requirement, Alan saw Professor Quirrell running upstairs from downstairs with a pale face and in a panic. Professor Quirrell, who looked very cowardly, should be the one who soaked the troll in the antiseptic potion. You know, Voldemort was hiding behind Professor Quirrell's head full of garlic-smelling scarf. Voldemort's facial senses should not have recovered, otherwise, wouldn't he be surrounded by the smell of garlic every day? But judging from the current situation, he still has a nose. Thinking wildly, Alan soon returned to the Ravenclaw public restroom. The Ravenclaw students who were having fun had not returned yet. Alan took the time to take out the crown purified by the system and placed it on Rowena Ravenclaw's head. The moment the shape matched her hairstyle perfectly, the crown was blown away by a force, fell from the smooth head of the statue, fell on the chair next to it, made a crisp knocking sound, and bounced on the carpet again. What went wrong? Alan jumped down quickly and picked up the crown. This is indeed not like the crown of Ravenclaw. The old crown has no luster. Alan took out his wand and pointed it at the crown. Restore as before, the crown has not changed even a little bit, it is still as shabby. Alan had no idea, so he simply cast the related spells such as clean and new and quickly show up, but the crown still did not change. Until Alan remembered the magic ball of the goddess of luck he got before school started. Last time, he used this magic ball to cast a spell to remove the curse in the lizard man incident. Maybe it will also work on this crown. Anyway, Alan is helpless with the crown now, so why not give it a try, maybe there will be a miracle. Just when Alan was about to try, a voice answering a question came from outside the door. Alan suddenly realized that the Halloween lakeside masquerade party was over and the common room would be lively soon. To be on the safe side, Alan immediately put all his things back. Anyway, whether he went or not, the statue was there. He would try again after the crown problem was solved. Quickly arranging the position of the chair, Alan ran back to the dormitory. Soon, there was a noise in the common room. The bedroom door was pushed open with a loud bang, and Edward rushed in excitedly. He saw Alan sitting at the table without any surprise, which made Alan a little strange. "Alan, you are back so soon? I really don't understand the interests of academic masters like you. You have to read books at such an interesting dance," Edward said while taking off his sweater covered with cream. Obviously, he had a good time tonight, and this sweater was the testimony of his crazy fun. Edward saw that Alan had no reaction, and continued, "You really shouldn't have left. Just now, Penelope asked several times at the dance if anyone saw you. To me, apart from the twins, no one can compare with her in appearance. She seems to like you very much. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of getting beaten. She is so much taller than us, she won't see me as a partner." Alan waved his hands to stop his roommate's bold idea. Alan slept soundly until dawn. When he entered the auditorium for breakfast, the auditorium suddenly became silent. Then everyone started talking loudly again. Some young wizards stood up and stared at him. Alan found that when the senior wizards greeted him, they no longer regarded him as an excellent child as before. They talked to him in a more equal manner. Amidst the noise, Harry thanked, "Fortunately, we didn't encounter the troll, otherwise we would be in trouble." After entering November, the weather became very cold. The mountains around the school were grey and covered with ice and snow, and the lake was as cold and hard as quenched steel. Every morning, there was frost on the ground. From the upstairs window, you can see Hagrid, who was wrapped in a long moleskin coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves and huge beaver fur boots, defrosting the flying broom on the Quidditch field. The Quidditch season is about to begin. Roger is as energetic as a chicken blood. Whenever he has time, he grabs Alan and others to train. Quidditch training has increased from 3 times a week to 5 times a week. The professors did not relax their studies because of the exciting Quidditch season. Really good wizards can withstand any pressure, any. Professor Snape said as he assigned an extra 10-inch parchment homework. Compared with other students, Alan is obviously busier. Quidditch training is absolutely necessary. In addition to completing the homework assigned by the professor, he also has to get up early to practice elementary physical training and accumulate potion books in the library. Chapter 34 Preparing for Quidditch, corrected, typos corrected. Sometimes, Alan really doesn't know how to complete the tasks assigned by the system, because Roger forces them to seize every minute to train Quidditch. Big news, big news! Harry Potter is the seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Roger ran to the locker room of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team breathlessly and announced the news to everyone. "Wow, then he will become the youngest seeker in history. I wonder how good he is. If he is not good, he would not be specially recruited into the team. Is it because of his fame? If that's the case, then the Gryffindors will have to hold the mattress and run with him to prevent him from falling. Everyone discussed it at once, and laughed from time to time. Alan's expression did not fluctuate at all. He naturally knew that Potter would be a strong opponent. Although he didn't know how strong he would be, Alan would do his best to help Ravenclaw win. Quiet Alan seemed out of place in the locker room, but he looked particularly calm and reliable. Roger couldn't help asking Alan for his opinion. Alan, what do you think of Potter being the Seeker? No matter how strong the opponent is, victory can only belong to Ravenclaw. Alan's eyes were firm, revealing his desire for victory. Yes, victory will only be ours. Infected by Alan's momentum, the team members were full of momentum, picked up their brooms, and walked towards the court. The next morning, the weather was clear and cold. The restaurant was filled with the tempting smell of grilled sausages. Everyone was looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch game and chatting happily. When the owls swarmed into the big restaurant as usual, everyone's attention was attracted by the slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. With Harry's previous experience, almost everyone guessed that it was a flying broom, but who would be the owner of the broom? Alan hurriedly took away the food in front of his table. Fortunately, several owls circled down and landed in front of Alan. The tail of the package spilled Edward's milk. Anna hurriedly handed him a tablecloth, and Edward tried to wipe it in a hurry. Oh, this must be yours. Although there were still milk stains on his body, Edward was extremely excited. He guessed what was inside, but he covered his mouth with his palm before he finished speaking, reminding Alan, "Alan, don't open it here, let's go back to the dormitory." Alan readily agreed. It's not a good thing to eat too much before exercise. Roger, who was not far away, saw it and jumped up at once. He didn't have the maturity and stability of a senior student at all, and quickly caught up with Alan and Edward. Back to the dormitory, opened the package, smooth lines, distinct tail wings, well-maintained, soft and comfortable armrests, it was Alan's Neptune. In order to bring the broom into Hogwarts in a reasonable and legal way, Alan had to sneak through the secret passage to Hogsmeade and use the public owl messenger to mail the broom back openly. Oh my God, Alan, you have a Neptune, this is a limited edition Neptune. Roger looked at the broom eagerly. I have never been so sure as I am now. Victory will definitely belong to Ravenclaw. Roger's tone was more confident than ever before. Alan, can you lend me your bike after the game? Edward asked Alan cautiously. Of course, you can ride it as long as you want after I finish the game. Alan agreed immediately. At 11 o'clock, it seemed that all the teachers and students in the school came to the stands around the Quidditch field. Many students also brought binoculars. The seats were almost raised to the air, but sometimes it was still difficult to see the game clearly. Alan took Neptune and was surrounded by Roger and other players to the locker room. Everyone felt that it was necessary to protect Neptune before the game, which was a killer. Hey guys, the glory of our Ravenclaw is coming. We are the best team in Ravenclaw's history, and Neptune. Roger looked at Alan's broom eagerly and continued, victory will definitely belong to us. Time is almost up. Let's embrace victory together. Wish us good luck. Alan followed Roger out of the locker room and walked towards the cheering in the noisy stadium. He was not afraid at all, but felt his blood boiling. He saw Edward in the stands at a glance. He got a huge banner from somewhere, which read Ravenclaw must win. The names of the 7 players were sprayed with colorful paint around the Ravenclaw school logo, the eagle. As expected of a college with a spell professor as the dean, the smart Ravenclaw did not foolishly pull the banner, but used a floating spell to make it float high above the Ravenclaw stands. The fully stretched banner swayed gently with the slight breeze, and with the light blue background, it seemed to blend into the blue sky. The eagle and the names of the 7 players on the huge banner also had a 3D effect, especially the eagle, which seemed to break through the air and fly high. Listen, I hope everyone will participate in the game fairly and honestly. Madame Hooch was the referee. She stood in the middle of the court with her flying broom in her hand. As soon as the players from both sides gathered around her, she said, "Please get on your brooms." Alan got on his Neptune. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle hard. 15 brooms rose from the ground and soared high into the sky. The game began. Chapter 35, Battle against Hufflepuff, corrected, typos corrected. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Jordan, the commentator of this game. This game is Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor's enthusiastic voice ignited the cheers of the audience. Now the quaffle has been grabbed by Alan of Ravenclaw. If Harry Potter is the youngest seeker in a century, then Alan Harris is the youngest chaser in a century. He was the first to grab the quaffle. He is really agile and strong. Jordan did not forget to mention Harry of Gryffindor when introducing Alan. He really loves Gryffindor. He's flying all the way on it. This speed is amazing. Oh my god, did you see it? He's riding the legendary Neptune. Jordan jumped up from his seat excitedly. A black bludger hit Alan's back swiftly, but Alan dodged it quickly as if he had eyes on his back. The bludger whistled past Alan's ears aggressively. Oh, be careful. Alan, who was riding Neptune, dodged the fierce attack of Hufflepuff's Gabrielle Truman. The performance of Neptune is indeed well-deserved. Jordan roared. Jordan! Professor McGonagall warned Jordan not to change the subject. Okay, Professor. Alan is still flying tirelessly. If Alan is King Arthur of England, then he doesn't have Lancelot, Gawain, Grawlhead and other knights of the Round Table around him. He is moving forward bravely. Is he going to be a lone hero? Excuse me, Quidditch is a sport that requires the cooperation of teammates. Jordan obviously did not think highly of Alan's strategy of flying alone with the ball. Who said Alan has no teammates? Roger angrily hit away the bludger that hit Alan again. The Ravenclaw players tried their best to tie up the Hufflepuff players to create a favorable offensive environment for Alan. Wow, if Roger hit this ball higher, it could fly directly into the Mediterranean. Jordan's mouth was exaggerated enough. Alan broke through the Hufflepuff defense. Now there is only the goalkeeper in front of him. Go! Go! The ball went in. We saw that the youngest chaser in a century, Alan Harris, scored the first goal of the game. As Jordan excitedly explained, huge cheers rang out from the Ravenclaw stands. Now Hufflepuff was in control of the ball. Their formation seemed like a group of wasps, aggressively attacking the Ravenclaw position. Roger quickly organized an interception, but it was ineffective. Hufflepuff's wasp formation is very effective. It's getting closer and closer. Ravenclaw seems helpless against it. As the explanation was given, all the Ravenclaws were heartbroken. Hey, it's Alan. Alan grabbed the quaffle from Hufflepuff's Daniel at an incredible speed. Oh my god, he continued to break through. Jordan was so shocked that he didn't even see how Alan intercepted the ball from Daniel's hand. Roger got the bludger, and now the initiative is back in Ravenclaw's hands. They cooperated so well. Alan only needs to sprint, and his teammates are doing their best to intercept Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff's wasp formation just now was very effective, but it's too late to return to defense now. Jordan hit the nail on the head. Hufflepuff's goalkeeper James can block Alan's shot once, block Alan's shot twice, but can't stop Alan from always shooting. Jordan exclaimed. With his agility, Alan scored one goal after another with the cooperation of his teammates. The always gentle Hufflepuff almost turned into an angry bull, flying around being restrained by Ravenclaw, but could never attack Ravenclaw. Now Hufflepuff's only chance may lie in their seeker Cedric Diggory. As long as he can catch the golden snitch, the victory belongs to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but poke Jordan's lower back with her wand. Professor Flitwick beside her also felt a little itchy. Haven't they found the snitch yet? Jordan laughed. Chujong suddenly rushed towards the Ravenclaw stands. Cedric was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something and followed him. The two chased each other. In front of them was Anna and the others who cast the levitation spell. Seeing the huge banner, Chujong did not slow down at all and rushed straight to the banner. Cedric reached out to grab her, but the two of them were caught in the banner and fell from the sky. The stands screamed in unison. Professor Flitwick quickly pulled out his wand and eased the momentum of the two people's fall several times. They fell on the grass and rolled for several weeks. Madame Hooch called a halt to the game, and the players flew down to help them get out of the tightly entangled banner. When they stood up, the stands seemed to have been paused and restarted all of a sudden. Deafening cheers resounded throughout the stadium. Chujong raised her hand holding the golden snitch high, and Ravenclaw won the victory with an absolute advantage. Competitive games are like this, the joy of one side sets off the sadness of the other side. Human extreme emotions are fully reflected and released at this moment. This is Quidditch, and this is why wizards love the sport of Quidditch so much. The players from both sides shook hands under the command of Madame Hooch. The 90-minute game finally ended. The players on the field were busy relaxing their muscles, while Alan needed to relax his nerves. For him, muscles were not a problem. "Alan, you are so great. It feels so good to see you score again and again." Edward has completely become Alan's fanboy. To be honest, Alan's amazing performance on the Quidditch field has really won him fans. Chapter 36 Exploration, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Alan's sudden appearance and Chu Zhang's wonderful performance surprised Ravenclaw. The new Quidditch players recruited by Ravenclaw are so strong that the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin has attracted much attention. Because Harry Potter, the man who defeated the Dark Lord and the youngest Seeker in a century, is about to play for the first time. In this regard, the young wizards talked about it. Some knew about Harry's performance in the flying class and were very optimistic about Harry's performance, thinking that he would be better than Alan. Some tried their best to slander and undermine Gryffindor's morale, represented by Malfoy. Others were eager to observe the enemy in preparation for future battles, just like Roger, who had prepared a notebook to record the tactics and strengths and weaknesses of the two teams. The next day, the restaurant was still filled with the aroma of grilled sausages. Alan speculated that the house elves might think that sausages and baseball bats were very similar. Could it be that eating sausages would bring good luck? Alan noticed Harry walking towards him and forked the last piece of sausage on the plate and put it into his mouth. "Alan, can I talk to you?" Harry walked over. "Of course, Harry, but you don't seem to have had breakfast yet." Alan saw Hermione following behind with a plate of toast. "Alan, I don't have an appetite." Harry looked a little uneasy. "Well, I think we can take a walk first," Alan said. Anyway, he was full. It was still a sunny day, and the coldness that could not be dispelled by the bright sun surrounded Harry. "Actually, I understand your mood now. You are a little uneasy, right? Harry, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Believe in yourself. You fly very well, don't you?" Alan encouraged Harry to face himself. "But I feel like I can't eat anything. I'm very nervous." Before the first game, Harry was a little nauseous due to nervousness. "Harry, it's normal to be a little nervous. I had a similar feeling at that time, but when you fly into the sky, you can forget all this and feel the freedom that flying brings you." Comforting students is Alan's specialty. Harry felt that Alan's words had a soothing power. The two walked around the Quidditch field and talked about some interesting and embarrassing things on campus before. Harry felt much better. He even felt the protest of his stomach and wanted to eat some hot porridge to soothe his empty stomach. When Harry slowly walked back to the restaurant, Hermione and Ron had specially reserved breakfast for him. Bread fills the stomach and keeps the body strong. Hermione insisted on bringing a large stack of toast. The grilled sausages are delicious, greasy, and fragrant. Ron said as he smeared thick yellow mustard on the sausages. No, I like them all, but guys, I'd rather have a bowl of hot oatmeal. Harry refused the toast and hot sausages. At 11 o'clock, the Quidditch field was bustling with people, as if all the teachers and students in the school had gathered here. Harry had said goodbye to his friends and went to the locker room to prepare for the game. Ron and Hermione came to the top row and joined Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a West Ham fan. To give Harry a surprise, they used a bed sheet that was stained by the little mouse spotted to draw a huge banner with the words "Potter must win" on it. Dean, who is good at painting, also drew a big Gryffindor lion below. Then, Hermione also performed a clever magic to make the paint on the banner flash different colors. Alan watched the Gryffindor event and suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to continue exploring the secrets of Rowena Ravenclaw's statue. Alan quietly left the stands and quickly rushed to the Ravenclaw Tower. Sure enough, there was no one in the Ravenclaw public room. Alan used the same trick again, moved the chair behind the statue, and rushed up to place the crown on top of Rowena Ravenclaw's curly hair. Then, Alan took out the magic ball of the Goddess of Luck Fowls from the system storage compartment and held it in his hand. As the obscure spell came out of Alan's mouth bit by bit, Fowls's magic ball gradually emitted fluorescence, and the light gathered into a beam. Alan aimed the beam at the crown of Ravenclaw. A change occurred. The crown was like taking off old clothes, slowly from the middle to the sides, restoring its original appearance. Its shape is like an eagle flying high. Its wings are made of countless crystal diamonds, and the arc of each wing is full of artistic feeling. A huge sapphire is inlaid on its abdomen, and the edges and corners on it reflect the dazzling light. Below the gem hangs a round and a drop-shaped gem of the same material. The bottom edge of the crown is engraved with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." Success! Alan was excited. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw gracefully rotated to one side, revealing a narrow circular passage. On both sides of the passage are carved scenes of boys and girls studying, playing, and living together, and their images are lifelike. Alan had no time to look closely, just glanced at it, and didn't walk far. He heard a bang and the statue moved back to its original position. A faint blue light suddenly lit up in the alley. It turned out that there was a wall lamp every 10 steps above the wall. After turning 3 corners, Alan came to a bronze door. The door was extremely majestic. 2 eagles looking at each other were carved in the middle of the 2 doors. Ripples were carved around the door in circles, shaped like waves in the sea. 2 huge bronze door knockers in the middle were quietly attached to the door. This door made Alan involuntarily think of the way to enter the Ravenclaw common room. Alan held the magic wand tightly in one hand, and used the magic wizard robe to transform into a glove, wrapped the other hand, then pulled up the door knocker and knocked on the door 3 times. The dull sound of the metal knocking on the door was like a bell. Alan seemed to think of thousands of years in an instant, and the ancient and vicissitudes of life came to his face. The 2 eagles' eyes emitted a blue light, which gathered together to form a screen, on which the famous motto of Ravenclaw was still written. Chapter 37 Breakthrough, Modified, Typos Corrected. The words on the light screen gradually faded, and then a question was displayed: where does time begin? This question is really unusual for Alan. For Alan's previous life, his time has ended. But Alan was reborn in the world of Harry Potter, which is equivalent to his time going back to the past. So from Alan's point of view, time is just a vague concept. It has no special physical form. If you exist, it is there. If you don't exist, it is not there. But obviously this question is not to test Alan's own perception of time. After sorting out his thoughts, Alan suddenly had an idea: the present time has just ended, and the future time begins now. It must be said that this is really a pleasing answer. The bronze door opened in response, obviously agreeing with Alan's answer. Behind the door, the fog was filled, and Alan seemed to see a void. Alan stepped into this void, and soon, a cocky star with a cloud halo appeared in front of Alan, slowly rotating in front of Alan. Alan observed it carefully for a long time, and could not help being attracted by its beauty and mystery. Unconsciously, he reached out to touch it. Just as his fingers felt the softness of the clouds, the star flew away like a frightened little beast and disappeared in the mist. Instantly, all the mist spun around Alan. Alan seemed to be in the center of a tornado, with turbulent outer layers and calm in the center. Alan remained calm and watched the changes. After spinning for an unknown number of times, the outer layer of mist drifted away, and gradually the inner layer of mist also disappeared layer by layer. What appeared in front of Alan was the vast interstellar space, as if the ceiling of the public lounge was magnified countless times. An ethereal female voice occupied this space. Only wizards with extraordinary wisdom can pass through the foggy space. Please find the star you just saw in this universe, with a time limit of 10 minutes. If you pass it, you can go to the next level, otherwise you will merge with the foggy space. Wisdom is a high-level comprehensive ability, including perception, knowledge, memory, understanding, decision, and other abilities. Obviously, this level tests the ability of memory, observation, and decision. Alan did have the ability to remember everything with the help of the university bully system, but this ability does not include graphics. In this endless starry sky, at a glance, there are thousands of stars that look similar to the cocky star just now. In just 10 minutes, it is not easy to identify and find them successfully with the naked eye. This is almost an impossible task for Alan now. Time passed bit by bit, and it would not stagnate because of Alan's thinking. Alan made a prompt decision and contacted the university bully system in his mind. System, take a look, can you provide help? The ethereal voice of the system did not fluctuate at all, and it seemed that it could not feel the anxiety in the host's heart at all. Host, your last library task has not been completed yet, and I can't give you any extra help. Alan continued to call the system, and the system remained silent. At this moment, Alan suddenly remembered that there was another item in his storage space. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his good luck at the beginning. Open the storage space. Alan's tone was affirmative and unquestionable. The system storage space quickly appeared in Alan's mind. Alan chose the ancient parchment tied with a red rope. The red rope automatically fell off, and the parchment slowly unfolded, with the words, Invincible aura for 12 minutes. The function was marked below the parchment. It can intercept time or be used once. Within the time range covered by the aura, the host can solve all difficult problems. Without a doubt, Alan immediately chose use the Invincible aura for 3 minutes. A stream of clear water flowed out of the storage compartment, and Alan was in control of his wisdom and calm. He felt great now, as if the stars were under control. He searched in the endless starry sky and constantly eliminated the interfering stars. The impression of the target star in Alan's mind was extremely clear. Compared with these stars, Alan could quickly capture every subtle difference. Fortunately, Alan found the target star when the 3 minutes were about to run out. Alan quickly used the magic wand to send a red signal and marked it above the target star. Although the cold female voice did not appear again, the rotating and broken starry sky showed that he had passed the level. The stars in the universe in this space broke into countless pieces and disappeared while rotating. Only the star that Alan had just marked was suspended in front of Alan, slowly deforming and turning into a small European-style tower. The door of the tower opened silently. Alan walked in and saw a thin light screen quietly suspended in the air behind a row of 3-seater European sofas. At this moment, the light screen had no content. Through the light screen, you can see the magnificent decoration behind it. This tower is extremely artistic and decorated with white and gold. There are exquisite furniture and luxurious carpets in the interior. It seems that most of them are works of art by British and French craftsmen. The top of the tower is round and decorated with ivory and gold. The rounded curved crystal chandelier is in a step spiral shape in the air. The tops of the surrounding walls are painted with scenes of wizards participating in the War of the Roses in the 15th century. The light screen in front of Alan was shining blue, and the cosmic star map that had just been broken into pieces was reunited on the light screen. A model exactly the same as the tower he was in appeared at the bottom right of the light screen. Countless golden lines crisscrossed on the star map. It was still the same female voice: "Stretch out your magic wand, cast the move spell, and complete the space shuttle game. If you complete the game, you will pass the level, otherwise you will stay here forever. There is no way back, you can only move forward." Chapter 38 Space Shuttle, Modified. Typos have been modified. Alan is a man of strong temperament. Facing challenges, he has no fear or retreat. Alan took out his magic wand, pointed at the tower model, and whispered "Move." A blue light shot out from the magic wand, hitting the tower. A big 4 appeared above the tower, and the tower model on the screen moved forward 4 tracks. The tower where Alan was suddenly floated. Through the window of the tower, Alan found that the outside was actually a real universe. Could he really be floating in the interstellar? For a moment, Alan couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. Not only could the magic flame not warm Alan, but the other decorations of the tower were also frozen one by one. In addition to the flickering magic light curtain, Alan seemed to be in an ice sculpture world. The most urgent thing is to continue the space shuttle game. Alan decisively pointed his magic wand at the tower model and shouted, "Move." A big 8 appeared above the tower model. The tower model walked 8 tracks along the crisscrossing light. The real tower where Alan was continued to drift, and soon stagnated again. The red light outside the tower was all over the sky. It was really a world of ice and fire. The cold turned into hot heat in just a moment. The edge of the building close to this extremely hot planet was gradually melted by the high temperature. If he didn't evacuate quickly, he might lose his life. Alan realized at this time that he was not fearless. He also had something to fear, that is, the unknown. The tower shuttled into the meteorite belt, and its solid outer eaves were shattered by the impact of these meteorites. "Oh, my luck is so bad." Alan smiled bitterly. Alan wanted to finish the game as soon as possible, and the spell quickly hit the tower model. It was 6. A cold female voice sounded, "This is a peaceful starry sky area, you can rest." With a creaking sound, the wall with the fireplace in the tower hall rotated, and many kinds of materials with various colors of light were piled up inside. Behind the materials stood a huge alchemy furnace. This hint is very obvious. To continue to pass the level, you need to repair the tower first. It's not just about waving a spell and chanting "Restore" as before. You know, many parts of the tower were completely destroyed in the previous shuttle and disappeared without a trace. A thin book suddenly appeared on the table. Alan picked up the booklet. It was a tower structure atlas. It seems that this level is really a rest, not just rest, but also repair. Alan looked at the huge group of materials and realized that the previous levels of the game tested their ability to deal with crises. This level probably tests comprehension, hands-on ability, and perhaps courage. It is obvious that to successfully splice the refined materials in their original positions, you have to leave the inside of the tower and contact the outside universe. Of course, at the moment, Alan has to refine the repair materials first. They walked into the material room. The atlas provided by the tower was very magical. It actually marked the damaged locations of the tower and the materials needed one by one. Alan called the system and called up the experience of the ancient alchemist Master Geber obtained in the previous Lizard Man mission. Alan flipped through it in his mind, thinking about whether there was any method that could be used as a reference. Found it. Alan was very excited. It was worthy of being a product of the system. It not only provided alchemy methods, but also provided methods to increase the temperature of the flame, which could effectively reduce the time of alchemy. With the help of Jebber's experience, Alan successfully ignited the furnace, and soon, all the materials were prepared. Alan transformed the Meow Meow wizard robe into a mask to ensure that he could still breathe oxygen after leaving the tower. Alan held a part of the materials flew out of the tower. As expected, there was no gravity outside the tower. Alan was floating in the air with nowhere to get support. Fortunately, his Neptune was still in the system storage compartment. Alan called out Neptune, turned over and rode on it, and he could control it freely. Restore it as before. Restore it as before. The materials flew out one by one, facing the damaged parts, and restored them to their original state. No, they even had a little more luster than the original appearance. Alan drank the already warm black tea in one gulp and continued to go back and forth in and out of the tower. After an unknown amount of time, Alan successfully repaired the tower. After calming down the panting caused by the intense exercise, Alan raised his wand, cast a spell again, and continued the game. A big 9 was marked above the model, and Alan was ready to deal with the upcoming challenge. Alan was suddenly isolated by a light shield, and the cold female voice sounded again, "You can only choose between the huge wealth and moving forward. If you leave with the wealth, you will never be able to return here. If you continue to move forward, you may get nothing on this trip. Please choose within 10 minutes. Wealth and moving forward, how will Alan choose? Wealth and knowledge, how will Alan choose?" Chapter 39 Rowena's Regret, modified, typos have been corrected. I choose to move forward. Alan did not hesitate at all. Wealth can be obtained through hard work, but precious knowledge is not so easy to obtain. Game over. The ethereal voice sounded again. Instantly, Alan felt that his stomach was hooked, and in a blink of an eye he arrived at a place that looked like an office. The reason why it looks like an office is that its interior decoration is extremely luxurious, with gold everywhere, even a piece of note paper, crawling with gold. Lavish and decadent is often used to refer to people falling into decadence, but this golden house is lovable but not addictive. Every detail is handled as reserved as a gentleman and elegant as a lady, without any vulgarity. For example, desks, chairs, curtains, cushions, big and small, each piece is vulgar and elegant. "Hello, Alan Harris." An extremely majestic voice sounded behind Alan. Alan turned around immediately and was amazed. A very graceful figure appeared behind Alan. This kind of beauty is so beautiful that people look up to it and dare not have the slightest blasphemous heart, and it is even a little intimidating. Alan recognized this as Rowena Ravenclaw at a glance, because she was very similar to the statue in the Ravenclaw common room, but compared with the statue, she was more majestic and smart. "You, a Ravenclaw, are not greedy at all." Rowena walked behind the desk and sat down gracefully. Alan understood what she meant. Ravenclaw literally means claw of raven or crow's claw, and the hidden meaning of the name is greedy plunderer. You should know the selection criteria of Ravenclaw best, right, my dear lady? The intelligence must be superior, preferably wise, fair, shrewd, knowledgeable, smart, farsighted, curious, and like to study things. Alan bowed deeply to Rowena Ravenclaw. Whether as the founder of the college or as a strong person, Rowena deserves Alan's respect. "I prefer you to call me Professor or Dean," Rowena Ravenclaw emphasized. "Okay, Professor." In Alan's heart, Professor Flitwick is the Dean of Ravenclaw. Although Rowena Ravenclaw is the founder, she can only be called the former Dean at most. Therefore, Alan had to settle for the second best and could only call her Professor. "Since you have come here, as long as you complete the last test, you can get the treasure of Ravenclaw." Rowena looked at Alan seriously, staring at Alan's face motionlessly. "What is the last test?" Alan was confident in himself. "The last test is to make a magic stone that can turn stones into gold and make people immortal." Alan heard a hint of urgency in the cold female voice. The magic stone? Please forgive me, why do you still want to make a magic stone in your current form? Alan was really curious. You mean I am a wisp of regret, but I want the magic stone of immortality. Rowena Ravenclaw's voice was a little melancholy. My daughter Helena stole my crown, and I sent Barrow to find him. Unexpectedly, Barrow killed her. I wanted to make a resurrection stone. But after research, I found that the resurrection stone cannot really resurrect the dead. It only summons a substance that is more real than the soul and more illusory than the entity, and the resurrected person may not be happy. In that case, the resurrection stone has no meaning to Helena. This child turned into a ghost because of fear of death. I want to accompany my daughter in a longer way, but I don't want to become a ghost, so I thought of the Philosopher's Stone. Rowena didn't mind telling Alan the whole story. But you don't need the Philosopher's Stone now. Alan was still very puzzled. That's right, but I was still very unwilling to not thoroughly research the Philosopher's Stone. So I left this remnant with the mark of my soul and designed this magic statue. When I was seriously ill and my life was about to end, I injected all my magic power into it to protect this remnant with the mark of my soul to the greatest extent. Rowena told Alan everything. Seeing that Rowena Ravenclaw's attainments in soul magic were not lower than her achievements in alchemy, Alan remembered that Voldemort's remnant soul also had the ability to think for itself and communicate with people's ability, while Rowena Ravenclaw can achieve the same effect by leaving only a trace of remnant with soul mark, which shows that Rowena is more clever. Okay, Harris, are you willing to accept the challenge? If you can develop it successfully according to my notes, you can take all my wealth. If not, I will erase your memory and let you go. Rowena's aura is very strong, but Alan is not afraid. I can accept the challenge, but I don't have the materials. Alan spread his hands and expressed his embarrassment. Rowena rotated a magic ball on the table counterclockwise 3 times, and the wall on the right disappeared, and a huge alchemy room appeared in front of Alan. Rowena handed a thick roll of parchment to Alan and disappeared without a trace. Alan quickly flipped through the precious manuscript. The handwriting on it was neat and beautiful, and there were drawings drawn by Rowena herself. The materials needed for the Philosopher's Stone, such as Alex, Camodo, Mercury, Sulfur, Aqua Regia, were all ready, and the alchemical techniques were also marked on the parchment. Why couldn't Rowena's refining succeed? Looking at it, Alan had an idea and called up a copy of Jaber's experience from the system. The production of one of the alchemical products, Philosopher's Stone, was very similar to the Philosopher's Stone studied by Rowena Ravenclaw, except for some different names, but it can be concluded that the effect of the Philosopher's Stone is almost the same as that of the Philosopher's Stone. The biggest difference between the two is the furnace fire. The furnace fire temperature recorded in Jaber's experience is much higher than the temperature recorded by Rowena. No matter how much hesitant he was, Alan decided to take a gamble and set the temperature according to the instructions of Jaber's experience. Chapter 40 Ravenclaw's Treasure, Modified, Typos Corrected. Alan did what he said, and prepared the required materials neatly in the order of addition, and placed the required magic balls in the corresponding grooves on the top of the marble column in the order of the hexagram. According to Rowena's manual, Alan input magic power into the magic balls one by one, and the dazzling white light columns were activated one by one, converging under the tall and gorgeous furnace, burning a huge flame. There was a red dragon and a green little frog painted in front of the furnace, and 2 lions on the left and right sides of the furnace, red on the left and green on the right. A white lion was on the back of the furnace, and on its left and right sides were the sun and the moon with human faces. Alan put in the herbs one by one, and adjusted the temperature according to the method of Jaber's experience. As the temperature gradually increased, the mouths of the 3 lions gradually opened. According to Rowena's manual, Alan placed red, white, and green magic balls in the mouths of the 3 lions. The 3 magic balls represent: white stone, used to convert metal into silver; red stone, used to make artificial gold objects; and elixir of life, a panacea that can make people immortal. At the last moment of alchemy, Alan was about to add the most precious material, the wings of the Hermes bird. The wings were added to the furnace and instantly mixed with other materials to form an irregular dark green circle. Rowena's manual stopped here. But the magic stone did not show a brown jade-like crystal color. What went wrong? Recalling Jay's experience, Alan gritted his teeth and output magic power again, madly raising the temperature of the furnace, and the hot flames twisted and danced desperately in the furnace. The three-color magic ball could not support such a high temperature, and it was difficult to maintain its original appearance. It slowly melted into liquid, merged in the red dragon's belly on the furnace wall, and flowed to the dark green semi-finished magic stone in the furnace. Alan watched with joy as the dark green ball was gradually stained by brown and slowly melted into one. It's done! Alan was ecstatic. During the refining process, he had completely forgotten that he was trapped in the statue and that he had to complete the task. He was completely immersed in alchemy. The finished philosopher's stone lay quietly in the middle of the furnace. Alan extinguished the fire and looked at the philosopher's stone with light passing through its surface from time to time. "Professor, you said before that this was the last test." Alan reminded, but he did not find any emotional changes in Ravenclaw for his successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone. "Oh, yes, you succeeded. Can you tell me your name?" "Alan Harris. You have successfully completed all my tests, showing extraordinary intelligence, heroic spirit, and restrained greed. You are qualified to obtain Ravenclaw's treasure." After saying that, Rowena placed a glittering crown on the table. Its appearance was no different from the crown Alan had obtained before, but Alan sensitively noticed that they were different. What was the difference? "The crown you used to open the statue is just my early work. It is very meaningful, but it can't really increase people's wisdom. Otherwise, Helena would not be blinded by greed and defect. And this one," Rowena pointed to the crown and said with satisfaction, "this crown was developed before my death. It can not only keep people clear-headed at all times, but also let you see your true desires in your heart and not go astray. This is the real wisdom. Now, it's yours." Then, Rowena took out the tower model that Alan had seen before. "This mobile tower is very interesting and can be carried with you. If you get lost in the wild, it can ensure that you have a place to stay. The most important thing is that it contains a large number of books I have collected. These books are full of the wisdom of the predecessors. If you can read and study carefully, it will build a ladder for you to reach the top of the magician." Rowena finished speaking, relieved. Her figure gradually faded, as if she was about to disappear at any time. "Alan, you can take the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it has no effect on me, but it is very precious to you. I will take its production method to pursue my soul. After I leave, this statue will no longer serve as a test. Without the support of magic, its internal space will disappear with my departure. Finally, before we meet again, please help me take care of Helena, thank you." Alan accepted the treasure, bowed deeply, and saluted this strong man. Suddenly, a light flashed under his feet, and the strong light made Alan quickly cover his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the common room of Ravenclaw, and the lounge was quiet. Chapter 41 The Experience of the Potion Master, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Walking out of the common room, Alan walked quickly to the Quidditch field, hoping that the game was not over yet. He was very interested in Quidditch games. Before Alan entered the Quidditch field, he heard the cheers of the Gryffindors echoing in the cold sky, mixed with the roars and groans of the Slytherins. Alan quickly walked up to the stands where Ravenclaw was. Watching the game in the stands was very different from participating in it in person. Alan saw the roaring little lions in the opposite Gryffindor stands and felt that he was indeed a Ravenclaw and could never be so wild and passionate. "The snitch is still missing, right?" Alan asked Roger, who was frowning and recording data frantically. "Yes, we haven't seen the strength of the Seekers on both sides. They haven't found any traces of the golden snitch yet. But the strength of Gryffindor's chasers and beaters is very strong, especially the beaters. They cooperate very well. Roger cast his eyes on the Weasley brothers flying freely in the sky, with envy on his face. They are twins, living together since childhood. It would be strange if they don't cooperate well. But our team's batsmen are also very good, such as you, aren't they? Alan's calm compliment made Roger straighten his chest. Oh, of course. I am the best batsman in Hogwarts. Roger's soft golden hair and his white teeth sparkled in the sunlight, attracting the attention of many girls. Roger, can I borrow your telescope? Of course, I brought a lot of them. Roger felt that he was a particularly reliable captain. Alan raised the telescope and looked at a small dot in the sky with difficulty. That was Harry. Harry was very high in the sky, gliding lightly above the stadium. Obviously, he had not found the golden snitch yet. Alan watched the game easily. After being nervous, he didn't feel nervous at all when watching the game. Sleepiness filled his whole body. He missed the bed in Ravenclaw and the feeling of being wrapped in a soft quilt. Golden snitch! Roger's scream cheered Alan up. Harry found the golden snitch. Alan immediately raised his binoculars. Harry was diving quickly, but unfortunately he was deliberately knocked away by Marcus Flint of Slytherin. In this way, after the obvious and despicable cheating just now, the commentator Lee Jordan could no longer control his anger. Alan felt that he was right. Such behavior was indeed shameful. No matter how angry the audience was, the game had to continue. This proved that when you are treated unfairly, you don't have to complain about the world and give up on yourself. All we need to do is to make ourselves stronger and make the opponent lose face. Just when many people were still immersed in anger, Harry's broom shook uncontrollably. Slytherin scored a goal, and no one noticed Harry's abnormality. Harry's broom twitched and twisted wildly all the way, slowly and higher, making Harry away from the field. Harry is in trouble. Alan was the first to find that something was wrong. Roger and Anna next to him quickly pointed the telescope at Harry. Harry's broomstick began to tumble and roll, and he could only barely hold on to avoid falling. Suddenly, the broomstick twisted wildly again, and Harry was thrown off by it. He now held the broomstick handle with only one hand, hanging in the air. The audience in the stands had no intention of watching the game, and many people screamed when Harry fell. Alan pointed the telescope at Hermione and followed her in the crowd, intending to help if the situation was not right. Fortunately, Hermione still successfully set Professor Snape's robes on fire and knocked down Professor Quirrell. Harry landed safely and spit out the golden snitch from his mouth. Gryffindor won. I don't know if it's strength or luck, anyway, Gryffindor is a strong opponent. Roger closed his notebook, full of fighting spirit. For Gryffindor, we are two. Across the noisy and excited crowd, Alan gave Harry an encouraging smile. Harry, see you in the final. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School woke up from a dream and found that the surroundings were covered with several feet of snow and the lake was covered with hard ice. Although it was freezing cold, Alan's mood was as beautiful as March. He finally completed the library task assigned by the system and successfully obtained the book of Potion Master Welto. The book records the methods of making various magical potions. The more he studied, the more he felt his ignorance. Alan was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Unlike Alan, other students were eagerly looking forward to the holiday. Although the public room was blessed by Professor Flitwick's spell and the auditorium was burning with a raging fire, very warm, but the corridor with a draft became freezing cold, and the window glass of the classroom was rattling in the biting cold wind. The worst thing was that Professor Snape's classes were all held in the underground classroom. A cloud of white mist formed in front of them when they exhaled, so they had to try to get closer to their hot crucibles. Only Alan was very active in the potion class. He tried the medicine-making methods in the book of the Potion Master Welto, and at the same time listened to Professor Snape's explanation very seriously to consolidate his foundation. By comparing the two, Alan felt that his potion learning had made great progress. Professor Snape also obviously discovered Alan's uniqueness. He had no fault with Alan's potions. Even in a potion class, he found that Alan did not use the medicine-making methods in the textbook, and he did not say a word. This was incredible to other students. Except for Slytherin students, Professor Snape only looked at Alan differently. Not only did he not criticize him, he even gave him advice. While other students were suffering from both mental and physical freezing, Alan's state of being like a fish in water and contented was really enviable. Not only in the potion class, Alan also performed well in other courses. When the gap between him and someone is too big, he can only look up to him. So no one bothered Alan. Everyone thought that Alan must be the first in the final exam, and everyone could only strive for the second place. Excellent students also have the troubles of excellent students, that is, they can easily become the teacher's helpers. For example, at this moment, Alan was called by Professor Flitwick to help decorate the Christmas decorations. Together with the professor, he used their wands to spray strings of golden bubbles and hung them on the branches of the tree that Hagrid had just moved in. With everyone's concerted efforts, the hall looked beautiful and magnificent. The walls were covered with hanging flower ribbons composed of holly and mistletoe, and there were 12 towering Christmas trees erected in various places in the room. Some trees were hung with sparkling small icicles, and some trees were flickering with hundreds of candles. Alan saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid into the hall. Alan smiled and walked over to greet Harry and the others, but just happened to hear Harry happily say to Hagrid, "Since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we have been trying to find out who he is." Chapter 42 Holiday, Modified, Typos Corrected. "Are you talking about Nicholas Flamel?" Alan asked in a good mood. But obviously, the others didn't think so. Hagrid looked furious, Ron looked horrified, Harry looked very embarrassed, opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Hermione. Hermione questioned Alan instead. "Alan, although you are so good that all professors praise you, eavesdropping is immoral." Alan looked at Harry deeply, and seeing that he was embarrassed and at a loss but didn't say a word to defend himself, he was a little disappointed, and then relieved. The most embarrassing thing is to overestimate your position in other people's hearts. It's not that Harry doesn't care about Alan, but he, Ron and Hermione have a common secret. Without the consent of the other two, Harry doesn't know whether he should tell Alan about it. Alan always believes that when someone no longer trusts you, don't be sad. Everyone has their own life and no one can always be with you. Don't cling to the past and don't let go. So Alan smiled and said to Hermione with a surprised look, "First of all, it's the result of my hard work to get the praise of the professors. Secondly, I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation. I just wanted to come and say hello to Harry. Finally, I know who Nicholas Flamel is, but obviously there is no need to tell you. I wish you all a happy holiday." Alan smiled and left. "You don't trust me, so I won't tell you what you want to know." Although he can see it, Alan still childishly gave a small return. Anyway, they will know it sooner or later. So he doesn't have to repay evil with virtue. He's joking, right? How could he know Nicholas Flamel? Ron said with his mouth wide open in surprise. Alan rarely jokes, and he loves reading books and is very knowledgeable. It is very likely that he really knows Nicholas Flamel. Harry felt very annoyed and frustrated. He should have told Alan the truth. Hermione bit her lip. "I'll go and apologize to Alan. I wronged him." After saying that, without waiting for Harry and Ron to react, she chased in the direction where Alan left. Harry and Ron looked at each other and followed closely. However, when Hermione chased out of the hall, Alan was no longer in sight. The three of them ran to the library that Alan loved to go to the most, but there was no sign of Alan either. They were not allowed to enter the common room of Ravenclaw, and the three returned to Gryffindor in disappointment. "Maybe we can see him at breakfast tomorrow." Harry was full of hope. It's the only way. Hermione still decided to go to the library and wait. Maybe Alan would go to the library to read? The next day, when Hermione and the other two went to the restaurant to look for Alan, Alan had already returned to the dormitory to pack his luggage. He would take the Hogwarts Express home for the holidays soon, so he needed to pack his luggage first. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, it was almost evening. The eldest brother Albert smiled and gave Alan a big hug. Alan was very surprised that it was not his father, Mr. Harris, who came to pick him up. The two took the bus to the nearest magic lamp post, and then returned home through the magic lamp post. Before entering the house, Alan smelled the sweet smell of strawberry cake. Mom made strawberry cake. Alan's eyes lit up and he quickened his pace. People love sweets, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Not only cakes, but Mom also prepared a lot of delicious food. The eldest brother Albert was in a very good mood. Sure enough, the dinner was very rich. Compared with the Christmas dinner at Hogwarts, although there were not so many varieties, it was warm and had the taste of home. Festivals should be days for family reunion, and the family of 7 sat at the dining table happily. Currently, only Alan is studying at Hogwarts. The eldest sister Daisy works with her mother at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, but unlike Mrs. Harris, she is a physician in the Department of Magical Injuries. Mrs. Harris is very satisfied with this. The second brother Lewin successfully got full marks in N.E.W.Ts a year ago. With excellent results, he entered the Ministry of Magic and became a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Because of this, the whole family is very concerned about Alan's life in Hogwarts. Only when you work will you miss the carefree days of school, and youth is just right. When Alan said that he and Potter had become chasers and seekers in the first grade, Mrs. Harris and the others seemed particularly surprised. Alan's excellence in sports must be inherited from me. I was an excellent chaser in Slytherin. Mr. Harris was proud. Yes, very good, Owen, you looked very handsome when you were riding on the broom. Inadvertently, the Harris couple showed their affection in front of the children. Albert and Alan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Alan didn't make any extra arrangements for this holiday. After going through so much, he just wanted to have a good rest at home, relax his tense nerves, and look at Ravenclaw's collection of books. But things are like this, and they are never subject to human will. According to Murphy's Law, the more you want something, the less you can get it. When Alan opened his eyes again, snowflakes were falling outside, and it seemed that the snow would continue to fall for a long time, so Alan's morning exercise plan had to fail. After he went downstairs to wash up, he found that he and his little sister Emily were the only ones left at home. Did they agree to work overtime together? Alan muttered, pouring himself a cup of hot milk. Although Mrs. Harris left in a hurry, she still prepared breakfast for her youngest son and daughter with her skilled cooking skills. After Emily woke up, she pestered her brother to tell her the story of the Moonstone. Alan found that the little sister's hobbies were getting weirder and weirder. She used to pester him to tell fairy tales, but now she has grown up to the age of listening to detective suspense stories. According to the book Emily gave to Alan, the Moonstone is a famous yellow diamond, which was first recorded in Indian history books. This gem is inlaid on the forehead of a four-handed Indian god, the moon god. The reason why it is named Moonstone is partly because of its unique color and partly because of a rumor that it can sense the will of the moon god and its color will change with the waxing and waning of the moon. As far as Alan knows, there have been similar records in the magic world. Unlike the diamond dedicated to the gods in India, the moonstone in the magic world is a semi-transparent gem of inferior quality, which can also sense the influence of the moon, hence the name Moonstone. Chapter 43 Midnight Visitors, modified, typos corrected. Emily, how did you think of reading such a book? Alan was really curious. This book was brought back by my eldest brother Albert a few days ago. I saw him reading it even while eating a few days ago, and I was really curious. Today, while he is not at home, I asked you to tell me about it. Alan, don't tell my eldest brother. Emily tilted her little head and smiled sweetly, which was really Invincible. Alan smiled and agreed, and brought milk and cake to his sister. Emily sat aside and ate obediently. Alan opened the book again and found a few lines on the first page. Now I understand that it is really foolish to do things without considering the cost in advance and to act rashly without estimating one's own strength first, but it is too late to regret it now. The date of the signature was exactly 1 week ago. This should be the handwriting of the eldest brother. What happened to the eldest brother? Wait, this passage is very familiar. Isn't this a passage from Robinson Crusoe? What does this sentence have to do with the moonstone? Alan was full of questions. He was a little worried about his elder brother's situation because Albert was an auror who needed to go on various dangerous missions. After Alan read the relevant books in the Ravenclaw treasure, he became more worried about Albert. According to records, this yellow diamond has been through hardships since the 11th century AD. Anyone who coveted and touched this gem suffered misfortune. Alan's worries reached their peak when he did not see Albert at dinner. In this regard, Mr. Harris believed that Albert must have an urgent task and did not have time to say hello to his family. Mrs. Harris was really worried about her eldest son. Since Albert started working, there has never been such a situation where he did not say hello. Dong dong dong. Who would choose to visit on such a windy and snowy night? Mrs. Harris signaled Daisy to take Emily back to the room first. No matter what happened, the little girl should go back to her room and sleep first. Mr. Harris drew out his wand, walked over, looked outside through the cat's eye, and opened the door directly. A tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard walked in with the snow. Sorry, Owen, to bother you so late, but I have a compelling reason. A deep and slow voice sounded in the room. Alan noticed that this man had a golden earring on one of his ears. Kingsley, what made you brave such a heavy snow to rush to come over? Did something happen to Albert? Mr. Harris was very worried. The whole family stared at the uninvited guest with sharp eyes, and Mrs. Harris even grabbed her clothes on her chest. Well, Kingsley Shacklebolt said after sorting out his thoughts, it's like this. I received a notice from the department last night that I would pick up Albert to report to the Auror office today. If I don't pick him up, I have to wait here. But there are some unexpected situations, and I have to come in and talk to you. Alan noticed that he was hesitant to speak, and it seemed that Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt was hiding something. Mr. Harris also noticed this. Anyway, we can accept it, but what we want to know most now is whether Albert is safe. Although Mrs. Harris also wanted to know about her son's situation, she still politely poured Kingsley a cup of fragrant tea with hot white mist. Kingsley took a sip and sighed with satisfaction. Thank you, Mrs. Harris. I have been observing outside for a day. The weather is so cold. Owen, Albert should be safe, at least for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found those people looking for him during the day. Someone is looking for Albert? Why? Mr. Harris grasped the key point sharply, and at the same time signaled Mrs. Harris to prepare some food. Alan held Mrs. Harris down. As a mother who was worried about her son's safety, it was better for her to stay here. Alan stood up and walked to the kitchen. Fortunately, since he practiced the elementary body refining technique, his 5 senses have become more and more acute, so he didn't miss the conversation in the living room. Albert took the task assigned by the office before, and I can't tell you what the task is yet. Kingsley saw Mrs. Harris's doubts. This is top secret. Alan guessed that it should be related to the so-called moon gem. Today in your village, I found 3 Indians wearing reddish-brown turbans. They were wearing white linen robes and trousers, followed by a light-haired, handsome British boy. The boy was probably coerced and used by them, and his expression was not very willing. At this time, the smell of fried sausages filled the whole room. Kingsley couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Sorry, I've been hungry all day. It's okay, sir, you are so hungry and cold for us." Alan kindly handed him a plate of fried sausages and toast, and refilled Kingsley with a cup of tea. "What a polite and good boy. I hid behind the fence that separated the road from your house and found that the 3 Indians stared at your house after finding that there was no one around. They ordered the little boy to stretch out his hand, poured some black, ink-like things into the little boy's palm, then touched his head with his hand, gestured on his head a few times, and then asked him whether Albert lived here, whether he came back yesterday, when he would go out today, etc. Then he gestured on the boy's head again, and the boy was awakened, and then staggered to the house about 3 miles away from your house. Then the 3 Indians muttered for a while and left. I thought these 3 people would come back, but now they are all gone. After consulting the department, we all agreed that it would be best for you to leave for a while. The department agreed that you should suspend your work and take a vacation first." Kingsley finally said to Mr. Harris and Lunn. "Have you noticed anything different about Albert recently? For example, who did he meet or what books did he read?" Kingsley continued to ask. The Harris couple looked at each other and felt that they had neglected their eldest son too much. Alan thought about it and handed Kingsley the book that recorded the legend of the Moonstone that he read to Emily today. "Albert loves reading this book recently. I wonder if it helps you." "Thank you, Alan. We will solve this matter as soon as possible and will not delay your return to Hogwarts," Kingsley promised. "It seems that this capable Auror has found out the basic situation of the family. I will stay here to protect you tonight, Mrs. Harris, and I will trouble you again." Kingsley is so polite that it's hard to imagine that he is a seasoned Auror. "Of course, I'm happy to serve you." Alan heard Mrs. Harris's answer. If he hadn't seen Mrs. Harris's hands tightly clenched under the table, Alan would have thought that Mrs. Harris was still calm. Chapter 44 Night Talk, Modified, Typos have been corrected. With concern for Albert, everyone returned to their rooms. Perhaps only the little sister Emily could sleep soundly in the whole house. In the middle of the night, Alan, who had not yet fallen asleep, keenly heard whispers from the living room. He quietly got up from the bed and hid behind the pillars of the living room porch. It turned out that Mr. Harris and Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt were talking. "Owen, you know the confidentiality regulations of the department. I can't disclose the details of Albert's mission this time, but please believe that we are indeed doing our best to search and rescue Albert." Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt rubbed his brows with his hands, looking very embarrassed. "Kingsley, please understand the feelings of a father facing his son's life or death. From your words tonight, I feel that Albert is on an extremely dangerous mission. You cannot tell me the specific content of the mission, but can you tell me a little about what might happen to my son? This is a father's request." Mr. Harris did not give up the request. "Well, Owen, this is Albert. This is my favorite book before the accident. You can take a look first." Kingsley seemed touched, but he still insisted on his principle and did not reveal the specific task. Mr. Harris flipped through the book quickly, thinking that he would find a chance to talk to his youngest son. This book was given to Kingsley by Alan, and he must have read it. Mr. Harris knew that Alan had a photographic memory, and he also knew Alan's intelligence and thoroughness. "Owen, what are you going to do tomorrow?" Kingsley suddenly asked while Mr. Harris was flipping through the book. "What do you want to do?" Mr. Harris was very puzzled. He was thinking about how this myth-like book would be entangled with Albert. "Your children, forgive me for being blunt, those Indians will definitely return if they can't find Albert's trace, which may be disadvantageous to you. You must make plans early." Kingsley suddenly leaned forward and suggested sincerely. Mr. Harris also faced the problem squarely. "Emily can stay at my cousin Josephine's house for a while, Alan may go back to Hogwarts first, Grace, Mrs. Harris, and Daisy can stay at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries temporarily. Ron and I can go back and forth between the Ministry of Magic and home. Don't rush to object, please listen to me." Mr. Harris stopped Kingsley from blurting out the dissuasion. I know you and the ministry are worried about the safety of my family, but as you said, if the 3 Indians can't find Albert, they will definitely find the house. If there is no one at home, they will realize that we are on guard. In that case, they may invest more manpower and resources to catch Albert, and Albert's situation will be more dangerous. Moreover, if they dare to break in, I also want to catch those Indians and ask for information about my son. Ron and I have passed N.E.W.Ts and are in our own home, which is enough to ensure our safety. Mr. Harris looked resolute, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind. Well, since you insist, I will communicate with the ministry and temporarily open the flow network from the ministry to your home to reduce the possibility of accidents on the road. It's late at night, Owen, let's talk about this first. I still have to report to the ministry. Kingsley acquiesced to Mr. Harris's arrangement. Thank you, Kingsley. Then good night, and have a good dream. Mr. Harris shook Kingsley's hand gratefully and said good night to him. Alan hurried back to his room and climbed back into bed. He had a hunch that Mr. Harris would come to talk to him. Sure enough, not long after, Mr. Harris knocked on Alan's door. Alan pretended to be half asleep and opened the door. Excuse me, Alan. You must have fallen asleep, but I have something very important to ask you. Mr. Harris felt very distressed and sorry, but he had to ask clearly about Albert's safety. Alan stepped aside to let Mr. Harris in. The two sat at the table. It was snowing outside, and the lights in the house were dim. Behind the quiet and comfortable, there were many crises, just like the calm before the storm. Dad, you must want to ask about the book, right? Alan had guessed Mr. Harris's intention a long time ago. He explained the whole story of how he got the book. Mr. Harris looked thoughtful. Dad, have you heard of the Indian moon god? Alan asked softly. Mr. Harris looked at his youngest son intently. Alan was not a person who shot at nothing. In India, the moon god is called Chandra, which means bright and dazzling. According to records, the moon god is a male with 4 hands, one holding a scepter, one holding the immortal dew, the third holding a lotus, and the remaining hand is in a defensive state. The 3-wheeled chariot he drove was pulled by antelopes or 10 horses as white as jasmine. Alan stopped talking here and looked at Mr. Harris meaningfully. What do you mean? Mr. Harris asked suspiciously. Who in the world is most eager for immortality? Alan's words made Mr. Harris shudder. You mean the man who cannot be named? Mr. Harris's heart was in turmoil. How could this be? Isn't Albert in mortal danger? As if he thought of something, he asked again, but hasn't he been defeated by Harry? Who knows, maybe it's him, maybe it's the Death Eaters, everything is possible, but we have to make the worst plan. Dad, how are you going to place us? At this moment, Alan was so mature that Mr. Harris almost forgot that he was just a student. Mr. Harris briefly stated his plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan objected. No, Dad, I can't go back to Hogwarts, even though it is the safest place. Mr. Harris was very surprised, and seemed to understand Alan's intention in an instant. No, Alan, although you are indeed very capable, you are still a child after all. You must stay in Hogwarts, and you are not allowed to look for Albert. Facing Mr. Harris, who suddenly became impatient, Alan remained calm. Dad, think about it. Emily is still young, are you sure she lives alone in Aunt Josephine's house? Will she feel abandoned? Will she be sad? If you think she is safe in Aunt Josephine's house, then it doesn't matter if I am one more. Alan's clear and logical explanation made Mr. Harris hesitate. What's more, who will send me to Hogwarts in this situation at home? It's better to let Emily and I go to Aunt Josephine's house together. Mr. Harris finally pressed the last straw. Why, you agreed? Okay, then you must take good care of Emily and don't run around. Chapter 45 The Decline of the Manor, modified, typos corrected. In the early morning of a winter day after the snow, the sky was blue and deep. Pushing open the window, the biting cold air hit my face. As the saying goes, heavy snow leaves no traces. It was white outside, and there was no trace of anyone walking. This does not mean that it is very safe. The heavy snow may also bury the evil deeds. Mrs. Harris prepared breakfast as usual, but the strong aroma of milk and cereal did not arouse everyone's appetite. When Mr. Harris announced the arrangements for everyone at the dining table, Mrs. Harris could no longer remain calm. "No, Owen, my magic is also very strong. I can face everything with you at home. Dad, I think a doctor can play a big role in the face of battle." Daisy didn't want to stand idly by and hide in a safe place, leaving her blood relatives facing unpredictable dangers. She couldn't do it. A quarrel or a debate of love is about to start. Alan filled a bowl of milk cereal, brought a plate of sandwiches, called Emily, and went upstairs to Emily's room. He believed that children should not be allowed to face their parents' quarrels directly, as it would hurt their young hearts. "Alan, why are Mom and Dad quarreling?" Emily was a little sad. "Emily, because of some things that must be done, we all have to separate for a while. Although Mom and Dad are arguing, you have to believe that this is all because of love." Alan patiently reasoned with his sister. "Are we going to separate?" Emily was a little scared. "I will be with you." Alan continued to comfort Emily. Hearing that the downstairs had calmed down, Alan took the luggage he had just packed and walked to the living room with Emily. They will go to Aunt Josephine's house through the Flow network. When Mr. Harris handed his children to Josephine, he seemed very reluctant. "We will act according to the original plan and hope everything goes well. Alan, take good care of your sister." Mr. Harris hugged his children and resolutely turned away. Aunt Josephine was a sturdy witch with red cheeks and sharp blue eyes. She wore a dark purple dress, a black silk cape with black tassels, and a black hat with purple velvet flowers on it. When she turned her head, they kept shaking. "Oh my God, what a lovely child!" Aunt Josephine picked up Emily. Emily looked at her brother helplessly. Seeing Alan's encouraging smile, she leaned on Josephine's shoulder shyly. "Have you had breakfast?" After getting the affirmative answer from the two children, Aunt Josephine took them to put away their luggage. This was probably an old and declining manor. Aunt Josephine took them out of the living room with a huge fireplace and came to the corridor. It was a long corridor with several other corridors. They walked along a branch to a staircase going up. These stairs were one after another. There were doors on both sides of the corridor, most of which were locked. There were many paintings on the wall. Some of them were eerie and bizarre landscapes, but more were portraits of men and women. The people in the paintings were wearing strange clothes made of satin and velvet, which were very gorgeous. Alan walked slowly and stared at the faces in the paintings. Those faces were also staring at him. Alan finally noticed something unusual. Unlike the murals in Hogwarts, although these people could move freely, they were all silent and unusually quiet. Emily couldn't help but lean towards her brother. Such a picture was indeed a shock to the young girl. They stopped in front of the door where a portrait of a little girl was hanging. The little girl was wearing a red dress with gold and silver silk flowers. There was a dark green toad squatting in her hand. She had no expression on her face, but her eyes were sharp and curious. "Miss Clark, these two children need to stay here for a few nights. I hope you can allow it." Aunt Josephine actually saluted the girl in the painting. The toad in the little girl's hand jumped and left the picture. After a while, the girl also left the picture frame. "Okay." Aunt Josephine pushed gently, and the huge door slowly and heavily moved open. After opening the door, what came into view was a huge bedroom with embroidery ornaments hanging on the wall, wooden furniture with clear textures filling the room, a large window with large pieces of colorful window glass inlaid on it, and a white wilderness covered with thick snow outside the window. A large soft bed covered with thick blankets was placed in front of an old mural. The content on the mural was difficult to discern, but it felt strange at a glance. "Don't worry, although it looks a little gloomy here, it is the safest place," Aunt Josephine explained, as if she was worried about the two children's fear. "Thank you, Aunt, don't worry, we can take care of ourselves." Alan bowed to thank him. "Okay, then you take a break first, I'll call you to have lunch later. If you feel bored, there is a library next door, you can go and have a look. I remember there are many children's books that Miss Clark has read." Aunt Josephine touched Emily's head again and turned to leave. While Alan unpacked his luggage and hung his clothes neatly in the oak wardrobe, he was thinking about how to get out and find Albert. It would be great if he was an adult, at least he could move freely without being restricted by age. This opportunity was soon found by Alan. There was nothing suitable for Emily to play in this room, so Alan took Emily to the library next door. This room looked usually no one uses it, and all the books are neatly placed on the bookshelf. Perhaps Aunt Josephine used cleaning to clean the room, so it was clean and dust-free. Emily was playing happily in front of a short children's bookshelf. She took out all the books in it, stacked them high, and clapped her hands happily. The books were stacked higher and higher, slowly tilted, and the trembling book tower collapsed and hit Emily after Emily put a thick fairy tale on it. Alan rushed over to hug Emily away, but accidentally knocked down the children's bookshelf, and the bookshelf hit the tapestry behind it, and the tapestry actually dented. Alan lifted the bookshelf and lifted the tapestry. Behind the tapestry was a narrow staircase tunnel. Alan was very curious, but with Emily by his side, he couldn't ignore it, and then went to explore. The opportunity was finally found. After a hearty lunch, Emily was so sleepy that she fell asleep in the soft and warm bed. Alan asked Aunt Josephine to look after Emily, and used the excuse of concentrating on reading in the library to explore the secret passage he had discovered before. Chapter 46, Searching for the Underground Palace, Modified, Typos Corrected. Fluorescent Flashing. To prevent any accidents, Alan turned the Meow Meow wizard robe into a protective suit, then lifted the tapestry behind the children's bookshelf and hunched over to get into the tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were very smooth, as if they had been treated with magic, solid and solid. Alan walked down the steps of the tunnel and walked through several flat roads intermittently. Not long after walking, Alan saw the light. This was a small utility room, and the afternoon sun shone straight down from the skylight on the roof, just where Alan climbed out. Alan instantly covered his eyes with his hands, and after a while, he got used to the light. Pushing the door open and walking out, this was an abandoned garden, with thick snow piled on the uneven land. Leaving the garden, the surroundings were desolate and bleak, with farmhouses made of wood, mud, and straw scattered sparsely in the wilderness. Alan looked back and saw a manor surrounded by high walls not far from the farmhouse. Here, you can see a few pieces of snow on the roof of the castle in the manor gathering scattered sunlight and shining. Behind the manor, some towering peaks pierced the clouds, looking like reefs in the sea from a distance. Alan looked at the time and Emily was about to wake up. He quickly returned the same way and had a rough plan in mind. Restored the tapestry to its original state and came to the bedroom door. The little girl in red clothes who raised toads appeared on the door again. She glanced at Alan quickly and disappeared in an instant. Alan pushed the door in and Aunt Josephine was nowhere to be seen, but fortunately Emily was still sleeping soundly. Alan tiptoed over, climbed onto the bed gently, lay down beside Emily, closed his eyes, and called the system. "What's the matter, host?" The ethereal voice sounded. "What a good system, it's always available. You provided me with a map for the last Lizard Man mission. May I ask if there will be map assistance for future missions?" Alan asked. "Yes, in order to help the host complete the mission better, there will be map assistance." "Then can I take the initiative to apply for a mission?" Alan continued to ask. "The host can issue active missions. But the difficulty of the mission is determined by the system, and the reward is to be determined." "Yes, then please help me issue the mission to find Albert Harris. Alan is really deep in routines, and he got the result he wanted layer by layer. Host, please wait patiently. The difficulty of the task is being determined. The system determines that the difficulty is too low. It is recommended that the task be generated to win the moon gem. May I ask if the host accepts the task? Accept. Alan said concisely. He felt Emily's little hand move. The little girl was about to wake up. Since it is an active task, the system does not limit the time. Please continue to work hard. The system was also very straightforward. The map appeared directly in Alan's mind. Not to mention how Alan accompanied Emily to play for an afternoon. And how he chatted with Aunt Josephine. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after coaxing Emily to sleep again, Alan cast a good sleep spell on the little girl. According to the Encyclopedia of Magic Spells, this is a spell invented by a wizard who suffered from insomnia. After kissing Emily on the forehead, Alan turned and left. Walking out of the farmhouse again, Alan called Neptune from the storage compartment, turned over and rode on it, and drove away at the fastest speed. The cold night wind blew wildly beside Alan. Fortunately, Alan had prepared in advance and turned the magic wizard robe into a windproof, warm and eye-protecting tight-fitting outfit. Fortunately, the moon was dim and the stars were sparse. Through the occasional thin clouds, the farmhouse on the ground seemed to be flattened and then spread out. Alan rushed at an incredible speed. In the dim night, a towering clock tower came into view near the destination. When Alan's feet stepped on the ground, he felt like stepping on cotton. Alan secretly decided that he must go to peek at the senior apparition training when he returned to Hogwarts. Climbing up the steps of the clock tower, there is an outdoor staircase around the top of the clock tower, circling in the air like a long snake. Even standing at the highest point of the clock tower, Alan did not find any trace of Albert or the moon gem. But the target location shown on the map is probably in this range? Looking around, the direction of the target is barren. Could this gem go up to the sky and into the earth? Wait, see, arriving at such a tall clock tower, Alan's first reaction was to climb up, but perhaps he needed to do the opposite. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Alan quickly went down the stairs again. Sure enough, on the square outside the first floor of the clock tower, Alan found an abandoned dry well, and Alan noticed traces of magic on the well. It's amazing, with such a tall building standing in front of him, who would pay attention to such an abandoned well? As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Relying on the protection of the wonderful wizard robe, Alan slid down along the wall of the well. After an unknown amount of time in the dark, Alan finally stopped sliding. A narrow and dark passage led to a huge stone cave in front. The dark hole was like a big mouth, swallowing everything. Fluorescent flashing. The blue light emitted by the magic wand did not increase the sense of security. Instead, it made people feel that danger was everywhere, coupled with the dark stone cave. But Alan became excited instead. There was no other reason. The map in his mind once again had a clear road guide. Alan threw himself into the cave without hesitation and continued to search. The jagged stone walls were rough and uneven, and he walked smoothly through a section of flat and compacted land. Slowly, the ground became muddy and unbearable. If a muggle passed by, it would be difficult to walk. Some streams often blocked Alan's way, and he had to wade through. This underground maze seemed to have nothing special: muddy land, monotonous scenery, and depressed mood. But thinking back to Alan's itinerary, if there was no map to guide him, he might have been lost in one fork after another, because the scenery of many stone walls was not much different. It should be said that everything has been going well so far. Except for being boring. I really shouldn't complain about anything. With a sudden turn, a very steep slope took Alan to a deeper place. The slope was even terribly steep, and Alan had to concentrate on controlling his balance. After a series of descents, the slope gradually flattened. In the huge underground palace, there was no sound except Alan's breathing and footsteps. It was dead silent. The winding paths crisscrossed, and Alan even lost the concept of time in such a boring walk. Just then, Alan heard a loud sound, like a burst of intermittent thunder, and then gradually disappeared into the unknown darkness. Chapter 47 Devil Pepper Curry, revised, rewritten twice, typos corrected. Where did this sound come from? Was it some phenomenon in the stratum, or was there a landslide in the rock? Alan listened attentively, but the underground palace was still dead silent. Alan thought of the TV series he had seen before, and put his ear against the stone wall to listen. It seemed that he really heard people talking. Alan was excited. After walking alone in the long and silent darkness for so long, it was really great to hear human voices. Alan put his ear against the wall again, and yes, there was indeed a slight whisper. Although the voice was erratic and vague, Alan still caught the word lost, with a low and sad tone. With his excellent hearing, Alan ran quickly in the direction of the voice. The closer he was to the owner of the voice, the more excited Alan was. Because he could tell that the owner of the voice was Albert, who made the whole family worried. Suddenly Alan slipped, and Alan, who was running too fast, slipped on an extremely steep slope. He slid down faster and faster, and it was like falling. Alan couldn't help but roll and jump on the vertical stone wall, and kept falling. When Alan finally managed to stabilize his body, he also saw Albert sitting on the ground decadently. He looked very weak, and his beautiful pure blue eyes were full of joy when he saw Alan, and then full of worry. "Alan, why are you here?" The worry in Albert's tone that could not be ignored moved Alan. Albert's situation was obviously not good at this time, but the first thing he cared about was his brother's safety. "It's a long story. What's wrong with you? Why don't you do anything to treat the wound on your leg?" As an Auror, Alan was not naive enough to think that Albert could not use healing magic. "I may have been cursed and lost all my magic power. I got lost in this underground palace and accidentally broke my leg." Albert briefly explained his situation. Alan quickly summoned the mobile tower he had obtained from the system. Then he covered it with his sleeves and pretended to take it out of his pocket. The mobile tower fell to the ground, and Alan activated the control spell so that the top of the tower just touched the top of the stone wall. Alan helped Albert walk into the tower. "The flames are blazing." The huge fireplace immediately burned with flames, and the temperature in the hall of the tower was warm and comfortable. Alan helped Albert half lie on the wide sofa, took out the medicine box in the tower, and simply bandaged Albert, and then said, "If you are cursed, don't worry. I had an adventure in Hogwarts and happened to get this mobile tower and the magic ball that can remove the curse." Alan took out Fowls's magic ball and cast a spell skillfully. Albert felt a familiar power surge in his limbs. And his magic power recovered. Although Albert, who had fully recovered his magic power, was still a little weak, he could skillfully handle his broken leg. When Alan put away the magic ball, found some food in the kitchen of the tower, and brought it out, Albert could basically see no problem. "Thank you, Alan, you saved my life." Albert did not ask Alan why he could find him, nor did he ask about Alan's adventures. He knew not to explore other people's privacy, respect other people's secrets. The two ate 2 plates of sandwiches and drank a large glass of milk in just a few minutes, feeling great. "Alan, this underground palace is very strange. I can't even apparition. Although I have restored my magic power, I still can't find the way out." Albert calmly pointed out the current situation. Comfort is only temporary. If they can't get out of the maze, they will sooner or later encounter the difficulties of running out of food and water. "It doesn't matter, Albert, I think since God let me find you, we won't be trapped here for too long." Alan certainly couldn't tell Albert that there was a magical map in his mind. What's more, he hasn't completed the task of seizing the moon gem issued by the system. The two rested for a while and decided to continue looking for a way out. Of course, for Alan, it was to find the moon gem. Continuing to move forward along the stone cave, the space became more and more open, the air gradually became humid, the stone wall was soaked with water vapor, and even a lot of dark green moss grew. Less than 5 miles further, an extremely wide underground river stood in front of the two. Before the two had time to discuss countermeasures, huge waves rose on the river. This huge turbulence made Alan and his friends alert to the peak. The danger was in front of them, and they had to be careful. Amid the rolling waves, a 30-foot-long sea snake-like monster appeared like the god of death, blocking Alan and his friends' way. The body of this monster was like a huge cylinder, but its tail was very short, its limbs were like oars, its body was covered with layers of hard shells, and its head and neck were as flexible as a giant python. It stretched out 30 feet high when it raised its head. It raised huge waves as high as mountains in its movement, and even hit Alan and his friends who were retreating at a high speed. It had already discovered Alan and Albert, the two uninvited guests. "It's a plesiosaur. Alan, you go first, I'll entangle it." Albert shouted desperately, his face pale, and he clenched his magic wand, leaving the chance of escape to Alan. Alan was moved, but he couldn't retreat. The mission target was ahead, and he couldn't accept the failure of the mission. What's more, he had the means to save his life. Summoning Neptune, Alan turned over and rode on it. Albert shouted happily, "Yes, Alan, ride Neptune and run away." Alan turned back and showed Albert a confident smile, and decided to use the remaining 9 minutes of Invincible aura in the system. If it can be solved within 9 minutes, it will be the best. If not, just run away quickly. After making up his mind, Alan resolutely flew towards the huge monster. The Invincible aura worked again. Alan felt that he seemed to have endless magic power and endless strength. He quickly shuttled around the plesiosaur. Although the monster's head was very flexible, it was still faster than Alan. The two fought frantically. Alan tirelessly cast one deadly spell after another. Many of the attack spells were used by Alan for the first time, but under the cover of the system's Invincible aura, Alan seemed to be born to use these spells, and attacked the plesiosaur steadily, accurately, and fiercely. They approached the shore and then left. Alan seemed to merge with Neptune, flying up and down in the huge waves. Although Albert was desperate, he was determined to die and desperately cast the deadly spell he knew on the plesiosaur. Suddenly, Alan and the plesiosaur sank to the bottom of the sea. After a while, the huge head of the plesiosaur emerged from the water. Albert's heart was beating like a drum, wondering if Alan was safe. Chapter 48. Did you bring food? Revised, rewritten twice, typos corrected. The head of the plesiosaur suddenly emerged from the water, stretched high, and fell heavily from the side again. Its shell was already scarred, its paddle-like limbs twitched in the water, and its cylindrical body rolled. After a while, it stopped moving, as if a huge hand slowly pulled it to the bottom of the sea, leaving only a vortex spinning on the water. But there was no trace of Alan. Albert's eyes turned red and his nose was sore because he was worried about his brother. He ran and crawled to the underground river, and the water splashed. It was Alan. Alan rode Neptune from the bottom of the water and flew into the sky. Alan drew an arc in the air and flew towards Albert, welcoming the hug and care from his relatives. "Alan, we are saved. I didn't expect that you have such powerful magic at such a young age besides being smart. I wonder what happened to the plesiosaur." Albert, who thought he was about to die, was rescued. It should have sunk to the bottom of the river. The suction of the whirlpool was too strong, and I didn't look carefully. Alan made up a reason casually. In fact, he had already put the body of the plesiosaur into the system storage compartment and the system prompted that a hidden reward had been completed. The two of them sorted themselves out a little, and then rode Neptune together and continued to move forward. After flying for a while, they passed through some huge caves. The wide stairs several floors high extended to the ground. The steps were very steep, and they might fall to the ground if they were not careful. There are many arched niches on the layers of walls, and arched columns are arranged on both sides of each layer. This palace, which seems to be inserted upside down in the ground, is majestic and spectacular. The architectural style looks a bit weird and inconsistent. It is estimated that it was built by native British believers, which is why it is forced to mix multiple cultural styles. At the bottom of the stairs is a very wide circular stone palace. There are animal stone statues of various shapes around the stone palace. They all have magic lamps on their heads. The lights never go out, illuminating the palace in every detail. In the center of the palace is a huge statue of the moon god. He has 4 hands, one holding a scepter and the other holding the nectar bottle symbolizing immortality, the third hand holding a lotus, and the remaining hand in a defensive state. He was driving a 3-wheeled chariot pulled by an antelope and 10 horses as white as jasmine flowers, as if going to war. And in the center of the statue's eyebrows, there was a round yellow gem inlaid, and occasionally there was a stream of light flashing on the gem, clearly announcing its extraordinariness. Alan was delighted. The moon gem was in that position. He summoned Neptune and flew quickly towards the gem. Just when he was about to reach the gem, a dry and thin hand dug out the gem first. A ghostly figure landed under the statue. The man had a bald, swollen head, wearing tattered clothes, and the abscesses on his body were exposed. Herman Saiwen, he is the Death Eater Herman Saiwen. I have seen him in the documents of the ministry. How come he is like this? Albert was shocked. At the same time, after taking the gem, the Death Eater Herman was ecstatic. I'm saved, the master will definitely reward me, ha ha ha. Alan drew out his wand and attacked him at lightning speed. Albert was shocked and suddenly realized, and his coma spell followed Alan. The spells from the 3 wands hit the stone statues in the underground palace, and the broken stones were scattered and the flames were everywhere. Both sides of the battle tried their best to kill each other. When Albert kept waving his wand to cast deadly spells, he had no energy to care about the aura regulations at this time. Alan gradually looked for the best place to attack. After Herman dodged Albert's Avada Kedavra curse, Alan cast Transfiguration on the ground behind Herman, and several sharp Lego toys appeared under Herman's feet. The original prototype protrusions have now become sharp cones with a metallic luster. As expected, after just a dozen seconds, Herman jumped back while dodging Albert's spell, and the base of his right little toe and the front part of his foot were pierced by the Lego toy. When the other party jumped up, Alan couldn't bear to look at it and turned his head away. He only heard that the other party seemed to want to scream, but because of the excessive pain, he just opened his mouth, and then even the heavy breathing seemed to cause the pain to stop the attack and leaned over to pull out the Lego that was still pierced in the painful area. Albert, who had been professionally trained by aurors, seized the opportunity and cast spells continuously. Although Herman used the armor spell to resist the first round of attacks despite the pain, he was eventually hit by Albert's spell because of the loss of mobility and the decrease in attention caused by the pain, and fainted. "Great job, Alan!" Albert shouted excitedly, stepped forward, and took out the gem from Herman's arms. He put the gem into his pocket without any disdain. Alan remained calm. He had no objection to Albert's actions, because the light spot representing the mission target did not move at all. "Alan, let's go." Albert was full of energy. But he wanted to leave but couldn't. The 3 Indians who had been near Alan's house suddenly came out from behind the stone statue. I don't know how they hid their aura, and Alan and his friends present didn't notice it. One of the older-looking Indians said in a strange English, "You want to leave after taking the moon gem? Be our tribute to the gods." The 3 Indians shook their heads repeatedly to show their approval of the old wizard's words, and at the same time made lotus gestures, urged the ivory and gold scepters in their hands, and quickly cast them out. 3 golden lights came out from the scepter, gathered together, and shot at the eyes of the moon god statue. The huge round stone brick under Alan's feet suddenly spun rapidly. Alan grabbed Albert and wanted to jump out, but it seemed that he hit a transparent barrier. The 2 were bounced back to the ground and fell down. Herman, who had fainted before, suddenly twitched all over. His torso shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turning into skin and bones, and finally turning into stars and disappearing in the stone bricks, as if he had never appeared in the world. Although Alan and Albert could not get out, they were intact, which made the three Indian wizards look at each other in bewilderment. How is it possible? How could you be unscathed? Except for the guardian, anyone who enters this maze will be cursed by the moon god. How could you be fine? After hearing this, Alan instantly figured out the cause and effect. He had Fowls's magic ball, which blocked the curse. Albert was cursed, which showed that he had lost all his magic power, but Alan solved it. Death Eater Herman was also cursed, and his body was rotten, so he died in the Indian sacrificial formation. The three Indians were stunned for a moment and then filled with resentment. They pointed their scepters at Alan and the other two and launched an attack. However, the Indian magic system, which was obviously better at curses and rituals than at fighting, was no match for the European system in terms of fighting. Moreover, Albert was a professionally trained orator. Although Alan's strength was still limited, he relied on the defensive effect of the wizard robe and the application of transfiguration to quickly resolve the battle even though they were 2 against 3. Chapter 49 Christmas, revised, rewritten twice, and typos corrected. Facing the unconscious Indians, Albert destroyed their ivory scepters, stripped them naked in a few strokes, and then used transfiguration to turn their own clothes into ropes and tied them up. Except for the older wizard, each of the others added a petrification spell. Then Albert walked to the older Indian wizard and fired a clear spring of water at his face. When he woke up, he used lay requiem on him. It turned out that the few people were the guardians of the Indian moonstone. India was once a British colony. During the colonial period during the Civil War, the moon gem flowed into Britain. In order to ensure the effect of the moon gem, British wizards secretly built this underground palace and erected a statue of the moon god, trying to obtain the water of immortality by means of human sacrifice. However, after the underground palace was built, all wizards who entered here died. The guardian of the moon gem finally found this place under the guidance of the moon god. Although they entered later than Albert and the Death Eater Herman, relying on the guidance of ancient books and gods, as the guardian of the gem, they should not have selfish intentions, but they failed to resist the temptation of immortality and tried to sacrifice the lives of Alan and the other two to obtain the water of immortality, but they did not expect to be killed. When Albert was taking the soul of the wizard, Alan came to the statue of the moon god again. Knowing that Albert's hand was not genuine, he searched for it and saw the yellow gem placed on the lotus platform in the belly of the statue. Alan quickly put the gem into the storage space. Without the intention to check other things carefully, after the moon gem left the base, the whole underground palace shook and was about to collapse. Alan hurriedly woke Albert up and summoned Neptune. After Albert learned the names of these Indian wizards, the two of them rode a broom and rushed out at full speed. Behind Alan and the others, the underground palace continued to collapse, and the rumbling sound made Alan's eardrums hurt, but his mind wandered to the Templar emblem pattern and was a little resistant to the current state with Albert. A few minutes after they left, the entire bell tower collapsed into ruins. Albert finally regained his composure. He touched the fake gem in his pocket and sighed. The task was completed and his life was saved. Albert sent Alan back to Aunt Josephine's house through apparition and found that his aunt had fallen asleep. He didn't have time to talk to Alan for a long time. He needed to report back to the department immediately, but he promised to keep Alan's secret and conceal Alan's great role in this operation. Alan lay on the bed, and the comfortable bed gradually relaxed his tense nerves. Alan checked the harvest of his mission. The first thing was naturally a complete corpse of a plesiosaur. Many materials on it were priceless treasures. The system reward made Alan ecstatic. The reward was exactly what Alan needed: constant spell ability. Although animal communication can make Alan and animals understand each other's language, it is a pity that Alan cannot use the other's language like Parseltongue. However, Alan's first plan when he returned was to learn to apparition, so that he would not have to ride a broom, step on the starlight, brave the cold, and face the strong wind to complete the mission. The next day, when the aunt who got up early muttered that she had found the wand that was lost last night in front of the bathroom, Mr. Harris came to pick Alan and Emily home happily. When Alan returned home, he was greeted with a very sumptuous lunch for the British, including celery soup, ham and eggs, cardamom sour buns, veal with sour plum sauce, sugar-pickled shrimp for dessert, delicious butter beer as a side dish, and of course Mrs. Harris's specialty heavy cheesecake. Alan and Albert, who had not eaten anything for most of the night, became the main force and almost finished all the dishes. After the meal, Albert pulled Alan and whispered to him that he had received praise from the department and a large amount of gold galleons as a bonus. What made Albert happiest was that he had a 2-month vacation. Albert generously said that he wanted to give all the galleons to Alan, but Alan did not refuse his kindness, but only asked for half. Although for a first-year wizard who cannot go to Hogsmeade Village, he now has little chance to use the pocket money given by his family, but Christmas gifts are still a considerable expense for him, especially when he wants to give something that is not so Weasley style. During the rest of the holiday, Alan finally lived the peaceful life he expected before the holiday, reading books, practicing physical training, playing with Emily. In such a peaceful state of mind, he secretly prepared the white moss that he secretly ordered by mail when the adults were at home, and boldly began to practice the apparition that should only be practiced by students over 17 years old. Fortunately, the key to this ability is to pay attention to the 3 principles of apparition: goal, determination, calmness, and repeated practice to succeed. Unlike many wizards who can't even cast the armor charm, few people can't get the apparition license. Before returning to school, Alan successfully moved from the bedside of the bedroom to the other end of the room, but the deviation in position still made him sweat coldly. He almost got half of himself stuck outside the room, so he gave up the risky behavior of continuing to act like a Gryffindor, thinking that after returning to Hogwarts, he would sneak out of the school's prohibited apparition range and continue to complete the practice on the wide ground. On Christmas Day, Alan received a lot of gifts. To Alan's surprise, even Miss Know-It-All gave him a gift: a large box of horseshoe-shaped sugar-free dark chocolates, and a toothbrush and toothpaste with notes on how to protect teeth. Among these gifts, the most thoughtful one was the self-portrait of Emily, the little sister. The most serious one was the magic book given by the Harris couple. The most surprising one was an owl given by Albert, a handsome owl with a cold expression. Alan named it Benny, hoping that it was a smart owl that knew how to stay away from a first-year girl from Hufflepuff, because there was a rumor that the girl would eat owls, which made McGonagall furious. As for the gifts Alan sent to other people, they were very simple. They were all small backpacks with the Traceless extension spell. Although the capacity was very limited, its price was not cheap, especially for young wizards. Before returning to school, Albert found Alan when no one was at home, and saw the other party's hesitant expression, not knowing how to speak. Alan understood his worries and selectively told Albert about his adventures in Ravenclaw. Compared to Alan enjoying the warmth of his family, Harry was alone and immersed in the scene of family reunion created by the Mirror of East. If it were not for Dumbledore's consolation, Harry would probably not be able to wake up from this false and happy lie by himself. Anyway, time is always beyond human will. Alan waved goodbye to his relatives reluctantly and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 50 Forgiveness, Revised. Back at Hogwarts, Alan was as happy as if he had met an old friend who had not seen him for a long time. He played and played with Edward, and even Mrs. Grey, who was frowning and could not enter the statue space, was very kind. The most surprising thing for the Ravenclaw students was that the common room of Ravenclaw was filled with fragrance. This was because Professor Flitwick used magic to create various rare and beautiful small trees with precious flowers to welcome the students back. During lunch, Alan was in a better mood. The long table of Ravenclaw was filled with all kinds of tempting food. Edward was obviously very excited. He and Alan enjoyed the delicious food and talked happily. Edward talked about all kinds of strange experiences he encountered during his holiday travel, and Alan occasionally added a few words as his opinions. For a thoughtful person, these opinions are much more fascinating than the facts themselves, which is what Anna thinks. When Edward talked about the excitement, he was not only beaming with joy, but also his palms were sometimes open and sometimes clenched, and his voice was hurried. Alan was completely the opposite of him. He seemed so gentle, approachable, calm, and outstanding. Even so, his little movements and the slight changes in his voice showed more power than Edward's exaggerated movements. Even when he talked about some of Alan's own personal experiences, he just brushed them off lightly, making people listen to them unconsciously. After eating and drinking, he had a good chat with his friends. Alan walked towards the Ravenclaw Tower. At this time, the icing on the cake is naturally a good nap. When they passed a secluded corner of the stairs, they bumped into Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Looking at the rock cake in Ron's hand, Alan guessed that they probably just came back from Hagrid's hut. "I beg you to forgive me, Alan," Hermione said carefully, while politely standing aside to make way for Alan and the others, because the place where Hermione stood was exactly the way Alan was going. Alan looked at Hermione in confusion. He had experienced so many thrilling things during the holiday. And he had long forgotten the unpleasantness that happened with Hermione and the other two before the holiday. Edward was already yawning tiredly. "Nothing, we'll go." Edward pulled Alan to leave. Hermione's face turned red due to embarrassment, and her hands were helplessly tugging at the sleeves of her robe and twisting them. Seeing this, Alan motioned Edward to go back and rest first. He wanted to hear what Hermione and the other two wanted to say. "Alan, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you eavesdropping before the holiday." "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Hermione bit her lip and still finished her apology with courage. "Okay, I forgive you." Thinking of the little unpleasantness that happened at the beginning, Alan smiled friendly. Soon, several people put aside their grudges and talked and laughed. "Alan, do you remember the big dog with 3 heads? It's guarding something," Harry said. "And this thing is what Professor Snape wants." Professor Snape cursed Harry during the Gryffindor vs Slytherin match. Hermione added quickly. "We asked Hagrid, and he accidentally mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel. So what Snape wants must be related to him." Ron looked like a wise man. "So, you want to find out who Nicholas Flamel is?" Alan asked softly. The air suddenly became quiet, and Harry and the other two were a little embarrassed. It was because they wanted to hide this matter that they misunderstood Alan. "What's the matter?" "Nicholas Flamel is Professor Dumbledore's partner and an outstanding alchemist." Alan smiled mischievously and lowered his voice like a play. "Nicholas Flamel is also the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." However, his words did not achieve the effect he expected. "What stone?" Harry and Ron asked. Hermione was thoughtful. "Ancient alchemy involves the refining of the Philosopher's Stone, which is a magical substance with amazing functions. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and can also make an elixir of life, so that people who drink this medicine will never die," Alan explained patiently. Harry and Ron were stunned, and Ron opened his mouth in surprise. Alan continued to add, "The only remaining Philosopher's Stone known to the wizarding world belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in seclusion in Devonshire with his wife Pernell. Do you understand now?" Alan asked. "That big dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I dare say that Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it for him because they are friends, and he knew that someone was planning to take the Philosopher's Stone. So he moved the Philosopher's Stone out of Gringotts." Hermione guessed quickly. "A stone can change, it can also make you immortal," Harry said. "No wonder Snape is also eyeing it. Everyone would want it." Alan was secretly proud of himself. He not only had a Philosopher's Stone, but was also one of the only two makers of the Philosopher's Stone. After the semester officially began, Alan resumed his extremely self-disciplined and regular life. Probably because the final exams were approaching, the professors assigned more and more homework. Especially Professor Snape, who seemed to be troubled by something and had very strict requirements. Except for Alan, almost everyone was criticized to pieces. If it weren't for Alan's excellent memory and profound knowledge, it would be really difficult to cope with this heavy study burden. Especially when there was hope of winning the Quidditch Cup, Roger was like a chicken blood, holding tactical analysis meetings every day and practicing frantically. He was stricter than ever before with his team members, and even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snow, his energy did not cool down at all. Despite such fatigue, Alan's heart was still full of joy. He knew that this fulfilling life and passionate days would be frozen into beautiful memories in the future. During a particularly wet and muddy training, Roger excitedly told everyone that Professor Snape would be the referee of the Quidditch final. Why not Madame Hooch? Yes, Madame Hooch is the most professional. Who cares why? Roger waved his hand, looking high-spirited. Although Professor Snape is only good to Slytherin, compared with Gryffindor, we Ravenclaws are much more pleasing to him. The team members talked a lot, and Alan smiled and thought, no, the professor wants to protect Harry.